one play. There's play throughout the game where little things that add up to big things.
Vikings beat the Bears 30-27 in overtime. Lions cruise past the Colts 24-6. Dolphins easily over the Patriots 34-15. Buccaneers stumped the Giants 30-7. Chiefs edged the Panthers 30-27. Titans over the Texans 32-27. Broncos beat the Raiders 29-19. Packers easily over 49ers 38-10. Seahawks edged the Cardinals 16-6. Sunday Night Football, Eagles beat the Rams 37-20 behind a career best 255 yards, 2 scores. Saquon Barkley. Pacers beat the Wizards 115-103. Wizards have lost 11 in a row. Maryland comes back to beat Villanova 76-75. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. It's me and B. It's B. Mitch and Finley on your radio, your podcast, your YouTube, wherever the hell you access this content. Thank you for joining us. It was easy to talk away the Pittsburgh loss. The Steelers were really good. Washington kind of gave that thing away late. 5 days later, you got to go to Philadelphia. That's a really uphill climb before you even get off the bus. 10 days later, healthy against a 3-7 Cowboys team. That's a bad loss. Here we are. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
I want to credit you all last week. You were saying, don't take this one for granted. Division games are crazy. You were proven correct. What if both these teams played well and Dallas just made more plays late? I think I could wrap my head around it a lot more. Dallas, in the first half of this game, tried as hard as humanly possible to give the game away. They wanted Washington to win. Score should have been 20-0. And Washington, it was like someone handed them something, and they handed it right back. They refused to accept the gifts that Dallas was giving them.
True.
The Commanders' starting field position in this game, their first 3 possessions, Brian, they started the Dallas 40, their own 32, the Dallas 47. I'll keep going. Then the Washington 42, then the Dallas 39. I mean, just unbelievable gifts. They got the interception on Cooper Rush in the second quarter. We're not able to generate a first down. The last 3 turnovers this team had gotten, 3 turnovers, 2 against Pittsburgh, 1 against Dallas. They've generated 1 first down of 3 turnovers. Yeah. That's abhorrent. I think
it is. It is. And
Dallas tried to give them this thing, and they refused to accept it.
Dallas tried to do it, and early in the game, my comments were, if we don't take advantage of these opportunities, it will come back to haunt us. And I know everybody goes straight to the offensive thing, but I heard players last night talking about not executing, and they're exactly right. You get in the games a lot of times, and the average fan and a lot of media people, they feel just because a play is called, it's supposed to work. Just because a play called doesn't mean it's going to work. And just because it's called don't mean it can't work. They may call a wrong play, but sometimes you just got to make it. That play at the end with Terry and Jaden Hale, That wasn't made to be easy like that.
No.
But those two dudes, a great throw and a hell of a run, effort to get to the end zone by Terry. Players got to make plays.
Players have to make
They
plays.
got to make more plays.
But my concern is everybody thought they were overperforming, and then that performance got to be consistent. So then people are like, man, this is who they are. They're going to compete with Detroit. Now maybe you're seeing some regression to the mean. I don't know. It's too much to take in. But
see, I think
they no longer can run the ball. There's stats that'll show you that.
That was the issue right there about just because they were winning some games, they could compete with Detroit. I think we got past where this team really is. They played better, but they still are a young team learning. It's still the rebuild. And I am always reminded of David Aldridge's comment to us that we got to get to the point where if we get this year was a year where if you get to the stuff that you saw with Jaden throughout, you're good. And I think that's the ultimate thing because we won a few games and we automatically were putting us in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. That's why I'm always pumping the brakes on that stuff because you're going to go through some games. And that game yesterday, I knew one of those was coming. I didn't know it was going to be that game, especially after the 10 days.
I think the fact that you have rest, I mean, if I get to hear Dan Quinn and some of the players talk about like, oh, well, we got a good week of practice, like, cool. Where was it? Where was all of it? They had less than 100 yards passing in the third quarter. There's a couple games over the last month, 6 weeks that will skew the statistics a bit because Washington ended up with pretty solid offensive numbers by the end of this game. But you can't have these extended periods of significant offensive futility and expect to win games. I thought defensively yesterday, against the Eagles and the Steelers, the Commanders' defense played 55 minutes of really good D. They didn't yesterday. They were bending, and then the Cowboys were bailing them out. But Dallas hadn't been able to run the ball at all. They were gashing you yesterday early. And Rico Dowdle, who really appears to be probably a good backup running back, he finished with almost 90 yards yesterday. And early in this game, I mean, Dallas's first two drives, now granted, they gave you, it's the spirit of giving, Lampfield. It's Black Friday a little earlier for the Washington defense because they were just cutting deals all over the place. If Dallas actually is able to convert on the field goals, it's 6-0 or maybe more than that. But the first two drives, everybody's going to get so caught up offensively. The first two drives yesterday, Dallas goes 7 plays, 43 yards, gets the field goal blocked. But they got to the Washington 17 on that thing. They got 2 first downs on their first drive. The next drive, they go 10 plays, 44 yards. They got to the Washington 24, and then they missed the field goal. So they're bending but not breaking. Ideally, an offense that's been completely inept, you'd love to not have to bend so much. This ain't gymnastics.
Yeah, but I listen, man. I keep saying Dallas still got players. And they didn't get into the end zone early. So they were still kicking field goals. So the defense was playing well enough for our offense as it was to perform. And we did not. I said, if you get a field goal, a touchdown here or there, that defense, that team on Dallas begins to play a different game. You score a few touchdowns, Dallas quits in that first half.
Totally.
But they didn't. And I think the ultimate thing is players have to make plays. The schemes are not going to win games.
B, speaking of players making plays, this honestly makes me want to throw up in my mouth a little bit. So they blocked the field goal. The place is going nuts. Shout out to the crowd at Northwest, because before things went nuts and the Cowboys end up with a fourth quarter lead, like the Burgundy crowd was dominating the blue crowd. They were both there, but it was a Burgundy scene. They blocked the field goal. They have 1st and 10 from the Dallas 40, and the place is going bananas. Dude, this is you got to get a damn touchdown.
3-4 minutes into the game.
Yes.
7 plays for 17 yards. They hit 1 pass for 16, or I think it was even a Jaden run, rather. Pardon me. It was a Jaden run for 16 yards. That's the only offense they could generate on 7 plays. And then they had to kick a field goal from the 23. And honestly, huzzah, they made one, we would later learn as this game would go on. That is immediate confirmation of these offensive troubles.
Mhm.
And like, if Jeff Walker and everybody in the stands could feel that, the freaking team feels it too.
Yeah.
Oh man, another chance. We're not capitalizing on.
Mhm.
And then Dallas goes back. I don't know. The end of this game was so bananas that I don't know what to make of this early on. So Dallas misses another one.
Mhm.
Washington gets the ball at their 32. They go 7 plays, 36 yards. It's a decent little drive. Nothing crazy, but it's a decent little drive.
Mhm.
But they were running the hell out of the football. Dallas came into this 31st in the NFL in rush yards allowed. Dallas was allowing about 150 a game. They finally just were establishing Brian Robinson. He was just running the ball. No, this is prior to that. This is prior.
But then he got hurt after
Eventually.
that. Yeah.
But no, you get 3rd and 2 deep in Dallas, not deep in Dallas territory, but in Dallas territory. That's when Jaden throws the little, I suppose it was a slant to Noah Brown. Incomplete. 3rd and 2 from the Dallas 32. To me, you're throwing there because you're going for it on 4th down. This team's been so aggressive on 4th down throughout the season. Instead, they don't, which I was just surprised by. I thought when they threw the ball on 3rd, it's because they're coming back to B-Rob on 4th. You know, a lot of times coaches will have that decision made up. Like, all right, we're doing this, and then we're already prepared for the next one. That's when Seibert misses the 52-yarder. So not only does that go from, okay, you didn't go for it, because what's the downside of going for it is if you don't get it, they get the ball where you are, right? But if you kick a 52-yarder with a dude that's coming off a hip problem that hasn't been nails from outside of like 50 all year, then they get the ball where you kicked it from.
Yeah.
So you gave up the field position battle there. You're actually giving up yards. That's perhaps, considering everything that happened at the end of this game, that becomes less important. But I was surprised by that decision, especially with how aggressive they've been all year. It does seem to me that, and maybe this is more of a result of execution, because if they were executing, we wouldn't be zeroing in on some of these things so much. But they played with the level of aggression and ballsiness for the first 8 games that it seems to be waning. And maybe it's because they don't trust their guys to execute. I don't know. Like, I don't think their mentality has changed, but the calls on the field have changed. You cannot lose this game. That
game has been lost. Let's talk about how they lost it, because they lost it.
Right.
And listen,
that's a simple question then. How would you say they lost it?
They lost it because they came in and they were out executed and they outperformed. Okay, the 2 kickoffs late in the game, and it was a block in back completely when Turpin went.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that play right there is a lack of keeping your fundamentals together. Stay in your lane. If everybody stay in their lane, when he turns, he gets destroyed. But everybody crossed it. The onside kick,
spin move was outrageous.
The spin move, still, when he spin move, if they were in their lanes, he gets his ass destroyed. 5'8" would have killed him right there if he stays in his lane instead of crossing his face. The onside kick, you can't hit that guy when he crosses up until the ball goes 10 yards. But you know what you can't do? You can't run past him either. And that happened. But you saw some terrific things, like block on special teams. They have to listen. And a young lady last night said, if they ever play a full game on all 3 phases, then we'll see how good they are. We haven't seen that yet this year. And they allowed Dallas to hang around till Dallas got confidence. And that is the thing that will kill you in any football game, where you're the favorite and you allow the team that's not favored to get a little confidence, you're in trouble, because now you start stressing. They're not stressing. They're playing with house money.
Dude, their best drive of the game until late in the game when Dallas is playing like beyond prevent. But Jaden finally carved him up a little, went 7 for 7 on that late drive. But the drive coming out of halftime was Washington's best drive of the game. That's when Jaden busted the touchdown run on the little option to the left side where Ben Sennett absolutely killed. That was a good scheme, good execution, all of it. So that It was 3-3 at halftime. Think about this game was 3-3 at halftime and finished 34-26.
Yeah.
It was 10-9 in the fourth quarter, and it finished 34-26.
Yeah.
But that drive where they score, right? There's a little bit of buzz going. That was a 10-play, 70-yard drive. They chewed up 4 first downs. That was a really good-looking drive. And then Cyber comes out and misses the extra point.
Yeah.
And you immediately were like, 9-3. And then Dallas, to their credit, comes back down the field and scores. And their guy, Aubrey, makes the extra point. And it's like, wait a second. How does Dallas have the lead in this thing?
Yeah. But like those little things like that, missing that extra point, you start worrying about that 1 point coming back to Hornets. I saw little things in that game throughout that troubled me.
Yeah.
And because I've been in games and I watch it, little things like that come back to haunt you. We always talk about the word karma. I think when you do silly stuff early in the game, that's the karma. It comes back and say, should have handled your business early.
Totally.
And we've watched.
It was the Pittsburgh game, dude. They had a double-digit lead in the third quarter and generated 2 second-half turnovers. This coaching staff, Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, all they talk about is the ball is life, go get the ball. The defense has been doing that.
Yeah.
And the offense can't support it.
They hadn't.
Their run game, I'm getting these stats from Kime. In the first 8 weeks, Washington averaged 5.2 yards per carry.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that is in the last 4? This is the running backs. Obviously, things get a little skewed when you get quarterback running in there. The running backs average 5.2. That's now 3.5 yards in the last 4.
And it's not good. And I think early on you were saying, okay, this game's about to go good. Once Brian got hurt, I think a lot of life went out. But then he came back, and you're like, okay, he's back. Things are gonna happen. But after the game, I saw he was limping. I don't know how serious it was. When I thought Brian was done, the way that looked, it looked like his leg.
When he got rolled
and
up.
Definition of a hip drop tackle, right? Did they call it? No. I mean, but that's no excuse for that. But when you are trying to build yourself to be a team where people are going to respect and believe in, you have to make the plays when they're there, and you cannot constantly falter when you got opportunities in front of you.
I don't believe B-Rob got a carry in the second half of this thing. He was announced as questionable with an ankle.
Came back in the game.
Did he get another carry?
I don't know if he got another carry, but I know he came back in the game after he went down.
You're saying the big one where it looked like he was done for the
year.
Yeah. No, right. So we saw him jog to the locker room. They probably had to do an x-ray or something. Then they brought him back out. He came back in and got more carries after that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Then he left again and was announced as questionable with the ankle. Like you're saying you saw him limping after the game. That was the ankle.
Yeah, but
he didn't get a carry in the second half. I think you got
I'm not
really wonder what your backs are for next weekend. That's a later conversation.
When Brian goes down, they have to have somebody of his caliber to come in. You get what I'm saying? So Austin has been great. But Austin is not Brian Robinson. So McNichol's great, but he's not Brian Robinson. Somebody else has to be able to run the ball when Brian is out and not change up your offense.
I don't disagree, but I don't think that person exists. They released Rodriguez.
They released him and brought him back.
Right.
And when he played just a few weeks ago, he ran the damn ball very good. He needs to be running some balls that Brian can't go.
Yeah.
Because my thing is, it's not necessarily to be of his caliber. You have to be that style of back.
Yeah.
A bigger back who's going to be a body mover. You can't put those slashers in there to do that. Now they're doing that job, which is going to take something out of them to be able to do their own job.
I'll be honest. I think a lot of times, and I understand why the station does it, right? Like the branding of Misery Monday and all these things. I think sometimes during this start to the season, it hasn't actually been a Misery Monday. It's like, that's a tough loss, but they're 7-3 or whatever, right? Today, legitimate Misery Monday. We're going to open the phone lines up at 11. Babe Laufenberg joins us at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere.
B-Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with the Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, Trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you live in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. And always remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
A tough one for the Commanders, falling 34-26 at home to the Dallas Cowboys. They've lost 3 straight. 2 kickoff returns in the final 2:49 for Dallas, and Austin Seibert missed a game-tying extra point late that would have tied it at 27. Terry McLaurin on the loss.
We just didn't play our best. We didn't play complimentary football. You know, when you're playing division games, like, it's going to come down to 4 quarters. We knew that going into the game. We didn't underestimate them at all. But it's just unfortunate when you can't help each other out offense, helping out the defense. They were doing a great job, and we just couldn't really get it going.
Jaden Daniels, 275 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions. Commanders lost 3 turnovers. Sunday Night Football, Eagles roll the Rams 37-20 behind the Eagles record 255 yards and 2 scores from Saquon Barkley. In the NBA, the Pacers beat the Wizards 115-103. Alex Sarr and Bilal Coulibaly with 17 apiece. Maryland over Villanova 76-75. Howard lost to BU. AU beat Albany. Capitals and the Panthers tonight 6:45 on the Fan. Michigan versus Virginia Tech at 5:30. Team 980. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Bishop Finley 1067 the Fan. All right. We're going to open the phone lines up at 11. Blame pie going to be significant. It's a big week for pie, pumpkin pie, sweet potato pie, apple pie. It's Thanksgiving week. Blame pie is going to be significant. I just tweeted this out, B, and I'm curious if you agree with me. I've really tried to be measured this season. And especially the last couple of weeks, I've been saying, listen, they got the Cowboys and the Titans at home. Like, there's still plenty of winnable games. There's a lot going on here. And I think it's important to point out they still have 5 games left. I mean, even after yesterday's loss, they're 5.5 point favorites against Tennessee. Tennessee just played their best game of the year, by the way. Keep an eye on that. But right now, they'd be in the wild card. They've still shown so much growth. If you go back in time to July, I was saying the most important thing Washington can get is clarity at the quarterback position. I think they have that. There's obviously still significantly more rebuilding that needs to happen. I think you need more offensive weapons. There's a lot of things that need to be required, right? So I'm trying to take the big picture, long view of this. But first time I will say, fans have a right to be pissed off about yesterday. That yesterday was a different beast than everything that had happened prior to that. I think you saw a team really underperform. And I think Dan Quinn's got to own this one. I think Kingsbury's got to own this one. Joe Witt's got to own this one. Like,
I think they all have. I don't think anybody's running away from the fact that they played horrible.
I don't either. I'm just saying, like, this is the first time they weren't outclassed. They weren't outmatched. They just lost.
Yeah. They lost. But I think the ultimate thing is, I don't think any one of them made us get in front of the skis or could put the cart before the horse. We did that on our own by thinking the playoffs and the Super Bowl and all that type of stuff. But this thing,
you get to 7-2, I think a playoff conversation is fair. Super Bowl
it's
stuff
fair,
beyond that's a little
it's
crazy.
fair to have the conversation. But you also got to realize there's a lot of football left.
Yeah.
And they got to play the games. And we can't get to a point where just because we won a few games that we are now, we're invincible. No, we're not invincible against any team that we're going to play. Tennessee come along. I watch how well they played yesterday. So don't sit there and look at the record and see what gives people a false sense of hope, what the damn point spread is. Everybody saw 10.5. I saw a team that plays us tough every time we play. And we normally play them tough sometimes when we're the bad team. So ultimately, we got to learn that the point spread and all the gambling aspect and all the fantasy football has nothing to do with the real football. And we get caught up in that sometimes, and we forget about looking at the actual field of play and find out what the truth is. You get fooled by all those numbers and things like that.
No disagreement. I've worked with this dude for a while who I think I've laughed and joked about this over the years, that there is a industry built. Like, you know why like shampoo and all that stuff was created? So companies could sell stuff. Like, technically you don't necessarily need all that, but like it's become this huge industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
What has happened with analytics and DVOA, like all of these advanced metrics for football,
It makes everybody think they're smart.
well, it's created
That's what it does.
it's created a cottage industry where people are making money out of telling you how complex football is,
Mhm.
right? If you can run the ball and then stop the run, you got a real chance of winning every game you're in, no matter
yeah.
how complex life is, right? If you win,
And what is football today?
any football player will tell you that.
Yeah.
Like even a dude like Kirk Cousins, who's probably the most analytically process-driven person I've ever had a lot of interaction with,
Mhm.
will tell you, yeah, we got to win the line of scrimmage. It's not that complicated.
Mhm.
Washington hasn't been able to stop the run, and they haven't been able to run the ball. And all of a sudden, it's a mess for them.
Totally.
I think, and if you look at Tennessee coming up, Tony Pollard runs the hell out of the football. And
Yes, he does.
that's a Bill Callahan product down there. It's his son coaching him, but Bill's on the staff.
Mhm.
It's going to be, that is no cakewalk.
They like running the football. We know that.
But Brian, obviously right now, the issue is, I think yesterday there were a lot of issues. I thought special teams. Can I ask you something before we forget?
Mhm.
Seibert said it post game, and then Dan Quinn doubled down on it.
Mhm.
When the late kickoff return touchdown by Cavante Turpin,
Mhm.
that was the plan. Is they wanted to force a return. They wanted a dirty kick where he's got to get his hands on it around the goal line. The guy's electric, and he's shown that for seasons now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I love that strategically. Do you think that strategically that was the play because they were worried about Seibert's ability to get it out of the back of the end zone? Or do you think strategically that was the decision? Because to me, there's two different things. Like,
I think kicking the ball on the ground was a decision because it normally slows down the operation. But you know what it also does? And many people don't get this as a returner. When that ball bounces, the people running down normally slows up.
right.
It's a natural tendency for them to do it. But still, if the guys stayed in their lanes, and what happens when the ball bounces, it throws off timing and guys get antsy. So I don't know if they had practiced it or they just made a decision at that moment, because I saw guys starting to cross face. And when he made the spin, he had it. Nothing was there. But also saw a guy hit right in the back, right where he was, and the referee never saw that one either. But ultimately, you have to stay in your lane even more when the ball hits the ground. Because if you start crossing and getting in other people's lane, you know what you do? You run into other guys. You cause powerless for yourself, and you leave openings in the background. And that's exactly what they did.
It's I don't know. I'm not going to kill them for any decision making with Seibert whatsoever. He was really, really, really good for 6-7 weeks.
Mhm.
And eventually, if a guy's hurt, you bring him back. You got to bring him back. And they watched him in practice. It's not like they didn't go through this.
Mm-hmm.
But it, to me, was very obvious, damn near immediately. I don't know if it's lingering effects of the injury or something happened, it wasn't right, but something wasn't right. And I think late in that game, I can't, and you're right, and this was Dan Quinn's point over and over yesterday, was that it's execution. If players just execute, it looks different.
But once he missed that first one, you know that was on his mind.
Sure.
And that happens. And then the last one that he missed, the snap is just a little off.
It was quite off. That was a bad.
And it throws off timing, and it can mess you up. And I understand.
Did you hear?
People go, "Oh, just kick the damn ball." Everything ain't as simple as you think it is.
We played this. We played this on Sports Final last night on NBC4. Have you heard London, the radio call of the bad snap, missed extra point at the end of the game? London sounds like he's turning into the Incredible Hulk. The Incredible Hulk. London Fletcher's like, bad freaking snap. It was pretty funny.
I heard at the beginning of the game, though, when they missed, when Dallas kicker plays, Bram in London. Yeah, he's just the best kicker in the league. Boom.
Right.
That's the way
that kicker
he got
is
blocked.
good. He is good everywhere but Northwest. He doesn't like Landover. Sorry, Jeff. He probably wants the stadium back at RFK, too. So two questions for you. And I want to be clear that late in that game, normally I 100% think it's a kick the extra point, play for overtime, you're at home. Like, I'm cool with that. Like 98 times out of 100. I would have had some pause, though, in that moment, considering how Seibert had been kicking in that game. Would you have gone for 2 there, try to get your boys to win it on the field?
Listen, I'm not going to question that because I know if they win for 2 today, we're going to have a ton of people being pissed that they win for 2.
I'm saying, normally, I think kicking is the right call.
I felt that you had just had that big touchdown. Kick this extra point, move on.
Yeah.
You know?
But you just said after he missed the first one, you were like,
after he missed the first, I know he's thinking about it, but what I was saying that for is, you're thinking about it, then the snap is bad.
Yeah.
Now, Tress got it up and down quickly.
Right.
You know, but normally that kicker, when he starts to step, he sees that bad snap, it changes his timing. It makes him speed up or either slow down. And then he throws off his rhythm. You know, and I'm not making an excuse for him because, hell, that's what his job is to make it. But the ultimate thing is Tress got the ball down quick enough. But that ball just being inside off a little bit, it threw him off. You get that, but think about it.
That was a dead pull the whole way.
Everybody was thinking that getting to this playoff into the overtime and let's see what happened. I didn't expect the next kick to go to the house, though.
No. I understand kicking the extra point. I think ideally the full context. Like there's some people that are going to say, you always go for it, period. I'm not one of those. I think the full context with the kicker missing some kicks makes it a little more interesting. I'm not sure I agree with the thought of giving Turpin a return earlier just because he's an electric playmaker, but I'm not sure. I think we'll never get this answer officially. I don't know that they believe Seibert can get it out of the back of the end zone. That's kind of the knock on him is the leg strength. And so that's why they went for the dirty kick there, is to try to force the return.
I don't know.
And then the onside kick. Can you go forward with Seibert right now after yesterday? The onside kick's completely on him and coverage. But
on who? Seibert?
Yeah. I mean, that's what he said after the game.
Well, that's what everybody says. I mean, I saw Revo say it was his fault.
Revo was emotional.
You kick an onside kick. Once you kick the ball, you can't also cover it. So you got guys running. And I know what teams teach the return.
What he said is that he put it right to the guy, and he should have made him move.
But step across the line of scrimmage. When he steps across that 10-yard area, you can't hit him until he touched the ball. Well, once they saw him step across it, somebody has to have the wherewithal to say, don't pass him. And they ran right past him. You saw everybody in the middle ran right past him. So at that point, you just gave him a free run because you also ran past the football.
Have you ever seen a house call on an onside kick?
Yes. Several times.
Wow.
They happen. When that thing bounced straight to somebody,
live ball, dude.
You running past them, you better know to slow it down a little bit.
What a wacky game. Shout out to our guy Mike Beasley, who had the under in that game. Looked like money in the bank.
It was great until the end.
Money in the bank.
Wow.
Let's run through some of what DQ said after the game. Phones at 11. Peter Rosenberg joining us at 12:30. He was at the game yesterday.
Peter.
Woo! What a day. B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. Now, we have the Chargers taking on the Ravens. Anytime touchdown. Hell, let's go with Lamar Jackson. How about over rushing yards? That'll be definitely Derrick Henry. and overpassing yards since he throws the ball around and JP loves him? Let's go with Justin Herbert. Just visit FanDuel.com/Prime to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
boy. 34-26 loss to the Cowboys. My boy Bobby Belt, who's on RJ and Shan show, the morning show, 105.3 down in Dallas, who's also a Cowboys beat reporter, was up here yesterday. And I see him down in the tunnel. He's like, man, what is wrong with you guys? I was like, what, dude? What? He's like, everybody in Dallas wanted a top 5 pick, and you guys go and blow this game, and now we might slide down. Dallas boys are funny, man. Speaking of funny, the stream's up. Find it where you find your streams. Let's say good morning to somebody. Yeah. There's a lot of people commenting in this joint. The first comment I see is Seer Titus Jones. Is that accurate, Jeff? Talking about corners?
No.
Okay, well, just whoever it is.
The first comment, it was actually a pretty funny one. The first comment was buns.
Got buns, hon.
Buns.
Shout out to Buns. Shout out to Buns all over the world. I want it to be known this is a pro Buns radio program.
Jim D.
Cinnamon buns. Whatever kind of buns you're into, we're into it. Hot dog buns, whatever you like. We like buns. Right, Landfill? Pro Buns? Landfill gave it 2 thumbs up. He's locked in.
You like big buns and you cannot lie.
I want to play a little of this DQ audio before we get to the
Let's hear it.
phones. If you want to start, I mean, Jeff, you're going to have to log me in because it's Denton logged in over here. But whenever you want to unlock the button.
Do they not know once they finish with the damn studio, log out?
They may not know, but they
I don't
certainly
know who it is.
don't
I'm
care.
just going to say, whoever was in this studio this weekend, okay? I don't know who comes in here most times. But if you're sitting by the wall where the windows are, put the damn chair back where you saw it at, put the camera back where it was, and move everything back how it was when you walked in. Because the next time I'm going to find out, I might put my hands on you. That's a threat. It's not it's a promise and a threat because I'm getting sick and tired of coming here after every weekend, and the stuff is messed up.
I believe him. Dan Quinn, number 5 landfill on what's going on now compared to earlier in the year.
Like the fight that you guys had at the end, but at the beginning, did you think it was there to the degree that it had been for most of the year when you guys have come out pretty strong against teams like this?
Yeah, I want to make sure like this confidence is rolling whoever we're playing, Ben, and I don't want it to go up and down and up and down. So again, I'll look back at the tape and the best part of this is like you get to go dig in and go for it again, man. And but like from a performance side, is there plenty to clean up on? You bet. And you don't want to miss an opportunity. And when you got a home game and going for it in the division, you want to take advantage of those. And when you miss them, it stings.
Stinks. I applaud DQ for trying to keep level-headed after this loss and after losing 3 in a row. I had some interesting conversations with people outside of Washington, but inside the NFL last night.
Mm-hmm.
Some believe there are real execution problems, and that's the issue. Some believe there's schematic problems, and that's the issue. You know, these things will play out over the course of time.
It may be a combination.
It could certainly be a
Some
combination.
may be schematics, but you know what? You know how many times the wrong play has been called and they still capitalized and scored? You know how many times good players have been called and you got stuffed? So it comes down to the guys that are executing the plays because I know there have been plays called in. I'm sitting in the huddle. I'm like, oh, Lord, we're not supposed to run that against this defense. What do? You're going to run away from it? If your tackles and your linemen come off and block, and you see a gap, you got to hit it. So.
There are some undeniable things, right? The offense is not performing like it was. It just isn't. And if you look at the O-line has sustained some injuries. You had Trent Scott come in yesterday for Wiley. I was surprised it wasn't Lucas instead of Scott, but that's what it was. Maybe they wanted Lucas to be available in case Coleman had to come out. Coleman did come out for like 2 plays to get his finger fixed. Brandon Coleman had a big old wrap, I believe, on his left shoulder. I saw him leaving the locker room. Jaden has been less accurate than he was earlier in the year. It was good to see Jaden running again yesterday. I think we can all collectively not have the health discussion.
I don't want to hear people talk about him running because I've heard too many people say he needs to run. So just let him be him.
Yeah, I thought he looked good.
And I think he protects himself enough. Let him be him.
Yeah. The accuracy has waned. A lot of people have a lot of questions about Kingsbury, about what the offense is doing, if there have been any changes. I think, when McLaurin gets involved earlier, it's better for this offense. I think they lack. There's not a lot of guys that can get open quick. They call it like phone booth quicks that can get open right at the line of scrimmage to try to make a play. I think in turn that's why you see a lot of the kind of screens and design stuff, the horizontal attack. I don't know those answers, right? I do know it's a little premature. I did.
They can't touch you beyond 5 yards. And I believe if you are a receiver in the NFL, and I give you a slant or some route where you're going to get the 5 yards depth, if you're strong enough, you get open. It doesn't have to automatically just go to those screenplays, because the screenplays are getting called for pass interference these days, which I can't stand.
The rubs, yeah. Here's my thing. I think I've tried to be very measured and not go too far during the first two losses. I think there's real reason for examination now. I think there's real questions to be asked. Number 12, Landfill. I asked Dan Quinn about his level of concern for the diminishing offensive production.
You mentioned the injuries there, and the production just kind of continues to diminish. What's your level of concern offensively?
Can you be more specific
Just
with the injuries?
There's a number of injuries on the line, and then Eckler, and then just the production for the offense is diminishing. Like, how concerned are you about it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say concerned in the level I would use for maybe your word, but not mine. I want to make sure that like everything that we're doing, we want to go attack it. And injuries are not like we all have that. I mean, every team does. So that's part of the gig. And I like that we have a good deep crew to go hit it. But execution is really where we're at and what we're going to dig on hard. And that's what we'll focus on heading into this week.
Execution. Time for us to execute. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Blame pie time.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Commanders now learning from the loss to the Dallas Cowboys, 34-26. Jaden Daniels, 275 yards, 2 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions. The Cowboys outscored the Commanders 24-17 in the fourth quarter to win it. Austin Seibert on the onside kick attempt.
I should have hit a little bit more left. Hit it right to the guy. That's what you get when that happens. So that falls on me too.
Commanders and Titans next Sunday. Last night, Eagles beat the Rams 37-20. Tonight, Baltimore against the Chargers at 8:15. In baseball, left-handed starter Yusei Kikuchi is in agreement with the LA Angels on a 3-year, $63 million contract, according to ESPN. The Pacers beat the Wizards 115-103. Alex Sarr and Bilal Coulibaly each 17. Maryland thrilling comeback win against Villanova 76-75. BU beat Howard 69-62. American Downs Albany 81-77. Today, wrapping up the Paradise Jam, GW against Illinois State looking for 5th place. Virginia Tech takes on Michigan 5:30 on Team 980. Capitals hockey returning to the ice in South Florida versus the Stanley Cup champion Panthers. 6:45 pregame right here on The Fan. The Capitals have won 4 straight on the road and are 6-2 away from home this season. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I like this song, Landfill. In that vein, can I start with a stat that I just had to look this up, and it's bad? Cooper Rush has 5 career appearances against Washington. Okay? Not all starts, because sometimes the Cowboys were just kicking Washington's ass so bad that they put in the backup. In 5 career games against Washington, Cooper Rush has a 4-1 record, completing 66% of his passes for 5 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. Good for a 117.1 passer rating.
See, I kind of knew a lot of those numbers.
You knew where they were headed.
He had done he's had success against us, and that's why when people were like, "Oh, Cooper Rush," I'm like, he beat us before.
Yo,
I know that record though.
Cooper Rush's career TD to INT ratio, right? So he's got 5 touchdowns, no picks against Washington. Against the rest of the league, he's got 7 touchdowns and 7 picks. Like it's 1-to-1 against everybody else. We're gonna open these phone lines up. I like this tweet from Angry Rob. He said, "I don't know how you and Brian can do it. Every time I start to talk about the game yesterday, a torrent of expletives rains forth."
We don't want to get fined.
Fined, fired, any of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get fined or fired.
I kind of want to let Jeff go because Jeff was just in here talking about a plan of hiding in B. Mitch's trunk, and Jeff's got some passion to work through, and the phones are packed right now, so nobody's calling right now, Jeff, just because they're all full. So, Jeffrey, why don't you start us off with your blame pot, pal? How do you do?
I'm not good, JP. I cussed out half my family yesterday. I don't think I could go to
Who
Thanksgiving.
all of the family is a Cowboys fan? Because your dad's a Steelers fan.
Yes, but on my mom's side, all her brothers except one are Cowboys fans. She has 4. My granddad's a Cowboys fan. I have cousins, and I didn't.
How did you make it to be such a diehard Burgundy and Gold fan, surrounded by
Mama,
Steeler,
mom, and my uncle? It's crazy. My
Mama
uncle
kept it real.
On my dad's side is a Redskins fan, and Washington fan, and my mother was too. But dog, I was so hurt because I was talking so much trash going into Saturday. Then coming to Sunday, I'm telling my uncle. I didn't even see my uncle at the game yesterday. I was too embarrassed. I didn't. But my blame pie goes to the entire team, and their alumni. So I'm gonna go 30%.
Definitely the alumni.
30% offense, including their coordinator. 30% defense, including their coordinator. 30% special teams, including their coordinator. And the alumni, they get the 10%. Robert Griffin III. He thought it was cool to show up on Dallas week in a corduroy orange suit with a black cowboy hat. What are you doing, Robert? Read the room. And then you take it off before you take the corduroy part off before the game to show your Jaden Daniels jersey. You didn't even wear a suit that would match the jersey when you took the shirt off. Bro, you caused us that game too, Robert. I'm mad at you. And I'm going to tweet you after this too. That's my blame pie.
Jeff started talking trash about Robert right next to his wife yesterday.
How'd that go?
And then once he realized his wife, did he still talk to her?
Yes, yes. She was,
yeah. Why did he wear that color?
I'm like,
suit?
yo, what? Why? And then the dude beside me, like, yo, read the room. His wife next to you. And then when he says that, she looks at me. I say, yo, look, I'm 30. When RG3 was here, it was coming out of high school for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, dude, this was our guy. You know, like he was looked at as a Washington savior at one point, and you show up in a cowboy dressed as cosplaying a cowboy.
That's great use of cosplay. I also think like
it did look like Cincinnati Bengals colors.
Can I ask something? You were legend of the game, what, 3-4 weeks ago?
No, I wasn't legend of the guy. I was just hitting the flag.
Okay. You were the flag guy.
Yeah,
I thought legend of the game is the flag guy because Robert
just asked me to do the flag.
Well, Robert did the flag.
Yeah.
When you did the flag, you went out there and you waved the hell out of that flag.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever think, oh, man, I should bring some props and really make this a theatrical performance?
No.
And did you think about changing your clothes while you were doing it?
No.
We didn't need all that. Like this, that was, I've been watching the Vince McMahon documentary on Netflix. Like that was some WWE stuff that was unnecessary. It was Skins Cowboys. It's the biggest rival they got. You're a big deal, Robert. Just show up in regular clothes, wave to the crowd, and wave the flag.
My thing
People are going to be fired up.
If you wanted to be corny, bruh, just put on your old uniform and run out there. Like I would have rather you did
I was
that.
gonna do that next year.
When he like took all his layers off to reveal the jersey, I kind of thought it was going to be his.
If it would have been, oh Lord.
I also like if you're Jaden, I'm sure you appreciate Robert, the player, and the person, but like I don't think Jaden's side is trying to have this really close bond with Robert. You know what I mean? I don't know, but like, did you see? Chick said this in the press box yesterday. Sean Merriman responded to the picture of Robert wearing the Jaden jersey, and Merriman accomplished a lot in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And Merriman said something to the effect of, you know, I love watching Nick Bosa play. And Khalil Mack's my favorite football player ever. But damn, if you ever see me wear their jersey. I don't know that I've ever seen you in another jersey.
No.
I don't know. I'm glad we figured that out.
All right, Jeffrey.
Disappointed.
Yeah. All right, let's get to these phones. Let's start with Jamal is in D.C. What up, Jay? Who you mad at?
What's going on, fellas?
What up, brother?
Man, mad at the entire team, man. But if we gonna break it down, I'm gonna go 30% special teams, man. Like that was a horrible performance. I know they got the block and everything, but I agree with you, JP. Like kicking the ball to Turbin under any circumstances with his track record to me is just I don't think that's the best idea. So I disagree with the coaching and his plan on that. That was just stupid. But I'm also going to go 30% with the offense with Cliff, man. I don't know what's going on, but I've had this irritation with us, y'all, that we just, for whatever reason, don't get the ball to Terry. Like, I feel like a broken record with that, especially watching how they deal with CD. Like, either come out and tell us Terry isn't one of those players, or find a way to use him like other people use it, because I'm tired of that, bro. Like, seriously, yeah, he's a dog. I don't care if you got to put him at fullback. You know, like, whatever you got to do, figure out a way to put the damn ball in Terry's hands more than you do. That has to be addressed going forward. I'm going to go 10% with the defense. I felt like they played, you know, a decent game, but they, you know, to me, you just got to make more plays, man. Like, they ran the ball on us all damn day. And I felt like they didn't make enough plays to prevent us from losing the game. And then the rest, I'm going with Jaden. Like, again, young, I know that, and to me, with Jaden, I felt like it started before the game, because he had an interview prior to the game where they asked him about the game, and he was like, "Oh, well, you know, it's just another game." And I get he a rookie and all that, so I'm not gonna harp on him too hard, but dog, Jaden, this ain't another game, bro. Like, hell no, it's not. Like, it's never just another game, bro. And hopefully, when he does his interview this week, I would like for him to say that I get it now. I'm sorry, I was a rookie coming into it. I didn't get it, but moving forward, I understand this game mean more. I can't just come out here and look at this as another game, man. Like, cause like Jeff said, we was talking big trash, bro. And now we got to eat this crow all week listening to these Bammers with they sorry behind scenes because we lost to them. But that's what I'm going with my playing time. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Jamal. Appreciate you. Listen, phone lines are going to be open all the way to 12:30, so keep them coming. 800-636-1067. People are mad, B. I think people are deservedly mad. Got this one via Twitter. Nelson Jordan says, blame pie. Kingsbury, 30%. Daniels, 20%. 20% O-line, D-line. 10% to DQ. 10% all the wideouts except McLaurin, and 10% to Seibert. I want to blame Cliff a lot, but Jaden needs to play within the game, take the short throws, and move the chains.
Wasn't that a lot of what they were doing?
Yeah, I thought
short throw?
Jaden's misses yesterday to me were deep.
Yeah.
The two deep shots they took early in the game, one to Terry, one to Brown. I think Brown wasn't open, but it wasn't a great throw. Terry was maybe had a half a step, but the throw was kind of out of bounds.
Out of bounds. Brown had a chance to catch his ball.
Yeah, I thought Jaden played a lot better in the second half.
Jaden was super accurate early, but I don't think he has to throw every ball right into a damn person's chest for them to catch it. These dudes are receivers in the NFL. They got to catch some balls maybe outside of their body frame a little bit too.
I agree with you. I thought
I know Terry catches a lot of balls that you look at, you think he won't, but he will. So I'm not going to say that, oh, he got to throw him so perfect for the guys to just catch him.
For me, I thought Jaden in the first half was a little late at times. I thought there were spots where he has shown an elite ability to throw with anticipation. And in the first half, we didn't see that. Second half, we did. I thought part of me wonders if James wasn't just like, damn, I really got to figure something out to get this team back going. And then they score that touchdown early in the third quarter and just allows them to build some confidence. He was, you can call it prevent D, whatever you want. There was the drive where they scored on the Zach Ertz touchdown. He was 7 for 7 on that drive. He was fantastic. A question for you, B. And my boy Parker texted me this last night. You know my buddy Parker.
Yeah.
Early on in the year, kind of throughout the game, they were playing with tempo.
Yeah.
And it wasn't always like a no huddle, but it was up tempo.
Yes.
And they have gotten away from that. I'm curious.
I think
why
it works for them. I don't know why they got away from them, but I know it works because anytime they get an up tempo, they go straight down the field.
How much of their inability to stay on the field to get some third down conversions plays into that? I mean, if you look at yesterday, they were 4 of 12 on third down. Somehow they lost to a team that was 2 of 11 on third down. But they were 4 of 12 on third down. They're not stringing together long drives. If that's the case, are you then hesitant to go to the turbo package?
I don't necessarily know if one affects the other because when they are going 3 and out, they're not in tempo. If they were in tempo and going 3 and out, then I would say I understand why they didn't stick with it. But the fact that they're not in tempo and not keeping the drive going, that's more trouble than anything. I always felt when you go in tempo, you know what you do? You stop them from substituting. You have an advantage over them. You dictate to them. And maybe, just maybe, that may be our plan every once in a while. Just do it. Figure it out.
Yeah, it's pretty darn interesting. Let's go to these phones. I got Bones is in D.C. What up, Bones?
Hey, what's up, JP? Shout out to my main man, B. Mitch. Shout out to Jeff.
What up, Bones?
I'm going to give, hey, man, look, I'm going to give 30% to the play caller, Cliff Kingsbury. I'm going to give 30% to the special teams. I'm going to give 30% to the kicker. And I'm going to give 10% to all them wideouts that was dropping them passes yesterday. Now, you understand, we won 7 games. We got 5 more to go. You know what I'm saying? I hopefully these coaches together and get these players, man, ready to play the next game. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all, man. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Bones. Take care, brother.
Bones. Appreciate you. So, B, I just pulled up the snap counts from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
John Bates is a hell of a player. He's a really nasty blocker. John Bates is going to play in the NFL for 10 years. He is a valuable player.
Mm-hmm.
Not really a dynamic offensive threat. And it's easy. We've talked about this. Like, people want to just be like, oh, Senate needs to take Ertz's snaps. Ertz caught a touchdown yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
He is really sure-handed. Even though the drops have been a problem across the board, he runs really clean routes. Ertz yesterday, 76% of the snaps at the tight end position.
Mm-hmm.
John Bates, 41% of the snaps at the tight end position. Ben Sennett is at 30% of the snaps. I do think I said all year that I would expect Sennett and McCaffrey's offensive production to start increasing after Halloween, right? Well, now we're at Thanksgiving, and I wonder if those snap counts start to increase here. This is a relatively rudimentary breakdown. Like, I don't have down and distance attached to this stuff, which matters, especially with Bates. But Sennett, perhaps this is anecdotal. I don't think he can't not block. I mean, the block he had on the Daniels option run touchdown was vicious.
Yeah.
So
he can block. But the thing about it, for a fan or either a media guy to say, oh, he should get snaps. We don't know what they're doing in practice. We probably don't know why they're not getting the snaps. Sometimes young guys learn and they get it. Sometimes they take them a little longer. So maybe they're not getting it done enough to be able to get those snaps.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the phone lines are going to remain open. Everybody's there. Stay there. We're going off phones for at least the next hour. But when you talk about a guy that gets it or doesn't, and guys that get it and understand it are the ones that are on the field, they've been clear about that throughout, that you've got to prove that you know and understand the concepts and can execute them.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's what you're looking for in your own life when it comes to buying or selling a home, you need to work with a guy like John Leahy. That's a dude that understands the real estate game.
And that dude can figure out things for you. Just like Chandra, she was in the process of selling her Germantown, Maryland home, and she knew that, she and her husband wanted to go buy their own house themselves. But, she reached out to John. John came in and saved the day. John went out there, sold a house, and everything worked out so well that they were able to go out there and get their new home because they got more on their old home than they were asking for. John always goes out there and exceeds what you're asking for. See for yourself at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com, find out your home's value in mere seconds. And John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
I think when it comes to talking to John Leahy, it's really about a human that can understand your situation and do what's best for you and your family. Listen, sometimes you're moving for not the best reasons. Say there's a divorce, a death in the family, whatever it is, you're going to be stressed out, and you need an expert that understands the playing field. That's where John can help you. And then to go one step further, what if your house, you just need to spend 7-8 G's to paint and fix up your kitchen a little bit, but you don't want to put that money in, right? Well, talk to John. He can front you that cash, get you the repairs you need. You settle up with him on the back end, making your home more irresistible to buyers and in turn driving that price up. These are the kinds of things John Leahy can figure out because he's an expert, people. He's the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com.
The Dallas Cowboys stunned the Washington Commanders 34-26. Austin Seibert missed a game-tying extra point late after Jaden Daniels had found Terry McLaurin for a dramatic 86-yard touchdown catch. The Cowboys outscored the Commanders 24-17 in the fourth quarter. Dallas with 2 kickoff return touchdowns in the final 3 minutes. Daniels finished 275 through the air, 2 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions. The Commanders have lost 3 in a row. Sunday Night Football, Eagles beat the Rams 37-20 behind a career-best 255 yards, 2 scores, Saquon Barkley. Baltimore plays LA Chargers Monday Night Football. Pacers beat the Wizards 115-103. Maryland comes back to beat Villanova 76-75.
Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Thursday is a national holiday. It is Thanksgiving. It's also
Most
Landfill's
important
birthday.
is Landfill's birthday.
Yeah, man. Happy birthday to Landfill. I believe he's turning 30. Big year.
Nah, he's past 30.
I want to get to a couple calls. Devon is in Rockville. I know he'll text you mad at me if I don't go to him. Hello, Devon. How do you do?
Man, that was one time, man, and that was almost a year ago. I love you, JP. Hey, it's simple, man. I really don't have a distinctive blame pod number, but it's like we said, man, I felt it because we was letting them hang around, and a lot of it I do want to blame on the coaches, though, but then I get to do that. But what I blame on the coaches is he's been preaching that we haven't been able to practice. So you finally get the 10 days to practice, and everybody is like, oh, I know they can't wait to get to their bye. But this 10 days is kind of like a mini bye. And for you to come out and not put your foot on their neck versus a team that you should know front and back defensively versus their offense, and it's like, but then on the other end, I hear my big bro, B. Mitch, always talk about it. The players is one thing. I mean, the coaches is one thing, but when you out there on the field, you got to make plays. And it was plays that was left out there. Offensively, man, I really feel like the last 3 games, it's a copycat league, and I think starting with Pittsburgh, it was blitz JD5, and it rushes the plays, it rushes him, and it's like we're not making no adjustment against that. You know what I'm saying? I even tweeted it early in the game, like, why do we keep kicking it to Tober? Like, he's known to return it. I hope this don't bite us in the butt. And sure enough, it happened. You know what I'm saying? But it was just a bad day because 9 times out of 10, that play wouldn't happen again. You know what I'm saying? It just was a snowball effect for us not coming out hair on fire with everybody in the stadium yesterday. We were supposed to come out and just put them out there in misery like everybody's saying, go up 20. They would have quit, and we didn't do a good job. And one of the callers said he blamed the fans like, yeah, we talked our trash, but we don't have no control over the game. And we talked our trash factually because they saw it, and we was the better team, and we allowed them to come in our house and steal our food because we was playing with it. It's unexcusable of the law, but hey, got to get back to the drawing board, like they say, man. And they just got to play with a little bit more urgency, man.
Yep. Thanks for the call, Devon. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, brother.
It's funny he brings up urgency because in the locker room on Thursday, urgency came up, and McLaurin had a great line. He's like, yeah, we feel the urgency. Every week is urgent. And if you think about the NFL, every Sunday is an event.
Yeah.
Like every week is a huge deal. And I don't know that you can look at Terry yesterday and say it was an urgency issue.
He played urgent.
You know, sometimes guys, I never get in the effort game. I think that's a pretty dangerous place to get into when you see what football players look like after games. I don't think you can really go through it without the right effort. Now, maybe there are some things about execution and making mistakes and mentally being all the way there. But one thing I do think needs discussion. And for a while, it was easy to be dismissive of this because everything worked. But one of the knocks on Cliff going into the season is that he doesn't move his receivers around. McLaurin has run the vast majority of his work on the left side of the offense.
Mm-hmm.
When he has been on the far right side or even in the slot, it's only 27 routes he's run out of, the amount of routes he's run is probably 400, I would imagine. On those
yesterday was on the right side.
On those plays, we know numerically it doesn't happen that often.
Mm-hmm.
And when it does happen, it tends to succeed. On the 27 routes run from the right side of the slot, he's caught 7 of 8 targets for $170 and 2 touchdowns. And I think the deep shot yesterday, he was on the right side.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't a crosser, right? Like he was he lined up.
Upside line, boom, hit him. Kept going.
That looked like a deep post or something almost because he was coming in and then he broke it back out to get down the field. It's tough because you don't want to be too reactionary each week to stuff, but now you've got 3 weeks in a row. If Terry doesn't have the 86-yarder yesterday, he finishes yesterday with like 15 yards.
16.
Yeah. So there are some glitches in this thing.
Yeah, but if they have to do just like if you see that he's successful when you do things like that, you got to implement it. Find a way. And I understand the coaches that say we run our offense, we hit the wide receiver. I understand that. When a guy has shown you consistently, he's that dude, you find a way to go to him more often. You know what I mean? Because CeeDee Lamb is the receiver they have, and they're going to find a way to get him 10, 15 targets a game.
I think Jason Garrett, who I don't think was a very good head coach, but I think Jason Garrett has a good fundamental understanding of offense, said they've got to get McLaurin involved earlier because it creates, even if it's the illusion of some sort of deep shot availability.
Yeah. What it does, especially when you get the top receiver involved, just like anybody else, the other team thinks just like the fans. If we're thinking he needs the ball, the other team think then he starts getting it, and then they're gonna start thinking we got to stop him. So they start deploying more than one guy over there, which leaves other people wide open then, and that makes it easier for those guys that are not number 1 or 2 receivers. They give them a chance to get open. It works hand in hand.
Trucker Dan is on the line. What up, Trucker?
What up, Dan?
What up, gentlemen?
Kellen.
Man, that was a bad one yesterday. I wasn't even mad. I was just upset.
Mm-hmm.
I like my team and I love my squad. I don't care. I talk a lot of trash even if we losing. But I was more so upset because this is a rivalry game. And goddamn, at the end, Austin Eckler gets smacked. Boom. And through the TV, you can hear the Cowboys fan chanting, "Let's go Cowboys." Man, I was really mad when I saw that right there. Because the boy, I think he was conscious and all that, and you hear him chanting on our home field. We're not even Dallas.
I don't think the chanting was related to Eckler being injured. I think it was because they had just won the game and there were a bunch of them there.
Yeah, I know, but I felt in that moment I wasn't happy because I was like, man, look what they did. Like, if I was a player, I'd have just took that to heart. Next time I played the Cowboys, it'd have been on. But I don't know how to feel about Fitchburg. I don't know what the hell going on with that man. I don't know why, like you said earlier, I don't know why Ben Simmons is not taking these offensive snaps because he's actually good. We need definitely another wide receiver. Too many drops. And what's going on with Anthony Lynn in the running scheme? I don't. Why didn't I run to C-Rob? You know, I feel bad for them running back right now, man.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate the call. The run game situation, B, I don't want to speculate head injuries, but I do know this is Eckler's second concussion this season. I do know that yesterday they took him to the hospital after the game just to be cautious and make sure they were able to monitor him. You and I were in that tunnel when he walked off. Not a great scene, right? Robinson didn't get a second half carry with this ankle issue. Not what looked like really bad early in the game because he came back in after that, but afterwards there was an ankle issue. Listen to this. Through 7 weeks in the NFL, the Commanders were 7th in plays to go 10 or more yards. 7th. 22% of their plays were going 10 or more yards. In the last 5 games, they're 30th in the league.
Wow.
And I think when you see that kind of a swing, there's got to be a holistic approach to it because there's not any one thing. It's not like Cliff was good and now sucks. It's not like Jaden was good and is now bad. But I think all of these things are factors, dude. And one thing we have applauded this staff for, B, and I think we've seen it defensively for sure. Joe Witt has said it on the podium. Players, not plays. Like let's get our guys into the best positions and let's be nimble and flexible. One thing I do not like when coaches do it is stick to their system because it's their system and our system will work. Now, if you truly, if your film study and your analytics tell you that this is an execution issue, the plays are there, we're just not getting it done. Okay, but I don't know how long that can go. I don't know that now is the time to pull the ripcord, but it's getting close.
Yeah.
It's getting close.
With that.
Phones are packed. We're going to keep them going. Nobody go anywhere. Rosenberg joins us at 12:30. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, a lot of folks been on hold a long time.
Let's get 'em.
Rusty's in Delaware. What up, Russ?
Hey, fellas, how we doing today?
Good, buddy.
Not good,
How are
Rusty.
you?
Not good.
Yeah, good, not good. It's all the same right now. Going back to what Jeff's was, do you guys remember when RG3 wore the Sean Taylor jersey at the Pro Bowl? That was kind of weird.
I gladly had forgotten that.
You're welcome for the reminder. My blame pie, here we go. I'm usually kind of 50-50 or 100%, but I got some detail. Thinking about this on the ride home last night, and I was one of the 63 people listening to your podcast, JP.
Appreciate you.
And yeah, man, always. So the defense, I'm going 25%. I think the coverage was just a little inconsistent. It seemed like every time on third downs, it was like, where's 25? We're going to throw it at him. And that kind of continues to be a thing, but, you know, that's what we got. I thought there was a real lack of a pass rush. I think the Cowboys were down a few linemen, and we had one sack.
Fair.
Still, you know, can't stop the run. It's a weekly thing. I know they didn't break 100, but very early they were dominating the line of scrimmage, and it was just one of those things where it was like, okay, you know, is this ever? Joe Witt's done an awesome job, in my opinion. I'm confused to why the adjustment of stopping the run hasn't really happened. On the offensive side, I'm going 45%. Offensive line struggles. You know, I know a lot of guys were getting banged up and everything, but it just seemed like they had no answer for Micah. You know, I don't know what his numbers were, but he was everywhere. The field position gifts, not capitalizing on those. So frustrating to see. You know, you get such a short field, and you think we have an offense that can move to that short field, and you don't capitalize on anything. I think I saw Tress Way has punted 17 times in the last 3 games. Like, that's unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
And and Terry on third down doesn't seem to be on the field. At least he wasn't early in the game. Not quite sure.
He ended up playing like 85% of the snaps, so some of it is just if he's run 2 long routes and just needs a blow. But yeah,
Gotcha.
I hear you. I hear you.
It's
I
just
think
on the money
even
down.
the
Like to have
2-point
your money
conversion,
players.
he wasn't out there. The first 2-point
Yeah, that's what I'm
conversion,
saying.
and then Dallas called a timeout, and then he was out there. It's
So
a good.
the rest, 20% to special teams, way too many errors. 10% to coaching. I think it was very conservative on the offensive side. It seemed like there was just couldn't get the plays in, couldn't get the plays going. I don't know. I think you guys mentioned earlier when they're in tempo, everything seems to be fine, but it's just they've got some work to do. And I know they've played for like 18, 19 straight weeks, but you know, if they're going to make the tournament, we got some work to do.
Thanks,
right,
brother.
brother.
Appreciate the call. I'm gonna give you mine real quick. I haven't gone. I don't know the percentages, but there's a number of people I think I'm going to name some names here.
Mhm.
John Bates had a fumble. You're trying to come back in a game that you never should have been this far down the line in. You cannot fumble in that situation.
Yep.
We've talked about it at length, but Austin Seibert, you were really good before the hip injury. I don't know what happened yesterday. If it is just a one-off thing, you know, sometimes it feels like the world is caving in on you. I know that feeling, and it had to feel like that for him yesterday.
Got to fight through it.
But the performance has to be better. Kingsbury, you're in charge of the play calling, dude. And it's just, you get gifted field position. The amount of gifts that were handed to this Washington team in the first half that were not taken advantage of is just, it's a boring, like it's not winning football. I thought Dallas did a really good job blitzing and rushing with their front. The O-line's got to be better. I know the injuries are piling up, but I was pretty surprised by that. Noah Igbenogany, 2 killer pass interference calls, both of which were pretty legit. You match that with Benjamin St. Juste on the deep ball, the ability for them to get, I think it was a field goal just before halftime. You lose 3 in a row, and this one you lose to a team that's 3-7. The head coach got to take some ownership. I got DQ on my list. I thought the D-line, Dallas had not been able to run the ball whatsoever. And maybe it's an oversimplification to go at the D-line for this, but Rico Dowdle went 19 for 86, averaged 4.5 per carry yesterday. They were able to run the ball pretty well, and that is a recurring theme for the Washington defense. Something's got to be better there. And then lastly, I suppose this stat exists somewhere, and I could try to look it up. Brian, you give up not one but 2 kickoff return for touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
That is unacceptable. And I get the last one was an onside.
The last one is more just like Jaden's last interception. Desperation.
The last pick shouldn't even count to me. But I hear you. But the Turpin one's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is.
You know, you got one of the best return men. I don't know. I don't love the decision to kick the Turpin. I don't love the coverage, all of it. But like the kickoff coverage has to be on this list in that situation.
If the coverage stayed in their lanes, they make that tackle.
Phone lines are packed. Is everybody ready? Is everybody prepared? Are you prepared, Brian?
For what?
Rev T when we come back.
Let's go get it.
This update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. Washington Commanders learning from the loss to the Dallas Cowboys 34-26. Austin Seibert missed a game-tying extra point late. Cowboys outscored the Commanders 24-17 in the fourth quarter. Jeremy Reeves on the Dallas kickoff return for a touchdown.
I didn't make the play when it was there to make, and it cost us. That's as a older guy, leader on this team, that's my play to make. 1,000%. I've done it hundreds and hundreds of times.
Jaden Daniels on the offense right now.
We just haven't been executing how we did in prior. Our execution, throughout this game, we had short fields, stuff like that. We just didn't capitalize on those opportunities.
Sunday Night Football, Eagles beat the Rams 37-20. Tonight's Monday night matchup, Baltimore against the LA Chargers, kickoff 8:15 p.m. Left-handed starter Yusei Kikuchi has signed a LA Angels agreement, 3 years and $63 million. Pacers beat the Wizards 115-103. Alex Sarr and Bilal Coulibaly 17 each. Maryland beat Villanova 76-75. BU over Howard 69-62. American beat Albany 81-77. George Washington versus Illinois State at 3. Tonight at 5:30 on Team 980, Virginia Tech against Michigan. Federal integrators, are you looking to beef up that roster? Gridiron IT, the leading provider of IT talent across the country, can help. You know the game, they know the players. Choose Gridiron IT as your trusted partner and build your winning team together. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. Byron Curl, the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067. The Fan. Landfill's playing sad Beatles songs. That's how you know.
That song is depressing.
I don't know if he's. What do they say about Batman? He doesn't necessarily want the job, but he needs the job. The Batman of our times is a man of the cloth. Very few people more prepared or excellent to set us straight this morning on a Misery Monday than the Reverend. Mr. Rev T joins the program. Hello, Reverend. How do you do on this Misery Monday?
JP, B. Mitch, Jeff Lansfield, my 1067 The Fan family, my Commander Nation family. You asked me how do I feel on a Misery Monday after we done came out of this wilderness and the Commanders lost to the Cowboys. You know, I was going to speak on something else, but that song, it just inspired me because, I go in the moment, not in the situation. I done heard my brothers and sisters cry about yesterday. It seems like our troubles just three games ago were so far away. But now the dream is starting to fade away, and some of y'all ain't believing in yesterday. See, yesterday y'all was praising Daniels. Yesterday y'all was praising Siebert. Yesterday y'all was praising Quinn and Kingsbury. But today, though, after a situation, after a bad situation, your mind is worrying and your heart is they gave you a little bit of trouble. But believe it or not, you ask the Reverend how I feel. Ask me how I feel, JP. Ask me how I feel right now.
How do you feel, Rev?
JP?
Yes. How do you feel?
Ask me how I feel.
I have twice.
3 times.
How do you feel?
I feel good, JP. Because at the end of the day, sometimes you got to lose in order to figure out how to win. And at the end of the day, we didn't even expect them to have the record that they got right now. Half of these people that's chastising and criticizing them, they thought the record be better than this. I know it hurt. I know we got to listen to these Bama's Cowboys. So what? They be all right. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the season, they going home, and we got a shot to go run in the playoffs. But for you Bama's who don't believe, for you Bama's who disbelieve, I called on the Lord. Lord, help them, Lord. Lord, save the defense right now. Save the offense right now. Hold on, Lord. Please really help their special teams right now. Y'all know what this is. The people's hype, man. And Bama's, let your heart be not discouraged. Say it with me. Red T. And I still say, why not us? Why not us? Bama's, just get whatever the hell. Bye.
Thank you, Reverend. Just real quick, so I'm not crazy. I asked Rev how he was feeling like 3 times, right? He just didn't hear me.
You did.
Anybody named Nas gets through. Nas and Clinton. Nas, how you feeling,
What's up?
buddy?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you, man.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I just wanted to come in and say, man, I want to get a blame pod literally to us as fans for the expectations we had after being 7-2, not taking into account that early in the season we had struggles, but yet we did pull through in primetime moments because we have got a rookie quarterback. And since then, it seems like because we haven't had success in a long time, that now we have to speed up the process. And with a Super Bowl, we're going to make the playoffs. We looked at Dallas and say, well, they lose, and they talking about their coaches, that if we was going to win that game without the game even being played. And then other 50% of the blame, I'm going to give it to the players and the coaches, because yesterday, despite you having good field position, blocking a punt and a field goal, you guys didn't execute, right? You guys, it seemed like there wasn't the effort needed to say, let's put this team away. We can't go in each week, and when we're behind, we realize, damn, let's go score.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Versus coming in and saying, hey, we up. Let's keep doing what we're doing to put the game away. And I think with this team now, with the personnel you have, some of those guys are replacement players. They're not necessarily starters on other teams. So, yes, moving forward, things should get better and will get better. But I just think overall, us as a fan base, yeah, we want to beat Dallas, but let's temper some expectations. Each week is not a win. You got to go out there and fight and let your rookie quarterback show his abilities. He has elite traits, but he also has some struggles. But the reality is this. I call him the KD of NFL. When the game is on the line, no matter what the clock is, he can go get you to that end zone. He's no different than KD.
He said
getting
that
a bucket.
yesterday. It was cool. He's like, man, whatever the situation, the Washington Commanders are going to fight. Thanks for the call, Nas. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yep. All right, bro.
I do think
I like that.
Late in the game, when Dallas stopped blitzing, I think a lot of interior pressure is impacting Jaden and the Commanders' offense. And I think you generally see that across the NFL.
Yep.
In tale as old as time. When there's interior, quarterbacks can handle pressure from the edges, especially a guy like Jaden that can take off with his legs.
Mm-hmm.
When the pressure's in your face before you even have a chance to complete your drop back, it's a lot more difficult.
That's what I've said. Like, we always talk about the pass rushes. I'm like, the guys inside can cause more trouble than the guys outside. We were just saying that last year about our defense. You know, we always talked about, we got rid of the Trace. We got rid of Montez. Oh, we could have had people coming through the middle too.
Let's go to Alvin. What up, Alvin?
What's up, JP?
How you doing, pal?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, JP, man, you owe me a beer because I listen to all your podcasts.
I appreciate that, bud. I'll work on it.
B. Mitch, you need to bottle up and sell that gumbo.
All
right, my blame pie, 30%, I want to give to the special teams because it was just horrible yesterday. 30% to Cliff Kingsbury because he just looked confused on the sideline whenever they showed him yesterday. And 30% I want to give to the offensive line because we didn't get any push in the run game against a weak run defense. And my last 10% I want to give to the defense because we didn't make the plays when they were out there to be made.
I appreciate it, man. It's a good call, Alvin.
All right, man.
Thanks, buddy. Landville, we haven't checked in with you.
You've been quiet today, Landfill.
Awfully quiet. And I'm curious, Blame Pie, how you feeling? Just kind of checking in with the chief BSologist of the program.
Yeah, that was a terrible performance. They've been playing poorly for several weeks. I'm going to give 30% to Cliff Kingsbury. I think we're seeing exactly what happened in Arizona all those years. They start off hot, and he just can't evolve the offense in season or whatever, and halfway through, other teams figure him out. And it's just a series of pathetic performances from then on. I expect it to continue for the rest of the year. The O-line can't block anymore. The receivers can't catch. Jaden's not as accurate with the passing. They gave up 30-something points, so you'd think the defense deserves some blame. But the last couple of weeks, it's been the same story. They actually start off playing pretty well, but the offense just keeps going 3 and out every series, and eventually those guys get tired. You can only ask them to do so much. So I'm going to go like 30% on Cliff Kingsbury. I'm going to go, I think, 30% on the guys that actually play on offense, because I don't think there were good performances from any of them, except maybe Terry. And then the special teams was just an absolute disaster as well. Just everything from, you can't snap the ball, you're missing kicks, and you can't cover on kicks. Just a complete disaster.
I mean, that defense didn't give up 30. They gave up 20.
Thanks, buddy.
But even that, I don't think it's particularly fair to blame them, because they just keep getting put in tough spots.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to expect, oh, great, we got a punt. Maybe our offense will be able to possess the ball for more than 45 seconds or something, and they're just not.
The thing that kills me is when Witt and Quinn got hired, they made it clear, turnovers. Ball is life. We are about generating turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing that with some regularity and success, and the Washington offense is doing nothing once they get the ball.
Yeah.
That, to me, is a real problem. I'm a little confused here, Landville. Somebody named JP is on the line. I assure you it's not me. Let's find out. Hello, JP. This is JP.
JT.
What's up?
JT. How y'all doing?
I'm good.
Right.
Thank you for taking my call. First time caller. I've been a Redskins fan, I can say that, since I was 7 or 8, give or take a couple of years. That dates back to the first Super Bowl. I put 100% on the team because last time I looked, it was a team game. Mitch, you say it's a rebuild. In Philly, they call it a process. I think Josh Harris owns the Sixers. So with that process, I think it's a few more years before we have that final product on the field. It took Dan Campbell how many years now? What, 4 or 5 years?
But Dan got his stuff going the second year.
Yeah, but he didn't start out cheap.
Yeah.
With a rookie quarterback either. But his first year, he didn't have much success as we are also. So it's a rebuild, like you say, D-Man.
His second year, they went 9-8. The second year for Campbell in Detroit, they went 9-8. And then,
so what was the first year?
That was a bad year, 3-13 and
Okay.
1.
And where are we right now?
Yeah,
7-5.
I think they're ahead of schedule. Doesn't change it. Yesterday was a mess. But you know what, JP? I appreciate the long view, man. I do.
Yeah, so I have a long history with the team.
Thanks for the call, bro.
Appreciate you, man.
Oh, Drew's on the line. Drew, what up, man? How you feeling from yesterday?
Oh, it was a terrible loss. You know, our offense was missing in action for the first half, and our place-kicking team accounted for 19 points of differential on an 8-point loss. That's unexcusable. But I got 5 points for my favorite media guy in the Blame Pie for jinxing the comeback. Because at 3:50-something, with still minutes left of playing time on the clock, I saw a tweet that said, Washington's lost 3 in a row and their offense is anemic. And as soon as I saw it, I'm like, we can come back. He's jinxing us. And then I saw that tweet zip from my phone.
Is that from me?
Right, yes.
Drew, if you think my tweet had anything to do with what happened in that game, God bless you, buddy.
I'm just saying, JP. It tweeted, it went right off my phone, and it knocked that point after it. I was like, "What? Didn't his Tyreek Stevenson moment?" The clock's not at 0-0. The game's not over. What's happening, JP?
All right. Yo, I'll take your 5%, Drew. No problem, buddy. It was premature. You're correct. I'll own that. I think my assessment was still pretty spot on, but I will own that it was premature.
It was like Dewey defeats Truman if Dewey would have really won.
I don't know that it was quite that significant, but all right. Thank you for the call, dude. I appreciate it. Jaden is in Columbus. Jaden, what up?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man.
Good, buddy.
So my blame pie, again, is going to kind of be similar to everyone else. Cliff, I think I called you guys 2 weeks ago. This is a problem going back to Texas Tech. Everywhere he's been, second half of the season, offense drops off a cliff. And I don't understand why people care about the wins or losses. No, I don't care about that. It's our quarterback, who's supposed to be a stud, is not playing well. He's regressing. Every other rookie quarterback, one of my best friends is a Bears fan. He is more happy than I am today. And they lost. Why? Their quarterback's getting better. Ours is not. Bo Nix is getting better. That's why Kyler and him had beef, because Kyler always regressed. He'd be an MVP candidate, and then he would drop off a cliff. As a rookie, I just want you to get better. I don't care about the wins or losses. We're a one-and-done playoff team. Okay, cool. 9-8, 10-7, don't care. We have no chance of making a Super Bowl. I want Jaden Daniels to get better. That's it. And with the Dan Quinn hire, this is my concern with defensive head coaches. You have no influence on the quarterback. Dan Quinn cannot help Jaden Daniels one bit, and he's one of our highest paid employees. Look at the Texans. D'Amico Ryans has no control over C.J. Stroud. He cannot help him. Sean Payton can help Bo Nix. He's the head coach, and he's never going to leave. When you have an offensive head like Matt LaFleur, he's never leaving Jordan Love. His play caller will always be there. Mike McDaniel and Tua, their play caller will never leave. Dan Quinn is beholden to an offensive coordinator.
McDaniel wasn't even there when they drafted you. Listen,
if you're going to use that, remember Bill Belichick was with Tom Brady, and they won.
And
So
what
they-
was he when Brady left?
But still, he was there with him. So if you get the right offensive mind, you got the right offensive mind. It
Peyton
doesn't make a
didn't, win
difference, bro.
Peyton didn't win a Super Bowl until Tony Dungy was the head coach. I don't want to dismiss what you're saying about Jaden, about Cliff's struggles in the second half. Like there's enough evidence that it's a real discussion, right? But I don't think Jaden can't succeed just because they didn't hire an offensive play caller as a head coach. I think more than one thing can be true at once. What was that?
Because every other rookie's progressing. Ours is regressing. Like Bears fans are pretty happy. Caleb is looking like a number one pick.
But some of that is also some of that is also perception.
Week 11 or 12 for that to really happen.
Right, and a lot of that is perception.
What are you talking about, man?
Like Denver's playing really well as a team.
I hate the people that call in here with this BS about Jaden. I'm not going to quit on Jaden. I think Jaden's a damn good athlete. I think he's a damn good quarterback.
He's the guy.
And I think he's going to be a good quarterback. But every time another quarterback have a good game, I can give a damn. Long as I continue.
Daniels is the guy. I love Daniels. He's the guy. I'm just concerned about the regression. He's a stud. I think he's going to be top 10 for his whole career. My problem is the regressing. He needs to be getting better as a rookie. He shouldn't have reached his peak in September.
I don't know that he's regressing as much as the team overall is struggling. And I think those can be separate. There were moments early on, though, where it looked like he could carry them regardless whatever else happened. It's a good call, Jaden, and I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. All right. Lord, here goes nothing. Commander, go quick. What's up, buddy?
Here goes nothing. Ay. Tell me about that. Okay. My special pie goes to a mud pie to the special teams. You know, they did their best, but then that's a mud pie for them, you know, with some whipped cream, with some Baileys and hot chocolate for them. But we're a team. We're the Commander team. So the whole pie goes to the bad pie to the Commanders as a team.
Thank you, brother.
You know,
He's serving mud pie. Sammy, last one. Sammy, go quick for me, bud.
Samuel Wu, brother, Northwest DC, 1400 Indicator.
Shout out to 14th Indicator. What up?
I'm a Brad Mitchell fan, a big JP Philly fan. I love the Commanders, brother.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate the call. When we return, Peter Rosenberg will join the program. Brian, I know you're fired up to talk to Rosenberg, and I know he's got a hell of a story from talking and hanging with Jay-Z yesterday. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's games. All right, we got the Ravens taking on the Chargers. Anytime touchdown. All right, I'm going to go with Lamar Jackson. Over rushing yards, we'll go with Derrick Henry. Over passing yards, well, you know what? I'm going to go with Lamar Jackson on that as well. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders lost their third straight game yesterday as they fell to the Cowboys 34-26. Their record now 7-5. Taking a look at the NFC playoff picture, Washington currently still holding the 7 seed. The Cardinals just behind them at 6-5. 3 other teams at 5-6. The Buccaneers, the Rams, and the 49ers. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Har Bowl. The Ravens taking on the Chargers in LA. 8:15 kickoff. Also in the NFL, the Jets are hiring the 33rd team to assist in the search for their new GM and head coach. Company founder Mike Tannenbaum and Rick Spielman are going to lead that project. Basketball yesterday, the Wizards fell to the Pacers for their 11th straight loss. They fell 115-103. They're back in action tomorrow at home as they take on the Bulls in NBA Cup action. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Michigan in the Fort Myers tip-off. 6 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. Virginia Tech looking to end their 2-game skid. Hockey tonight, the Caps taking on the Panthers in Florida. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. The Capitals also on a 2-game skid. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Running down my life.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Joining us right now as he heads back to NYC, I believe, is our guy, Mr. Peter Rosenberg. He was at Northwest Stadium yesterday. You had a very funny Instagram post. A lot of people in that suite. What up, man? How are you?
First of all, big warning to the many listeners you have who are going to be making this same drive in the next couple of days. It is already annoying, and it is Monday.
Really? That bad already?
Wow.
I mean, bro, we left Bethesda a little after 10:15, maybe. It's going to end up being, it looks like 4 hours and 40 minutes. It's bad.
Oh man.
How long it normally take you?
I mean, on a good day, under 3:45.
Wow.
I mean, it's looking about an hour worse than usual, and it's Monday morning, so
Right.
that's a little worrisome.
Wow.
Speaking of worrisome, what'd you think of the loss yesterday?
It was worrisome. It was very worrisome. I'd say I'm trying to think of what my top takeaway is, besides, of course, just the overall madness. Like, what a ridiculous football game in every way. But I mean, listen, we have an offense problem. Like, that is can talk about the end of the game and all that stuff. And I listen to you guys do it, and I'm happy to do it as well. But the truth is, now you kind of go back to like halfway through the Steelers game, and there is an offense problem on this team. I don't know what's going on with the play calling. I don't know why the receivers cannot catch the football, but it just does not feel like anybody wants to do the quarterback any favors on this football team right now.
I agree with that. I also, speaking of worrisome, are you being surrounded by Harley Davidsons or something? What is going on the road?
Yeah, dude, I just got off my Bluetooth and went to my speaker hoping to be better. It's one of those 18-wheelers that like every couple of minutes just does that crazy. It sounds like someone's shooting at me on the trip.
Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg. He was at the game yesterday. Of course, ESPN New York fighting the good burgundy and gold fight in the city of Gotham. The offensive regression, the numbers support it. Like, there's ample evidence. Where do you think it comes from? Are you worried about Cliff? Are you worried about Jaden? Are you worried about the O-line? Is it a combination of all of these things? How do you explain it?
I got to say, guys, call me crazy, call me overly optimistic. I don't think it's Jaden. Like, I don't think he looked hurt yesterday.
We don't either.
There were a couple. Yeah, I mean, there was the one ball in the end zone early to Ertz that was a little overthrown. Like, he had a couple balls that weren't perfect. But by and large, like, for example, there was that one horrible drive where on 3 plays in a row, he had to end up just scrambling right and running out of bounds. And when I watched those plays from the box I was in, like, I could see he had nothing, and I could see him looking at his options. Like, he's still seeing the field. There was nothing home. And then throughout the day, it just seemed like, besides Terry McLaurin, tell me who the reliable receiver is. Team, I don't see that he has one. So I think it's a combination of scheme. Tend as if Cliff Kingsbury has not been criticized in this league before.
Right.
I think it may be a matter of people have figured out the Cliff Kingsbury offense halfway through the season, and then he's getting no help on the plays. And guys, they finally get a completion over the middle. You think they're going to get something going, and the tight end just leaves the ball sitting on the field. So no one wanted to help the kid out. Please, Washington, here's what we're not going to do. We are not bailing on number 5. That kid can play.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's where I'm at, because I see a lot of different troubles, but we always go to the quarterback or the coach. And I think it's a lot more than that. But he got one dude who's going to roll with him. Number 17 going to roll with him anywhere he goes. They need to find a way to get him the ball earlier, though.
Yeah, and, I was talking to Wale after the game yesterday, and he was talking about McCaffrey. And he was saying, McCaffrey's the kind of player where early in a game, you got to get someone like him involved. And if someone like him gets involved and gets energy and gets momentum, maybe he's someone who contributes throughout a game. You know what I mean? Like, Terry's the kind of guy who can pop up at any point. Like, and I think I heard this being discussed on the radio too. Terry, at any given moment, nothing's going on, and all of a sudden he does what he did yesterday.
Yeah.
But there are other guys on this team who need to get going early, and that's not being done. And by the way, I do have to call out our brother, the legend Doc Walker. At one point yesterday, and obviously, listen, guys, it's Doc. It's an emotional game. I know what I'm signing up for when I choose to listen to Doc Walker after a painful loss.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm aware of what I'm getting, but at one point, Doc said, and I've been listening to Doc now for 20-some years, so I know what I'm getting. But at one point, someone talked about what a bad loss it was, and Doc said, I mean, is it possible it wasn't a bad loss? It was a great win. No, Doc, it's not possible. That was a bad loss. That was a bad.
Dude, I went on with Doc. I went on with Doc last night, and it was a hell of a hit. It was. I love Doc. I completely do. It almost seemed like he was yelling at me because I said I'm not sure their receivers are good enough, and he said, "Well, go get another one." And I was like, "Well, Doc, I think they're trying."
That's not how it works.
It was a bad loss, undoubtedly. I think interior pressure is really starting to impact Jaden and this offense, because when he was able to escape to the edges, he's got the speed and he's good. But when it's in your face right away, it's a different ball game. Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg, you can give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Dude, so you posted this video at the end of Terry hitting that 86-yard touchdown and then them missing the extra point. And in the suite you're in appeared to be Jaden's mom, Jay-Z, Wale, Governor Westmore, Matt Rafe, I think the comedian, was in there. Where were you? How did you end up there? And what was that scene like?
Damn it, he's Peter Rosenberg. What you think?
That's a good point.
You know what? See, that's why B. Mitch is my guy. I love you. I love you, Austin Eckler. That's the only 30 I know right there. First of all, Matt Rafe was there. Was he a Commanders fan?
He was playing a show at MGM, I think.
Got it. By the way, Marshmello was in there too. DJ Marshmello was there as well.
I've heard he is a Skins fan, but doesn't like to let it out there because he's like a Philly guy.
Yeah, he was wearing an authentic Terry McLaurin jersey. Corday was in there as well. It was a lot of people. So I was the guest of Michael Rubin, man. Rubin's been a good guy to me for a long time, and I had seen him a few months ago, and he said, I have a suite. I said, oh, well, I have a couple of plugs in Washington, and they take good care of me. And he said, my suite's better, I promise. And I said, okay, I will take you up on it, my friend. And so I reached out, and it just happened to be when I hit his assistant up 2 months ago and asked for a game, it happened to be this game. And then that turned into this, whatever it was yesterday, which was crazy. And me and my wife ended up watching the entire game with Jaden's family. And yeah, it was heartbreaking, man. The end of that game, the emotional roller coaster. And I heard what you guys were saying at the beginning of the show about Seibert, and I do think it's fascinating. Listen, B-Mitch is right. If they had tried to go for 2 and didn't get it, people would have killed Dan Quinn, me among them. But it is crazy that we opted not to kick it last week, but in a game in which he'd already missed an extra point and a field goal, we did not. It was such a perfect storm of terrible. And to me, I just need an answer. Like, is the guy mentally not right, or is the hip still bad? But obviously yesterday was crazy sweet to be in there. I'll tell you one thing about Jay-Z. Locked in to football. That man had the iPad, was watching all the games and our game intently. He was like very dialed in.
Wow.
in a way I did not expect. And hilarious moment at the end of the day, as we're about to leave, I ran into him, and my wife is a huge Jay-Z fan, and I have a nice enough rapport with him, and I introduced my wife, and the only words out of her mouth when they shook hands, she just said, "I love you" to him. That was it. I've never heard someone drop the L-bomb. No, he seemed flattered.
No, I mean, for you.
Listen, I was still geeked about meeting Wes Moore, who was a lovely, lovely guy.
He's
I
cool
never met
as
the
hell,
governor
man.
before.
He's also really good at picking football games.
Oh, really? He knows the game too?
He
Dude,
comes on this show every week.
We have him on every Friday. He makes 5 picks a week. I haven't checked all the games from yesterday because I think he's waiting on the Monday nighter tonight, but he was 34-20 coming into the weekend. Yeah, he's good.
Well, listen, I saw him and I said, hey, no pressure. Nice to meet you. Go ahead and just save our democracy. Thanks, Gov. And kept it moving.
Dude, how long have you known Jay-Z?
I mean, honestly, since pretty early when I got up to New York, I first interviewed him, I think, in 2008 or 2009, and then a few times subsequently. I hadn't seen him in a few years, but I had a funny memory yesterday when I saw him because I met him probably 5 times at some point, and I ran into him at a J. Cole show. And when he walked by me, we like dapped each other up. And I said, hey, man, it's Peter Rosenberg from Hot 97. This is back. This is like 2012. And he's like, bro, stop introducing yourself to me every time you see me.
Yeah, that's how
And
JP do
like,
every time he meets people.
I do that
He
also.
tell them who he is again. Nobody, they know who you are.
Listen,
who am I to assume that Jay-Z remembers who I am? Like, I've been meeting this guy since I was Tigger's intern in 1998.
Wow,
so
in the
like,
basement.
After 14 years, he was like, hey, man, I remember you now. So it was very, listen, I like to pretend to be cool, guys. I am still tickled that I got to like say what's up to him. He knows who I am, and I got to introduce my wife. It's pretty cool.
I get that. If you need support, I can tell him that I remember you wearing a Reasonable Doubt T-shirt back in high school in the mid to late 90s. So
No. He knows I'm the real deal.
Okay.
That's why I think he has a respect for me, is because he knows like there are a lot of Jay-Z fans. I'm of the first generation of Jay-Z fans.
Rockefeller, y'all. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
I have some good news and some bad news about our BCC Barons, if you care.
They made the playoff and then they lost.
Well, Brian spoiled it. They made the playoffs in football, and I think won a round, and then had to go up North Montgomery County and play Quince Orchard and got their doors blown off.
This guy asked you to go with him. You didn't go, Jay?
Nah.
Well, when was the last time that they made the playoffs in football? They don't do that very often.
I think Tosin Adeboyku was playing. I don't know. It's been a while, dude.
By the way, that was a hell of a year. That year was amazing, bro. I think they were like 9-1 that year or something. It was incredible.
Yeah, and then that team from Frederick came down and just things changed.
It's always those teams from out 270 that come and mess us up.
Yeah, man. Corn fed. Thank you, Peter.
270 team. Yeah.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Safe
Happy
travels.
Thanksgiving, guys.
Bro. Take care, Pete.
Happy Thanksgiving,
Peace.
buddy. I mean, what a scene yesterday.
Yeah, better start taking them dudes out there, them BCC boys, and go let them drop them in the country a little bit.
We're not built for that.
Yeah, too close to the city.
We're not built
to
for
get
it
them
out
country
there.
boys, baby.
Yeah. Coming up at 1:00, Babe Laufenberg joins the program.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's games. As we get the Chargers taking on the Ravens, let's do a Chargers-centric same-game parlay. Anytime touchdown, let's go with J.K. Dobbins. How about over our receiving yards? I'm going to go with Ladd McConkey. And then with the over passing yards, let's go with my guy, Justin Herbert. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, the fan.
I'm so fly.
Oh, man, that's a tough loss yesterday. People are fighting in the chat. People are fighting all over the place.
Why are they fighting?
Who knows, man? The
Don't
trolls
fight.
come in.
You
People
come
get
together.
upset.
If a troll come in, just tell Jeff and drop him out of the chat.
I live in a place where I appreciate the chat. I'm glad it exists, but I'm also not gonna devote too much of my. It's a very limited capacity in my brain, Jeff. I'm not a whole lot of time and space getting devoted to it. I did want to mention this. Our boy Greg texted earlier. 100% of my blame pie goes to RG3 for showing up. I don't know, man. I don't think it's 100%, but it is a tough day for RG3 to show up when generally he'd be the big star. But when Jay-Z is there, unless like the president of the United States shows up, like how many people are bigger stars than Jay-Z? I mean, honestly.
Wasn't nobody in that stadium yesterday.
Like, that's not a very long list.
Yeah.
Like, Messi? I don't know.
It's a football crowd now.
Still, Messi has reached a different level of the
reach
world.
whatever you want. If it's a football crowd, it's going to be different.
Who else? Like LeBron? Tom Brady maybe walking around? There's not a lot of people.
It's not going to be Tom Brady.
Beyonce, Taylor Swift?
Maybe those two.
Kardashian, maybe? Bro, she's famous, B.
Hey, she might be famous, but a lot of people don't give them the love like you might give them.
I don't give her any love.
Oh,
no,
well.
I don't consume Kardashian content.
I don't look at Kardashianism as something great. I'll keep my thoughts to myself right now because I was about to go somewhere with that.
I'm looking forward to it.
Nah.
Couple of questions here. I want to be clear that I'm not killing DQ for not going for two. Not to mention the offensive line had just sprinted like 60 yards. Typically you kick there. There was more to consider because the kicker had already missed a couple. But I'm more confused early in this game by a decision on 4th and 2 to kick a long field goal that you missed. When you've been so good at going for it on 4th and 2. Doc asked me last night, what's their go-to play? And I don't know that they have one, but I think the play they can count on really throughout the season. There was one time it didn't work in Philly when they went for it on a 4th and 2, but whether it's usually it's out of the shotgun. In the Philly situation, they ran it under center where they run, it looks like a QB counter, and they get one puller going left, and then usually two guys coming back.
They ran
to
it
the
yesterday.
Right. They ran it for the 2-point conversion.
They ran it yesterday. Yeah, and Eckler got the good block.
Yeah, I just think that's your best play. Like you need
on that play. I think also if the guy comes up real fast, I think the O-line is supposed to block down the line so you could just toss it as well.
Sure. I mean, maybe it's a true RPO, whatever it is. I think that's your best single play. I would have ran that on 4th and 2. Or at that point, you're kind of gashing him. I would have let B-Rob go. That was before all the crazy stuff. With Robinson particularly. I don't know, man. Yesterday is a really, really disappointing result. Do you have any like positives you take from that game?
Terry at the end. The fact that they were able to hit that play at that moment when people know you got to hit a big play says a lot. B-Rob early on in that game, I like Frankie Louvu, the way he was playing. I can't go very much more. No, I think Chin was having a good game,
dude.
You know that hit
Chin,
hit the dude could have easily been
Louvu,
that was Chin that hit the dude in the back. That could have easily been a fumble.
I think there's a bunch of defensive players that played pretty darn well. When we return, let's check in with the Dallas side of things. Babe Laufenberg joins the program.
All right, babe.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Commanders are now 7-5 after they dropped their third straight game when they lost to Dallas yesterday, 34-26. Washington still holding a playoff spot. They hold the 7th seed in the NFC. The Cardinals sit at 6-5 just behind them, and the Buccaneers, Rams, and 49ers all at 5-6. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Hard Bowl. The Ravens taking on the Chargers in L.A. 8:15 kickoff. It's unlikely that Roquan Smith is going to play tonight for the Ravens. Also in the NFL, the Jets are hiring the 33rd team to assist in the search for their new general manager and head coach. The company founder Mike Tannenbaum and Rick Spielman going to lead that project. Basketball last night, the Wizards fell to the Pacers 115-103. That's 11 straight losses for the Wizards. Now they're back in action tomorrow against the Bulls at home. In NBA Cup action, college hoops tonight, Virginia Tech and Fort Myers to take on Michigan in the Fort Myers tip-off. 6 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. Virginia Tech looking to end their 2-game losing streak. And in hockey, the Caps taking on the Panthers in Florida tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. The Capitals also on a 2-game losing streak. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. Just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Few people better equipped to speak off after a Washington-Dallas game than Babe Laufenberg. Of course, Babe was drafted by Joe Gibbs in Washington, 8-year NFL vet.
Babe
Now
had 3 stints here in Washington.
I know, man. A lot of them. Now close to 30 years doing Cowboys broadcasting. Babe joins us now. I assume he's made it back to Texas. Babe, what's up, man? How are you?
I am good. I have made it back to Texas. I fly in the charter, so that makes it nice, as you know.
Much better.
I got to tell you, JP and B. Mitch, I got to tell you, I love the name of the show, Misery Monday. I mean, that's awesome.
Actually, that would have been our doing.
Today, though, it's accurate.
It is.
If they win, what does the show become?
Victory
Monday. Okay. We had a long-time radio guy here and long-time columnist, kind of an icon here in Dallas, a guy named Randy Galloway. You guys may or may not be familiar. Okay.
Yeah.
But he used to call it, he called his show on Monday, Overreaction Monday.
Well, that's every week.
So if the Cowboys won, now this year's a little bit different, but then it's, let's talk Super Bowl. And if they lost, of course, they need to fire everybody and
right.
They'll never win another game. So I love the Overreaction Monday, but I also love Misery Monday.
Yeah.
So, Babe, let's start here. Certainly an unexpected win for Dallas yesterday. Do you believe Washington kind of gave that thing away, or did Dallas go out and just earn a tough road win?
Well, I mean, I think you earn every win. I mean, either team would have earned it. They would have had to do something right to win the football game. But it's interesting every week, and you guys see it, you follow it. I'm sitting there doing the games, and I have to give a update, NFL update. Naturally, it's sponsored, but we have to get. And I'll sit there, and I'm not seeing these games, right? But all of a sudden, I'm talking about Carolina and Kansas City are tied. Or the Raiders are beating Baltimore, and I'm just looking and go, whoa! And so. It's funny. I mean, I know there are upsets. I know there are betting lines, but I just don't. There really aren't any upsets anymore in the NFL. And again, I know Cowboys were, I think, 10 or 10.5 point underdogs, but
it's just not college football where, once upon a time when Alabama got off the bus, as long as the third bus didn't break down, the first two could break down. Alabama was still going to win the game. It's just not like that in the NFL.
Yeah, I just think it's different than any other game when you have rivals playing against each other, and especially division rivals. I think once you get that, you could throw the records out the window.
Yeah, and it's funny, though, the NFL that we were in, B-Mitch, is kind of not the NFL of today with free agency. And I think you guys, if I read it correctly, I think only 3 of your defensive starters were even on the team last year. I know Chin and all these guys. So there's not that buildup of playing each other twice a year, and you're a part of that twice a year for 5 years, and you kind of grow that hatred and for the other guys. But I do like this. I think you guys obviously you're on the right path. You got a great quarterback, young quarterback. I think Dan Quinn's a heck of a coach, and I'm hoping this thing gets back to where it was, where both teams are good, and these games are really big games. Of course, this year the Cowboys aren't holding up their end of the bargain. In the last decade, it's been, Washington.
Yep.
So I really am hoping this thing gets back up and going, because there's, I know Baltimore, Pittsburgh now, and there's some great rivalries, but I don't think there's any better rivalry when both teams are good than Dallas, Washington.
Oh, yeah. You're right about that. Talking with Babe Laufenberg here. You can follow him on social media at Babe Laufenberg, Laufenberg. Babe, you were a quarterback in the NFL. You mentioned that you really like what you've seen from Jaden Daniels. What do you think of Daniels specific to yesterday and his performance this season?
It's interesting because I have watched quite a few of his games this year. Sometimes, obviously, when I'm doing the games on Sunday, but the Cowboys play every night or every day but Sunday. They play Sunday night, they play Monday, they play Thursdays, they got Thanksgiving. So you end up being able to watch a little bit around the NFL. And, I was impressed with him. Actually, if you want to go to at Babe Laufenberg, not that I need Twitter followers or whatnot, but I had posted my pre-draft analysis of Jaden Daniels. I was doing a video cast or whatnot. And, I was just talking about how I liked him coming out, and he's done nothing to disprove that. And I do think this too, guys. I kind of think so many of these guys get ruined by they play them too early. They sign the minute they draft them, they're the starter. And you see kind of what's happening a little bit now. Baker Mayfield was in a different situation, although not really, than Sam Darnold. They were both at horrible organizations, losing organizations. They figure out ways to lose. And we see the resurgence in Baker Mayfield's career now in Tampa. We see what Sam Darnold's doing in Minnesota. So my fear is always you play these guys too early. They're not ready. Their confidence gets shot. The team's confidence in them gets shot. Management's confidence in them gets shot. The fans' confidence in them gets shot, and they just never recover. And so for Jaden Daniels, though, I guess to step in and do what he's done as a rookie is pretty remarkable. And I do hate. I don't know how badly those ribs are hurting him. I separated cartilage from my ribs, and it was the most painful, kind of debilitating thing, and it lasted 3 months after the season ended.
Damn.
So I don't know what he's dealing with there in terms of giving a little benefit of the doubt. He missed a few throws yesterday. They didn't run him as much as I think I would have run him. But again, I don't know his medical condition where you just didn't want to expose him to any more hits. But obviously when they did run him, he was effective, got the touchdown, got a big first down on third down. And that's what makes him, as you guys well know, so difficult. Not only is he a thrower, but he's a great runner.
Look, you've covered this game a long time. You've seen quarterbacks come in, quarterbacks that are mobile guys that are not. Don't you have to get to a point where you allow them to play their game? You tell them to protect themselves, but play their game, because I know we hang on week to week, and we always everybody was saying he shouldn't run. Then when he wasn't running, everybody say he should run.
Well, I look at Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis. Anthony Richardson, excuse me.
Sure.
And he just I don't care if he's 240.
He was putting that thing on people yesterday.
Oh, but he's just so physical. He's so big and all that. But you're going to get beat up.
Yeah.
If you run the ball, you're going to get beat up if you're a quarterback. The other thing is people don't kind of understand. But quarterbacks' pads, their shoulder pads, they're not built for running. They're built for throwing, meaning very light. And yeah, you're not bulked up the way a running back is, or really any other position is. I guess wide receiver would be different. But so when a running back carries the ball and gets hit, it's different. The impact that he could absorb with those bigger pads. And but yeah, it's catch-22. You want to see the guy run, and then if he gets hurt running, you say, "Gosh, why did we run him?" So again, I think the best thing about Jaden Daniels is he can beat you with his arm, he can beat you with his legs, and I see a lot of Lamar Jackson in him. I know that's not a novel thing, but I look at Lamar and I look at Jaden Daniels, and Lamar's probably a little bit faster, but both kind of those same guys that are elusive, they're smart, they handle the football well. It's funny, very quickly, guys, I had a conversation with Doug Williams, who was an old teammate in Washington, and just loved Doug. But I asked him about Jaden because I see what's on, obviously, TV. I look at film, blah, blah, blah. I don't know about the guy. And Doug could not have been more complimentary of Jaden Daniels. First guy in the building, last guy to leave. I mean, it's everything you're looking for in your quarterback and your leader.
Yeah, I mean, throughout, even going back to OTAs and training camp, that's what stood out to me about Jaden, was the human, even before he threw an NFL pass. We're talking with Babe Laufenberg here, and Babe's down in Dallas, obviously. So the Cowboys, we had a couple folks on last week to cover the Cowboys, and the sky was absolutely falling.
Oh, yes.
How much of that is staved off perhaps by a win in Week 12 against a rival?
Well, it's so funny because you would think Cowboy fans would be happy, right? I mean, hey, we beat our rival. We beat Washington. We won a game we really weren't supposed to win. And everybody is worried that
they pissed off that they messed up the draft pick.
Draft pick, yes. And so I'm like, you can't have it both ways, Right. It's like, I'm not a big fan, quite honestly, of, I won't say tanking. I think you can do it in the NBA. Obviously, teams have done it, but in the NFL, if you get tanked, you're getting hurt, physically hurt. I mean, if you sit there and say, I'm not going to give effort. But the other thing is, people don't understand. The higher the draft pick, the better the chance they're going to draft a guy to take your job.
Right.
Right. So I'd be playing my rear end off. So we got, we were down the list on draft picks, and they couldn't get a guy. Right.
Yeah. Totally. It's going to be fascinating to watch this, and kind of bringing it back to Washington and a guy you got to know in his 3 seasons with the Cowboys, and Dan Quinn. A lot of talk was about Dan Quinn and Joe Witt knowing this Cowboys offense and defense and kind of what they like to do. But I think yesterday, I don't think anybody really played well in the first half, either side. I think Dallas tried to give the game away and Washington refused it. But in the second half, I thought Dallas played pretty well at times. What did that show about the job Mike McCarthy's doing? And what did that maybe show about what they wanted to show Dan Quinn?
I think number one, I think Mike McCarthy is a good, solid NFL coach. They have been so depleted here. They were playing without Micah Parsons for 5 weeks. Tank Lawrence has been out for 8 weeks. You're not just talking about players; you're talking about their best players. Obviously, they're missing their tight end yesterday. They're missing both guards. The left guard, Tyler Smith, he's a Pro Bowler. He's going to be a great player for 10 years. The right guard, Zach Martin, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. So you come out there and you're just depleted. Deron Bland, their corner, who led the NFL in interceptions last year with 9, had 5 interception returns for touchdowns, set an NFL record. Yesterday was the first game he played all year. He hurt his foot in training camp. So and obviously Trayvon Diggs was out yesterday. So it's been, there are just those years where a team is just going to get beset with injuries. And the Cowboys, the NFL decided the Cowboys were going to be that team this year.
Yeah. I mean, the Cowboys did get a lot of them. Bringing it back to Washington, I'm guessing maybe this is a guy from his days, even going all the way back to Lubbock in Cliff Kingsbury. A lot of talk here about how Cliff's teams at Arizona had kind of.
I know where you're going.
So please fire away.
Well, no, but sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Finish it up for those who don't know where you're going.
Yeah, no, just What do you think of the theory that Cliff's offenses fall back in the second half?
I would say there is some validity to it, other than the fact that teams study you all off season. And so how do you perform well, or how does your offense perform well in the first 8, 10, 12 games?
Yeah.
And then go into a slide and then perform well again. It's one thing if you think you figured somebody out, either offensively or defensively. You know, Vic Fangio does a great job in Philly, and I know you guys had him 2 weeks ago, and Terry McLaurin catches one ball for 10 yards. And I mean, I think he does a great job, and you better study him, and you better figure out how to attack his defense. So teams do that, obviously, in the offseason. You know who you're going to play. They knew they had Cliff Kingsbury. They had him Arizona 2 years ago. But no, I guess in the short answer to your question is I'm not really a believer that you get to the end of the season and teams have figured out your offense. And again, if it carries into the next year and the year after, well, your offense stinks. But I don't know how you, again, perform well for 8, 10, 12 weeks and then suddenly you take a dip.
Yeah, could it be like once you start to see people figuring things out, you just refuse to change a little bit? Because I know with Coach Gibbs, I would tell them, Coach Gibbs practiced what they were going to go to. So it wasn't like we didn't understand what we're going to do as an audible. We knew what because he would tell you, if they stop this, we're going to go to this. And he would practice it. I don't know how many coaches just like a lot of younger coaches that I hear, they like their schemes. They like their schemes. They don't leave it.
Yeah, and it's always I think that's always a fine line between just flipping and, hey, you're watching another team and you go, oh, I'm going to incorporate that play. Oh, I like that play. Now, all of a sudden, your offense isn't really your offense anymore. I think you have to have something that you believe in, whatever that is, whatever your belief is. You know, everybody does it different. San Francisco, that offense is different than what Stefanski does in Cleveland, even though it's kind of similar. You know, it's that zone run scheme. And so everybody kind of they just do it differently. But they do what they believe in. And I think that's the most important thing. You can't come into your team each week and say, hey, I know last week we talked about this, but this week we're going to flip it. We're going to do all this stuff. At some point, you got to be good at what you do. And I've always said, too, I think the best offenses through the years, I don't want to say they've been simple, but they kind of are simple. They're really good at what they do. Defenses, again, you know, you watch Seattle defense back when they were raging, right? They played cover 3 and they played cover 1. I mean, they played 2 coverages throughout the game, and they were just so good at it. They didn't need to disguise it. They didn't need to do a whole bunch of stuff with it. They just said, hey, this is who we are. This is what we're good at. And and when you do something over and over and over, as we well know, you get better at it, right? And nobody was better than that. Baltimore was the same way with Ray Lewis and Ed Reed. I mean, you kind of knew what you were getting. You just couldn't beat it.
Yeah. Babe, last question for me. We're talking with Babe Laufenberg, played in Washington, played in Dallas, part of the Cowboys broadcast for many years. You watched them yesterday in person, or the Commanders a playoff team?
Can I be on your show again after week 17?
Sure. You can come on whenever you want.
Because I like to be right, and then I can say, hey, remember when I told you? You say, you never said that. You never said that. You know, they're certainly contending. And they've got the makings, to me, of a playoff team, right? They got a great quarterback who's only going to get better as the season goes on, provided, again, he heals up a little bit. To me, they've got a really good head coach, a guy that's been there, has taken a team to a Super Bowl. I think they've got the pieces in place to be a playoff team. And I do think they're only going to get better. As you guys well know, you got so many new players in there this year that once they get a year in the defensive system and the offensive system, and the coaches learn more about the players as the season goes on, I think they're going to be a handful for a number of years to come.
Hey, Babe, thanks very much for the time.
Appreciate you, Dave.
Really appreciate it.
Babe.
Okay, always good talking to you guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, dude. Babe Laufenberg from Dallas. A lot of great information. Give him a follow at Babe Laufenberg, Laufenberg. Fascinating to think about this as, are they a playoff team? Because I think you could come up with some reasons to support either side on that.
Sure can.
Also interesting where people are landing on Cliff Kingsbury. I want to have a discussion. Is there more concern about Cliff or Jaden? To me, I think that there isn't a lot of concern about either, but there's one very clear answer to me. Here's where something else is very clear for me. The high tomorrow is going to be 60 degrees. By the time we get to Sunday, the high is 38 and it might snow. The weather is crazy this time of year. It's almost December. We're going to get warm. We're going to get cold, especially warm in the daytime, chilly at night. And you know what that means. It's time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. Yep, only $99. An expert Crop Metcalf 5-star tech will check both your home's heating and cooling system for one low price. Do what I did. Call today for peace of mind no matter what tomorrow's weather brings. I had Crop at the house last week, 10 days ago. They set up, those guys do tremendous work, and the sink in my daughter's bathroom is working again. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. And remember, landfill, Crop Metcalf is the one with 5 stars.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders are now 7-5 after their loss to the Cowboys yesterday, 34-26. It's the third straight loss for Washington. Although it feels like the sky is falling, Washington still holds a playoff spot. They hold the 7th seed in the NFC. The Cardinals just behind them at 6-5. 3 teams at 5-6. The Buccaneers, the Rams, the 49ers at 5-6. Monday Night Football tonight, the Harbaugh. The Ravens taking on the Chargers out in L.A. 8:15 kickoff. Ravens linebacker Roquan Smith unlikely to play. Basketball yesterday, Wizards fell to the Pacers for their 11th straight loss, 115-103. They're back in action tomorrow against the Bulls at home in NBA Cup action. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Michigan in the Fort Myers tip-off. 6 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Virginia Tech lost 2 games in a row, coming off a loss to Jacksonville in their last one. In hockey tonight, the Capitals taking on the Panthers in Florida. 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Shout out to Destiny's Child, one of the best to ever do it. Jay-Z was there yesterday. You want me singing for you, Jeff? I'm not going to give up. What year did this song come out? I was old.
98, I'm guessing.
No, I think it was way later than that.
Way after that.
Yeah. I think this was like 2014.
What?
2008?
Are you insane?
Bro, the group, maybe you're right. I don't know. Jeff, you got a guess? We're having a lot of Destiny's Child discussion.
No, I'm throwing you under the bus. This is coming from the guy who thought Jennifer Hudson was in Destiny's Child.
It was a simple mistake. Kelly Rowland was the name. Listen, Kelly Rowland's a very attractive woman. That's all I have to say about the topic. All right, Jeff?
I agree.
All right.
I agree.
Survivor came out
2001.
March 6, 2001. So I was off, but I was 3 years off, and you were 13 years off.
No, I said,
you were in a 1990 still landfill.
JP said 2014.
I'm telling you, I got mixed up.
Probably where he heard it.
It's probably
But even 08 was more incorrect than I was.
You can't. It doesn't matter if you go over by a day. Price is Right rules. You're out.
You're the one that went over.
I'm out. You win. You win the When Did Survivor Come Out sweepstakes. Congratulations. This prize has no financial impact. I want to take a deep breath on this. Stay with me here, B. In college football, now this may change a little bit in the era of the 12-team playoff.
All right.
But more often than not, more years than not, when you lost was more important than who you lost to.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even this season, and I think they're a good team, and I made some money. I actually won money betting this weekend.
Okay.
Throw a damn parade. Not significant, but still, it's always good to see the hoop every once in a while. But in college football this year, Notre Dame looks pretty damn good. That said, Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. That's the worst loss of any team that's going to go to the playoffs.
When did they lose it?
Week 2.
Mm-hmm. So
But
nobody's
worried
no more.
about it.
They don't know about it. They forgotten.
Right. Now,
kind of like where addresses are in Alexandria.
Sure. if you look at Denver, I'm not going to – I really don't care about the Rookie of the Year, to be totally honest with you. But a lot of people do, and a lot of people want to make a big deal out of it. So if you look at the Broncos, they started 0-2, and Bo Nix looked awful. Early on this season, he looked awful. There wasn't a lot of completions. There was a lot of fumble. There was just turnovers. It really didn't look good. I mean, through 3 weeks of the season, he had no touchdowns, 4 picks, and they were 1-2. They just, like, offensively, they were really, really limited. In a road win against the Jets, going back to week 4, he was 12 of 25, completed 48% of his passes for 60 yards with a touchdown.
Okay.
That's awful.
All right.
That's awful. But you know what has happened over the last couple months? Knicks has started to play a lot better.
Okay.
The Denver Broncos are playing a lot better. And now all of a sudden, everybody wants to be like, man, Bo Nix is going to win Rookie of the Year. And they want to use that as some sort of indictment on Jaden Daniels.
You know what I tell people?
Jaden started on fire and has probably plateaued a bit, but is still playing at a high level.
It's not a week-for-week thing. People got to learn to stop being a roller coaster ride in this football season, man. Understand things are going to go up and down. And that's what it comes down to. Jaden just have to settle down and finish up strong. Because if you start looking at who won what, nobody's close to him. So if that makes somebody feel good about some comments they probably made prior, let them do it. Who gives a damn?
I just think, like, you've got to, if you want to look at Bo Nix, the reason he's starting to look so good, some of it is he's playing well. Denver's defense is playing very well. But it's also like he was so bad that the improvement is so significant that it's like, wow, this guy's really coming on. Jaden's just been good. He's just been good the whole time. And so much of this is perception driven.
Yeah.
I can't imagine there would be any other answer to, if you asked all the GMs in the NFL what quarterback they want from this rookie class. I think there's one answer, and it starts with Jaden. So, again, I can't say this loudly enough. I don't care about Rookie of the Year. I think it's cool if Jaden gets it. I don't think it's indicative of anything if he doesn't. Robert Griffin III got it, and yesterday he showed up in an orange corduroy Cowboy suit with a jersey tucked in. Like, I don't know. I looked this up earlier, the list of Rookies of the Year, and some of them are legit. But you know who won it in 2020? Herbert won it ahead of Burrow.
Yeah.
Burrow got hurt.
Did Brady win it?
Todd Gurley won it in 15.
Did Brady ever win it?
Did Brady win it? No, because he didn't play till his second season.
Peyton won it?
Peyton probably won it. Let me look.
Threw a lot of interceptions his first year.
What was Peyton's rookie year? I don't see his name, so he probably didn't win it.
I think it was 98, the year
because he threw damn near 20, 30 interceptions.
Now, I'm also looking at the AP Offensive Rookie of the Year, so if there's another one, forgive me. Peyton did not win it in 1998. You know who won it?
Who?
Randy Moss.
Aaron Rodgers win it?
No, because he didn't even play as a rookie.
Okay, but I'm just saying he was a great quarterback.
Some of the guys that did win it, Mike Anderson with the Broncos, Anthony Thomas with the Bears.
I'm quarterbacks.
You only want quarterbacks? Okay. Roethlisberger won it, but then so did Vince Young. Matt Ryan won it, and then so did Sam Bradford. Then you went Cam Newton, RG3, Eddie Lacy, Odell Beckham, Todd Gurley, Dak Prescott won it, Kyler Murray won it. Like, it's a cool award to win, but it is hardly an immediate link to long-term success. And I just, as much as I don't want people to call in and ask about Forbes and Jamin Davis anymore, I might be check please on the Rookie of the Year contest odds. I don't know where you land, B, but that might be where I'm headed.
A lot of things I don't like talking about, Jay. I just, you know what I mean?
The stuff you want to talk about, we can't talk about on air.
Mm-hmm.
What was that stuff?
What you talking about?
What
you talking about, Willis?
I almost said a line from a movie that I definitely can't say on air. It's Half Baked. What was that stuff we used to eat back in the day?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Landfill. Do you care about where the odds go on Rookie of the Year performances?
I mean, I guess a little. I always like to see when our guys win awards like that. we haven't really had a ton of players on this team that get kind of recognition nationally.
That's not true specific to the Rookie of the Year award.
I mean, it kind of is.
Chase Young won it 4 years ago.
Yeah, but he sucks.
Asterisk.
I'm just saying.
He's the worst.
Asterisk.
Honestly, Chase getting it in 20 and then Robert getting it in 12 are probably significant reasons why I am not investing a lot of time, interest, care into this.
I don't care a lot about him. Just throw this in. Jaden Daniels minus 400, Bo Nix plus 300. That's a long ways off.
I don't think that's the most updated odds.
I don't care. This is what I'm showing you. And I'm just going to leave from that one.
Okay, but I think the most recent odds are much, much closer.
Okay, when?
I saw Tim Murray tweeting about it this morning. Love Timmy. Don't really care about this.
This was November 20th.
Yeah,
What's the date? 25th?
That was before yesterday's game.
Okay.
So now, according to DraftKings this morning, Jaden's still the favorite at minus 135, but Bo Nix is only plus 110. So
I can go get you.
They're neck and neck.
All those different things, all of them going to be different.
They're all going to roughly reflect that. Jaden was a huge favorite for a long time. Bo Nix was an afterthought.
To say
for
you
a
don't
long
want to
time.
talk about, you show following it closely.
I'm
You
just-
knew that off the bat.
I'm looking at the information on my computer screen. Jeff, you care?
I'm not gonna lie. I wanted our boy to win it. Like I don't care if he won it, like get it or not, but like I want him to win it. This dude, to us fans, Jaden is the biggest thing. Everyone wanted success. He came out firing. Everybody want him to finish it off, and I'm with him. Do I think he can still do it? Yes. Do I want to see him do it? Yes.
He could still do it. I mean, he could still. It's certainly not over, right? And I think everybody kind of needs to understand that. I think we should all take a deep breath on odds for Rookie of the Year. I really don't think it matters. Brock Bowers statistically is having like the greatest rookie season for a tight end ever. I don't think anybody's going to get caught up in that. Jaden probably was the reason they won for a few games, but he's certainly not the reason they're losing. I thought he was quite good in the second half the other day. And it's just, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I do know what the answer is if you're having trouble with your appliances. You've heard me talk about Better Appliance based out of Kensington, Maryland. DMV family-owned company for 70 years. If you're having trouble with your appliances, man, call Better, Bettar. In the last 6 weeks, I've had them come out for my dishwasher. They fixed it, got me a new one, got the whole thing done within about 2 days because luckily they had one in their warehouse. So they can do both repairs and they can get you a new appliance if you need it. And then just last week, my dryer started acting funny. I got them out to the house. They cleaned all the lint out of the filters. They told me what I need to do long-term to get it fixed. Jeff knows all about it. It's a pipe issue. Now, if you call them now, one, you'll make sure all your appliances are in good shape with the holidays coming up. Nobody wants their appliances to go down when you got people over for Thanksgiving, you got people over for Christmas, you're having a big holiday party with all your coworkers. That is not the time for your appliances to go down. Call Better. And now is the time for new appliances. Better is offering KitchenAid rebates up to $2,000 on appliances until the end of the year. Reach out to them for details. You don't want to miss out on this incredible opportunity of up to $2,000 in savings on KitchenAid rebates. I just got a KitchenAid dishwasher. It is dope. Check them out. Better Appliance, betterappliance.com. You better call Better, Bettar. Landfill playing this song for the Francis Tiafo tennis crowd, I think. A little bit of news here. I'm seeing this from Schefter. I'm sure others have seen it. Roquan Smith not expected to play tonight against the Chargers.
Ooh.
That's a loss for the Ravens.
A loss of a player, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, we've been talking about this, and Grant and I were talking about this on social media earlier. Jaden's blitzes, his pressure rates when he drops back haven't changed that much since early in the season to the last 5 games or so.
Mm-hmm.
One area where they've changed, and I want to credit Nick Ackridge, and this matches the eye test, I would say. I'm curious if you agree, B. The pressures were coming from the edges. Now they're coming from the interior, and the interior their performance has deteriorated significantly based on Pro Football Focus's grades, which are subjective anyway. But the tackles have done much better. I think Cliff offensively, they have chipped and used tight ends really well. I mean, just think about the stats that jump to mind for Myles Garrett and TJ Watt.
Yeah.
Nobody got home versus Micah had a huge impact on the day yesterday.
Yeah, Micah,
and they moved him inside a ton.
Yeah, they put Micah in so many different areas. I think he has more an opportunity because TJ and Miles are normally in the same spot for the most part.
Yeah, I just think the interior pressure, if you don't want to make like an easy, just grand proclamation of blaming somebody like, oh, Cliff sucks in the second half, which statistically is not necessarily true.
Mm-hmm.
I think the interior pressures are a huge part of this thing.
True.
And you can use your backs to help on interior pressure.
You can.
It doesn't only, it can't, it's not
it's
like
just that it's a different area launch angle to come and hit a guy coming straight up the middle. You can really affect a guy in, but like the tackle, you just chipping back onto the guy.
Yeah.
It's a little more difficult because
the
you can't
leverage
cut
point's
him
really different.
because they're gonna have it. They're gonna be engaged. If you cut him, and you're probably gonna get a penalty on that.
I
So.
wonder if, actually the play we saw Jaden run for the touchdown, Sennett was kind of lined up in an H-back traditional spot. I wonder if you could see more of that, kind of that pistol look with an H-back back there.
If you just tell guys, give it a look before you go, that'll help it out.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if you're just standing there, that tackle slows up because that tackle don't want to get blasted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Either of them, they don't want to get blasted, so they will slow up to either attack you or attack the other guy to try to, take some of the hit off of it.
Let's make some bets.
Let's do it. Gather around.
We got football tonight. We got basketball. We got a lot of stuff. What do we like, boys?
Ravens money line.
Ravens money line
Where's the
for
game?
young Jeffrey.
This is hard for Jeff. It's his two.
LA.
Oh, this is the battle of Jeff
Battle.
Walker's second team.
Yeah.
They should sell T-shirts. Game
Yeah.
is in Los Angeles.
Wow, that's
B.
right, Jeff.
Yes, and I'm taking the Ravens.
Who's your second team now, Jeff?
There is no second team now.
Wow.
It's football season.
I mean, he's had second teams during football season before.
That's only when there was no bright future for us. The future is looking very
He always
bright.
has an excuse.
Despite the loss
Always
yesterday,
something.
the future
Always
is
an
looking
excuse.
very bright. No second team.
Boy, Derrick Henry anytime touchdown. And I'm coming soon. Don't worry.
Derrick Henry anytime touchdown is
Boss.
minus 220.
Minus 220 can't do that one.
Yeah, can't do that. I'm taking Lad McConkney.
But don't
anytime
worry,
touchdown.
I'm throwing it on with something else. So don't worry about it.
Honestly, the parlay would probably knock it down enough that you
Oh,
could
it
do
would
that.
be. I know
But
it'd
since
be.
we don't use real odds, it's kind of hard to do.
No, it's not.
Well,
Don't be sitting up here trying to mess up something I've done.
If you took 2 minus 200 parlays, it wouldn't work for our game.
I'm not gonna take 2 minus 200 parlays. Yeah, you talking about? Landfill take all these things that we don't even know about. We don't know what the odds are on them damn things. What are you talking about?
The
When he take all that
El
crazy
Salvadorian soccer league.
what are you supposed to know? We don't know.
Landfill's betting cricket.
He don't even know. He just throw it out there.
I think AD legitimately bets cricket.
AD look like a cricket.
AD bets anything he can get his hands on. All All right, B's still parlay hunting.
Yep.
I don't necessarily like it, but I got to stand on business, Jeff. The Chargers are getting points at home in a night game. Give me the Chargers plus a 2.5 all damn day.
You're going to be disappointed.
Harbaugh Bowl, baby.
I'm going to take
Jeff,
the
you and I
Brooklyn
can both
Nets
win.
and the Golden State Warriors, the over. With that, anytime touchdown.
So you have an NBA over and a Derrick Henry anytime touchdown. I like that. Cross-sport B-Mitch. Multi-platform B-Mitch.
I do.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to everybody that called in, especially the people that called in and weirdly tried to blame us. We didn't do anything. Thank you to Peter
Who
Rosenberg.
got to blame us?
Drew blamed me for a tweet.
Well, Drew's right. You shouldn't have tweeted that before the game was over.
Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to Babe Laufenberg.
Put that
Grant
in the
and Danny.
atmosphere.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. Shout out to Jeff Walker and his big bald head. It's beautiful. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Commanders dropped their third straight game as they fell to the Cowboys yesterday, 34-26. Washington still holding a playoff spot, though. They hold the 7 seed in the NFC. The Cardinals just behind them at 6-5. 3 teams at 5-6, the Buccaneers, the Rams, and the 49ers. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Ravens taking on the Chargers, the Harbaugh Bowl, 8:15 kickoff. The Ravens going to be without their linebacker, Roquan Smith. He's unlikely to play tonight. Also in the NFL, the Jets are going to be hiring the 33rd team to assist in their search for their new general manager and head coach. The founder of the company, Mike Tannenbaum, and Rick Spielman going to help lead the project. In the NBA, the Pacers beat the Wizards. It's the 11th straight loss for the Wiz. They fell last night 115-103. They're back in action tomorrow against the Bulls at home. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Michigan in the Fort Myers tip-off. 6 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. The Hokies looking to end a 2-game skid. And in hockey, the Capitals take on the Panthers in Florida tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. The Capitals also losing their last 2 games. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Weeks do you worry about most? But first, Danny, let's take out some shovels. Let's dig into this earth and let's do an autopsy. That was gross. Cowboys 34, Commanders 26, and Washington loses. This was the worst loss of this era of Commanders football. The worst day yet of the Dan Quinn operation.
Without a doubt. This is bad. This was a really bad loss. You know my axiom in sports. People that have listened to the show before and have interacted with us over the years. First of all, I'm appreciative. Second of all, you know my deal. When Jacob deGrom is in Cy Young form and he goes 7 scoreless against your lineup, you tip your cap. That guy's great. He does it to everybody. When you lose to the Pittsburgh Steelers, it sucks. It's not fun to lose to a good team that's winning their division. It's not fun to lose to Baltimore when they're firing on all cylinders. It's not fun to go to Philadelphia and lose a divisional game like that because you may not be as good as you thought they were. But you watch good teams play well, and you go, okay, maybe we're not quite there yet, but that's reasonable to me. The team they played yesterday sucks. They suck. That's a bad football team that did everything they could to show you their hind parts. They couldn't get snaps right. They can't wait to fumble. They can't wait to blow a coverage and let you back into a game. An overmatched dead man walking boob on the sideline. They've got infighting. Jerry Jones is getting made fun of 6 ways from Sunday about the sun coming into his dumb stadium. They stink, and they were better than you yesterday.
One of their coaches on that staff before the game, a couple hours before kickoff in the bowels of the stadium, saying basically it's worse than you think it is, that people are jumping in all directions. It's a lot of CYA. It's getting ugly in the building. They didn't expect to come to Washington and win this game. They thought they were coming here for their funeral. And then football happened. But you're right. It's not like the really bad team played really well. That happens sometimes in the NFL. Like, I'll give you an example. Yesterday, the Titans, who are getting ready to come here next week, played a pretty good football game and beat the Houston Texans on the road. Every now and then in the division, the bad team can play well and beat you. The Cowboys did not play that well yesterday. They had 3 points at halftime. Washington just matched their level of bad. But this is why I think this was the worst day of the Quinn operation. To your point, Ravens, Eagles, Steelers, setbacks. No worries, guys. They're among the best in the NFL. This was the first time they played down, and they did it in a game where there's just no excuse. Are you at home? Check. Are you more rested than your opponent? Check. In fact, they're the most rested that they have been at any point since week 1 when they debuted this season in terms of days since they last played. Is Dallas, while you have a mini bye at home, coming off of a short week Monday Night Football game where they lost a few more guys to injury and traveling? Check. Does your staff know more about that team than their staff knows about your team? Because Dan Quinn and Joe Witt and so many others came here from Dallas. Check. Are they more injured than you, including at the most important position where they have a backup on the field? They had $100 million, Danny, in cap space on injured reserve. Check. And none of it mattered. Because Washington didn't play well, and the bad team, struggling, still found a way to beat the Commanders in Landover, Maryland.
Just gross. There's no way around this. People are going to remember the ending and how wild that was and the back and forth, and they had a chance to tie it or win or whatever, and that's fine.
It kind of is like a tale of two games, because I was thinking about this. The show I would have done if we just started it at 55 minutes is a lot different than the show you do after 60, because those final 5 minutes where, oh, by the way, 38 points were scored. I mean, that was an unfathomable, incredible last 5 minutes of football where that wild back and forth broke out. That really shouldn't deter us from the storylines.
This is where I was going.
Or keep us from an autopsy on the first 55, which were the authentic football.
Yeah, I lived and died with it just like you guys did. I had the wild swings of emotion, the ups and downs, the bad, everything in between. I was there too. 55 minutes of football versus the craziest 5 minutes ever. When crazy, random, highly unusual stuff happens, you go, wow, I appreciate that. I saw that. That was miraculous, bad, whatever the case is. That's fine. I got a 55-minute sample where they gained 200 yards. For 55 minutes against one of the worst defenses in this sport, with a bunch of quitters who are looking to quit, you managed 200 yards of offense and were anemic at best.
Yeah, the offense was awful.
That's the story to me. And anything else is fair, and let's talk about it, but that to me is the tale.
Well, and I'll tell you what it is, and it's not about the rib anymore, right? Because Jaden Daniels ran all over the place.
And looked athletic and quick and,
that was Tampa
like
Bay week 1 Jaden Daniels,
Mhm.
right? He ran for 75 yards, his third highest rushing performance of the season. And 2 of those runs specifically, including one in the first half and then one in the second half, he had that twitch out of the pocket, the surfer through the wave thing where he slid up and past defenders and took off for 20 yards. He had a couple of big runs in this game. He looked like old Jaden Daniels. So it's not the rib. You can't play that game anymore. And you know what else it wasn't this week? It was not the opponent.
Nope.
I made a lot of excuses for this offense. Well, it was Pittsburgh. Don't worry, guys. The Eagles are shoving it on everybody. They shoved it on the Rams last night. They're the best defense in the league over the last 6 games. Nobody's been able to move the ball against them since the bye. You'll get right against the bad team and the bad defense. No, they won't. Danny, 3 points at half. They had 9 points with 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock in the game against Dallas.
Yeah. Time of possession, they got dominated. Yardage, they got dominated. Every way you can be worse, they were.
Should have been a few more because the kicker missed an extra point and a field goal. So
Yes.
it could have been 13. But the point's the point. 92 net passing yards with 5 minutes to play. 92. That would be bad if it was 1978. They had 2 running backs. Eckler, who, by the way, thinking about you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
And I hope our guy, who is our weekly 5 o'clock appointment every Tuesday, who suffered what looked like a very serious concussion and was out cold on the field at one point. I hope he's doing okay and recovering and feeling well today. We're thinking about him and his family. But Robinson and Eckler, their 2 top backs, combined for 14 carries for 35 yards against a defense that was allowing 150 rushing yards a game coming in. No excuses. You got.
Right. And so if they're going to go pot committed to try to stop that, it should be a field day. It should be 7-on-7 pitch and catch summer, in shorts and a t-shirt.
But they did. I think they loaded up the box.
Yeah, I think so too.
They said we're stopping the run, and that's why Daniels had success to the edges, and it's frankly why you couldn't run the ball, and Daniels still couldn't beat them throwing the ball. They still had no downfield passing attack at all.
I mean, none.
They took 2 shots. One, McLaurin was open, and Daniels threw it out of bounds over the sideline. And the other was the deep shot to Noah Brown where he was perfectly covered, and Brown made a nice play on what could have been an interception, basically, on a ball that was left inside. But they got the ball 4 times in the second half within a possession. I think it was like 5 or fewer point game. 4 times they got the ball, Danny, where if you go score, you take the lead, and they didn't. Think about the offensive setup in this game. They had drives that started at the Dallas 40, the Dallas 47, the Dallas 39, their own 45, and their own 42. So within 8 yards of midfield, when you've basically got to get to the 30 of the opponent to just get 3 points, if you kick a field goal on all 5 of those drives, you get 15 points. On those 5 drives, from the Dallas 40, 47, 39, from the Washington 42 and 45, they got 3 total points. That's a joke. I mean, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, the story to me is the offense. And so defensively, they had some let-ups late. They let a touchdown drive happen. So I understand that, and people are going to point to that. Again, the time of possession disparity was staggering at that point. 35-plus minutes for Dallas. And Washington barely cracked 20, and it wasn't until the end when they're moving the football down the field as things changed. 192 of their 412 yards, basically half of their yardage total, occurred in the last 5 minutes of action. The story to me is the offense. Beginning, middle, end. Defensively, that's more than you could ask anybody. And now there's a block kick in there. There's Dallas's own screw-ups and mess-ups. That's fine. That's in the NFL, the way the rules are set up and the way the sport is, having a defense do what this Washington defense did in this game when the offenses and defenses are lined up, that's as much as you can ask. This should have been a game where they won by 3 touchdowns because of how horrendous Dallas is and has played and how they're limping in here, looking for the offseason.
Yeah.
And you made them look like a juggernaut while they were screwing up, by the way. I mean, this offense is solved as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
they're playing Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
All the letters are up there, and they go, like to solve? Cliff Kingsbury's offense? Yeah, that's it. Here's what you want. Go to the final thing where you get a couple letters and try to, with RSTLNE, solve it again. The word is out. They got it. Every defensive coordinator goes, I cannot wait to play Washington.
Yeah, we got pushback on that last week. I'm imagining there's going to be a little bit less of that this week. Because, again, the rib shouldn't be let's not hear that excuse anymore on the phones for why this offense is broken. Daniels ran all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
He was awesome on the ground yesterday.
Yes, he was.
Passing game, still broken. Kingsbury has to find answers, period. Daniels is not seeing it like he was early in the year, and he's not playing with the same confidence. And it's not all him, by the way. It's not just his problem, but it is okay to acknowledge that he was playing at a level that he is not anymore. Part of that is, I talk about baseball in this way. They studied the tape. They know what pitches he struggles with. When he leaves the pocket to his right, he extends the throw. When he leaves the pocket to his left, he's running. You know, these little tells that we've heard broadcasters at different points along the season mention in the telecasts. Teams know those too, by the way. They probably pick up on them on some of their meetings with teams. And I think Daniels, like Kingsbury, has to make some adjustments and has to get back to playing at the elite level that he was at the beginning of the year. Still a great story that he's been way above expectation kind of for the duration of the campaign, and that you're over 500 in his first year as a rookie, and that you're probably going to make a wild card and you have a really good chance to make the playoffs, although we'll table those conversations for now. But you're basically now splitting the season in half, right?
Mm-hmm.
With that Panthers injury at the midway point. There's the first 6 games of what Jaden Daniels was, and then if you look at the 5 games since Carolina, or if you want to count it as the last 6, as he got hurt in that game, there's the 6 games since, and it's pretty black and white and cut and dry here in terms of runaway rookie of the year, MVP candidate, and kind of a Jag performance since then that they've got to iron out and figure out for the most part. But you mentioned, Kingsbury. Everyone's going to want to make it just Kingsbury or just Daniels, and that's not fair. The wide receivers are dropping a lot more passes.
Yes, they are.
They had 3 drops according to PFF in the first 8 weeks of the season. They have 10 over the last 4 weeks of the season now. 3 times as many. The offensive line protection seems to be regressing on the interior, where there's more pressure coming up the middle from the outside. They're not actually giving up more pressure per drop back the second half of what they've played so far than the first half, according to the numbers I've looked up. But the difference is maybe where the pressures are coming from and how Daniels has handled them. As an example, he was pressured on 35% of dropbacks in the first 6 weeks. Weeks 8 through 12, just 32%, little down. So he's just handling it worse. 19.7% of pressures turned into sacks on the season. The last 3 weeks, 10 sacks, 36 pressures. That's 27% of the time. He's also throwing the ball away a lot more. He's having more balls batted at the line. You look at batted balls and throwaways, 7 in the first 7 weeks, 16 in the last 5 games. It tells me there aren't as many easy answers for him. There's not the quick outlet pass, the hot throw, the quick game, ball out of his hand, let guys make plays. Like, where is that? Kingsbury's got to get back to giving him some easy answers here.
Without question. And to me, that's a schematic and design thing. And to me, the biggest thing that's going on with the offensive line is you're not ahead of the chains all of a sudden. Remember, early in the year, every first down was 5 or 6 yards. It didn't matter if it was a flip pass out to into the flat, if it was a first down targeted run, whatever. They're ahead.
They were never in 3rd and long.
So now it seems like they always are. Now it's perpetuity. I've seen that before in Scott Turner's offense, Eric Bieniemy's offense, etc.
JD5 mentioned that after the game, by the way, in his press conference. You know, when I think I asked him something along the lines of like, what is the deal these last few weeks? And he basically said, we're in 3rd and long more, and we see exotic blitzes. And he also said teams have figured out things that we struggle with, and they're doing more of it. We're seeing more of that stuff, which is true. But yeah, yesterday, I think he struggled on 3rd down, but over the last 3 games, I'm pretty sure this number's correct. I think he's 7 of 23 passing on 3rd down. 7 of 23. So, like, you get him in 3rd and obvious, and then you drop into coverage, and it's been a struggle.
So, anecdotally, that's why it feels to me the pass rush is more effective against them, even if the numbers don't bear that out. It's because it's more, there's no mystery. There's no that play fake's going to work, or they could do something else on 3rd and 2, or if it's, 3rd and manageable because you're going 4th and 4th down so often you're getting it. It's a chain reaction thing. To me, it's the run game that looks way less effective on early downs where you see the pile's not moving or the holes aren't there. There's just less thump, less opportunity, it feels like.
I did not look this up. I want to. Anecdotally, I feel like they are seeing more stacked boxes.
Me too.
I think teams are going, they want to run the ball on us. Okay, let's not let them do that. Let's make Jaden Daniels beat us over the top or down the field or in the middle of the field or behind us. And they, as a passing attack, and last week the talking point in Ashburn was we haven't had the practice time, so the accuracy and the completion percentages and, just the chain moving throws aren't there. They got to find them. They got to get back to that real quick. And maybe now that he's back to full speed and on the practice field, they'll be able to do that. But I'm with you. The story is the offense. I will just say, though, I thought the defense was good enough to win this game.
Me too.
But 0 pass rush against Cooper Rush. What are we doing here? Cooper Rush, dude. 0 pass rush against him. Dan Quinn at the end of his press conference had kind of gotten up, thought that it was over, and Ben Standig was like, one more, and he asked him about the pass rush, and Quinn just kind of sat back down and said, agreed, and like slapped the table and walked off. And it was not in any way like an abrasive thing. It was kind of more.
Yeah, like I saw it too, buddy.
Yeah, like, you're on it, bro.
We were there.
None. Zippy.
Which is a shame against a beat up offensive line in their own right.
Inexcusable.
Yeah.
They were out both guards. Like, where is Joe Witt's potion mixing to get Frankie Louvu on a guard on a matchup there and let him blow Dallas up from the interior? And by the way, I thought Louvu was amazing yesterday. He had 3 batted balls in the first half, smelled out a screen and got him off the field at one point in time. But when you're playing Cooper Rush and he has 8 incompletions all game and no turnovers and no, you're not getting to the quarterback for sacks until basically they're giving you the sacks at the end of the game when they're trying to run out clock. Which, by the way, why did Dallas do that? That was so stupid.
Yeah, it was.
They were on the verge of field goal range to make it a 10-point game, and they did these like 3 straight plays where they would like loop around and lose yards. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Of course, yeah. I think they thought they'd catch them by surprise, get a first down, and end the game that way. And it was sniffed out each time. Glad they did it.
It was the worst looking thing ever.
Yeah.
But like quarterback ratings a nothing burger. It's touchdowns and interceptions essentially. But 117 for Cooper Rush yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The only takeaway they had nothing to do with him
on fumbles. Yeah. I mean, just
and by the way, Dallas cannot run the ball. Historically, they're going to have their lowest rushing total season since before they drafted Emmitt Smith. I heard Joe Davis say when I rewatched the game on Fox. Rico Dowdle yesterday ran all over the place. It is second best day of the season. So even though the defense was good enough to win, and I do think that they were, it was not like it was a strong defensive performance.
No, it was not. But
what do you think of the special teams unit yesterday?
Well, if you tell me before the game they're going to have a block kick and a block punt, I'll go, hell yeah, sign me up for that.
First time since like 1966.
But the net balance is, oh my God. The net balance is obviously tremendously negative, right? With 2 kick return touchdowns allowed. I know there's an asterisk there and it's a bizarre circumstance, but still that I mean, listen, Turpin's great. That's what he does. He is an explosive playmaker who made an explosive play. I don't quite get what you're going for there. I'm not doing a kick it so that guy can return it against me play. I would not do that.
Dan Quinn wanted to do that.
Yeah, I think that was the wrong decision.
Instructed Austin Seibert to dirty a ball, meaning kick him a bouncing ball. Let him return it. On special teams, the list of foibles yesterday, a missed field goal that was not particularly close. That was a bad, misfire of a kick where he struck it, the 50-yarder. 2 missed extra points, including the deciding kick. They allowed 2 kick return touchdowns, including, how about that, nubbed onside kick attempt? That was such a bad onside kick. 8 penalties for 78 yards, some of those on special teams. Remember, they had 12 men on the field on defense. That was really bad on 3rd and 1. But you lose the turnover battle. They never turned the ball over. They turned it over 3 times. Didn't they have 3 turnovers through 10 games?
Either 3 through 9 or 3 through 10. I mean, it's somewhere in there, yeah.
And one of them was the Hail Mary at the end of the game, so you could say it was only 2. But
this was my point a couple weeks ago, where you've had unbelievable fortune.
Yeah.
Right? So a screen pass that hits Brian Robinson, but there's somebody else there, ends up intercepted.
Which, by the way, not Daniels' fault, but also burn that into the ground, dude. In the early part of the year, tell me he was not throwing that right at his feet. What good is coming from that? The best thing that happens on that is Robinson gets blown up by the dude
tackle
that picked
for
it
loss.
off.
Yeah. So, my point is, the incredible good fortune they've had, where all the fumbles they get, that end up either going out of bounds or they recover it themselves when, Eckler's or somebody, Zacchaeus is hustling down after Eckler fumbles, or Allegretti recovers a fumble. Those things are going to regress, and the bad's going to happen. It's going to stack up. Well, now it's happening, where you've had all of a sudden a whole bunch of turnovers and you can't get right in that regard. Can you overcome that? It's just, we wouldn't notice some of these drops or, a fumble here and there if the offense was still humming like it was. And it was, you missed out on one. We'd be doing a bit where we go, they still scored 38, and that's with these couple of turnovers, or that's with these couple of bad plays. But man, how great is this offense? That to me is the story that the group from 5 or 6 weeks ago looks to be like they swapped jerseys with the Monstars, right? All their abilities are gone. It's like nobody's open. They got no space. There doesn't seem to be any counterpunch at this point with this offense, even against a terrible defense like Dallas has.
Let's cue up some game balls for the best. There were some highlights yesterday and some big moments, some quality performances, and some gassers for the worst as well on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. You can dial us now at 800-636-1067. I want to talk about some of the curious Dan Quinn decisions yesterday. We just alluded to one of them. Also, the Kingsbury storyline that will be circulating all week, what we're seeing out of Jaden Daniels. We'll get to those guys next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
My view, I thought, what a wild special teams moment of block punts, kicks, kickoff returns, block field goals, just a number of things, going to that spot. I thought defensively, the team played well on third down into that spot to go. So I was pleased to see some of that. But just, not enough plays for us, third downs offensively to really win it, Nikki. So unusual game for sure, but that's the division.
That is the head coach, Dan Quinn, of your 7-5 Commanders, who are suddenly, how quickly do things change in the National Football League?
Varies the answer.
3 weeks ago, they're 7-2. Only the Lions are better in the NFC. Well, this here is the, and 3 weeks later, they're a Hail Mary away from 6-6.
Well, you remember we were doing the bit about the bargain? Like, would you take 1-1 sight unseen right now, or would you take 1-2 sight unseen in retrospect? I mean, man, how quickly. You're right. I mean, with the span of, you play 2 games in 5 days, then you had one more 10 later. So it's within 15 days, 2 weeks in a day, you're now fighting for your playoff lives.
And it would have been nice to have won one of those games with the Steelers and the Eagles. I think that was kind of the ceiling, was 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
I think most people looking at those games, even at 7-2, thought there's a real good chance they're 7-4. But the reprieve on the other side, the buoy that's going to keep you from drowning, is the Dallas Cowboys. And it wasn't. You went underwater. We will hit the phones in a moment, 800-636-1067. We'll get to game balls and gassers. So there's a lot you can second guess with Dan Quinn, I thought, in this game. I'm not saying all of these decisions are wrong. I'm saying all of them didn't work. Okay. I'm saying if you're doing the Monday morning quarterback thing, here are some bad moments. And some of these in real time I would have done differently, frankly. First, what on earth goes into the decision to kick the field goal on 4th and 2 on the second drive of the game? Do you remember this?
Yes.
All year long, they have gone for this. I asked him about it in the press conference after the game, if you want to find that, Darius. A couple of minutes into his presser from yesterday. But they ran the ball straight down the field. B-Rob for 7, Daniels for 7, B-Rob for 7, De'Ami Brown for 14. Like, they're just moving down the field. They can't be stopped on the ground. And they get this 4th and 2. And at the 30-yard line ahead of a 48-yarder, they decide to kick a 50-plus yard field goal, which up until a couple of weeks ago, before the Seibert injury, they weren't even letting him kick those. He never, but I think the Baltimore game was the first time, like a month into his time here, that he ever even tried one from 50-plus, because it was such a foregone conclusion for this team that's been stopped on 4th down legitimately once all year, that they just go for these. Except that this time they trotted him out there and he missed the field goal.
Really going into it, we just, talked about our line to kick, and Austin had a good week at it, went to go. So once it's at the space, that's the line to get to, and we didn't feel like we had to overtry or go further for it. So it had nothing to do with anything other than, hey, we're at the spot, let's go get some points and move it from there.
That answer doesn't work for me, because that means at 4th and a foot, well, you're at the line. It's inside of 52 today. He feels good from 52 in this side of the field. So you just kick it? Of course not. There's context. You're shoving the ball down their throat with the run. You've got the cheat code short yardage quarterback. It's 4th and 2. You've been getting these all year long, and they just sent him out there. I hated that. And then he missed.
Yeah. So I know, even if he'd made it, I'm sitting there going, no. Like, unless there's something I don't know about, right? In real time, I'm going, maybe somebody just sprained something. Maybe the right guard can't get off the ground, or someone's out of breath, or maybe there's something I can't quite figure out. But that decision made no sense to me.
Oh, by the way, is your kicker coming back from an injury? Is this one of his longest kicks of the year? Nothing about it made sense.
Yeah. To this point, have I been a horrendous offense where I'm just so grateful for 3 points that I finally got onto that side of the field? I'm not. As you said, I got one of the 3 best 4th down options in the sport. The best one's that 4th and less than a foot or a yard. It's the tush push, which I think is cheating. Then Lamar Jackson, and then you put Jaden Daniels in there. I got it. That's part of my DNA. It's part of who I am. That felt off and weird to me.
I thought the end of the first half was ridiculous clock management. I wanted them to use, when they got the ball back with a little over 2 minutes left, to do what they did in the drive where they eventually scored at the end of the game, where Jaden Daniels got into a rhythm, and he's hitting receivers, and you're going up tempo, and it's hurry up. How often do you see this, where teams can't do anything all half long, and then they get into the 2-minute offense and they get down the field and get points? Dallas did it, by the way, on their 40-yard completion. But at the end of the game, you saw it with Jaden Daniels.
Yep.
They couldn't hit a barn from 10 feet away in the passing game And then at the end of the game with 5 minutes left when they had 3 points, all of a sudden now they go from 92 passing yards to 270 for the game or whatever. I wanted that up-tempo aggressiveness. They run a play and then let 25 seconds tick off the clock to get down to 2 minutes. And what they'll say is, we don't want the Cowboys to get the ball back. And to that, I would say, they stink anyway. It'll be okay.
Yeah, my biggest priority is get my offense going, which has not the entire half.
Please see some momentum.
Yeah.
Give your young quarterback a chance to get up tempo, which they haven't done enough because they can't move the ball. But this is a game-forced situation for that.
Yeah, so to me, that's the greatest priority, right? If my offense is humming, Jaden Daniels is great, everybody's on fire, yeah, let's play with the clock a little bit. Let's get as cute as we want to be and make sure Dallas has no time for anything fluky. That wasn't the case. They did not move the football at all that half. And as you start to do it, they took their time. Not as big a gripe for me as the not going for it on fourth down, but that's when I kind of had a head scratch too.
Okay, here's the next one. And this one's just tough. Sorry. You kicked on purpose to Kevontae Turpin at the end of the game. He is the leading kick returner in the NFL. And Danny, it's not like he wasn't scary looking in that game.
Oh, yeah.
Go back to the opening kickoff.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he return it 38 yards? He had 2 30-plus yard returns in the game. I think he was averaging 35 or more yards per return.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Quinn, after the game, was asked about that. Grab that for me too, Darius, where he's asked about why you would have this, the dirty ball is what they call it, like the kick on the ground that bounces around. What was the plan there? And he said it's harder to kick it out of bounds than you'd think. Not for most of the league, sir. 14 teams do it over 75% of the time. It just so happens that Washington does it 22% of the time, dead last in the NFL, because their kicker doesn't have the leg strength to do it. So you're right. It's hard for me to kick
him.
it out of the back of the end zone. It's hard, apparently, for Austin Seibert to get it out of the back of the end zone, but not for most kickers. They do it just casually, and I'm sure they're not even trying to do it 100% of the time. They might occasionally strategize and go, let's pooch it. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's go to the landing zone. But there's, on the season, 14 kickers, 75% of the time touchbacks.
Yeah, it's harder to kick it out than you think. And so I thought it was really, honestly, from the kicking standpoint, executed well. So if you have to stop your feet and get it once to go, that's the challenge. If you can get to hit the ground, that's what you're trying to do into that spot. But that's the difference.
And it was actually executed perfectly based on the ask.
Mm-hmm.
It bounced in front of him. He has to pick it up.
Between his legs, yeah.
He's got to spin around. He's about to take a knee just to pick the thing up, right? And then he hits the circle button. And I will just say that was an amazing play.
It was incredible.
Sometimes the other team makes a play. That was one of the, I hate to call it this, that was one of the coolest, like, full speed moves I've ever seen in my life.
It reminded me of a old school Dante Hall human joystick type thing. I thought there were 2 could have been blocks in the back, but they weren't. Neither was blatant enough where someone wasn't shoved. But contact to the back, I've seen that called against.
Sandra still got blocked in the back.
I thought
about as textbook as can be.
Yeah, I thought so. So, but Steven, still, I don't know. I know the new rules don't allow for the old school squib kick where it's landing at the 35 and a lineman's not sure what to do with it. I mean, I know you can't do it that way anymore, but man, that's tough just to give that guy a look. And that's what happens, by the way. So often, if the first wave, when the timing is off, because that's what it is, that's what you're doing, is disrupting the timing of the coverage, which has generally been really good for Washington. If the guy gets by the first wave, that's it. It's over. Like I think of some of those Byron Mitchell punt returns or otherwise where, the guys maybe almost fly by the tower.
Yeah.
And then once they're done, you get through the first wave, it's you're gone.
2-point conversion versus extra point at the end of the game is the last Dan Quinn question. Now, I am not going to beat him up on this. I don't think that was an obvious wrong decision at all. I am much more angry on the road when you're playing a superior team. In that situation, or when you're gassed, or if you go to overtime, you're probably not the better team. You may not win anyway. And we've seen some of those around here.
Mm-hmm.
That annoys me way, 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 way more than you're at home. You are the better team. If you go to overtime, you're probably going to beat Dallas. But that felt like on a day where you've already missed an extra point, Danny, where you've already missed 2 field goal, if you count the extra point, 2 kick attempts, where special teams have just been an abomination, where whatever wacky, wild, crazy thing happened, you just got, to me, that's a feel thing. The Cowboys are flustered. And oh, by the way, I call them the cheat code for a reason. I got the best short yardage offense outside of maybe Baltimore in the National Football League. I got the best quarterback on the goal line on a day where he's running for 75 and feeling good in the game. I went for it 2 earlier in the game, and he ran around the edge, and he made it look really, really easy, right? So I will not kill him for this, but I would have liked you to just put those stones on the table and said, let's end this thing once and for all.
I thought if after we score, we'd go for one. And the reason behind that, I thought, let's get back into it, but we don't have to decide it on this play. And so that was where I thought, let's go. And then, hey, Joe, we got one stop, we'll get it. And then at the coin toss, let's go through the whole process again and reset it. So I thought in that way, that was the right call on that. As obviously, you're not factoring in the other part of things, but that was my thought going into it. The previous one, if we had scored, we had to kick a field goal. I wanted to kick the field goal in prior to the 2 minutes so we could use that, have the other timeout. So when you're down 2 scores, you're kind of a little more strategic to get a kick in prior to a certain time. So that's what we had told Jaden in the offense. Let's get it in before this time. And so it gave us a chance to come back to it, get the stop to go, and then the big one to Terry. So, but I was thinking one the whole time. Sorry, long-winded answer to your question.
So I never vilify guys. I don't say never. Very rarely on going for 2. I'm just way more cautious about going for 2. People just sort of assume it's going to go. Maybe you don't have another 2-point call. You used it already. I have no idea. When you're a better team playing at home, my general strategy would be let's tie the game, and I'll take my chances with more football against an inferior opponent in general, playing at home and going to overtime right there. But of course it misses, and everything's going to look worse in real time. But I never go crazy against guys going for 2, even regardless of what maybe the mathematics says, the analytics says, or otherwise. I think too many variables can happen. But yeah, so that one doesn't upset me as much as maybe some of the others that are more controllable.
I thought he did one really, really smart thing, and I don't know if he'll get credit for this around the country today or not, but they kicked the field goal really early, under 2 minutes. They did it on second
Madden
down.
101 right there. Huge play.
And I thought this was so smart, and everyone's like, it's only second down. What are you doing? There's 1:50 to go. Why are you doing this? Well, you got to give yourself the most time possible, and you're allowing for the possible miraculous moment or, the meltdown from the terrible team that you're playing, which they inevitably got, by the way. And it was only made possible because of a shirking of convention, which I wish they would have done 1 or 2 more times. But I thought he was really good in that decision of, all right, let's kick it. We need 10. Let's save the most time possible because the clock there is so significant. But yeah, it was one of those days where a lot of those really big decisions that in the moment feel like you could do one or the other, they almost all went the other way. They all worked against him. And that's going to happen sometimes. And that's how you end up a loser in a game that you should win against a team that's not very good. 800-636-1067. We'll get to the game balls and gassers next. If you're on hold, your segment's coming. Who gets your game ball and why? Who gets your gasser? What didn't you like? You're listening to The Fan. and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan after a divisional loss to the Dallas Cowboys. That's 2 losses in the East in as many games. That's now 5 on the season. Washington, without that Hail Mary, would be sitting at 6-6 at the moment, but they are, as a 7-5 team, a wild card hopeful at this time. Game ball for me goes to Terry McLaurin, the 86-yard catch and run. I don't know what the Cowboys were doing. In a 2-hand touch backyard football game, he still would have scored that touchdown, and they dropped 8.
That was wild.
That was like more Cowboys malpractice than anything Washington
Still a
did.
great play, but man.
I'll take it. Miracle number 2 in Maryland. 86 yards to the house. That's 100-yard game number 5 for McLaurin on the season. He'd never done that before. My gasser, I guess if I had to go with one, I'll just start with Austin Seibert. I mean, you cannot have a worse game than he did, and he's not the sole reason they lost, clearly, but missed a field goal, missed an extra point, missed another extra point that was more important. The onside kick was botched, and nobody's talked about this, but I didn't even notice it until I rewatched the game. Early in the second half, he had a kickoff right along the sideline that Turpin fielded, like as it was going out of bounds. Had he have let that go out of bounds, they would have started at almost midfield. I mean, that'll never get mentioned, but that was another thing where it was just a really bad kickoff. He had a rough day at the office.
Game ball, the linebacker tandem, the law firm of Louvu and Wagner. 3 passes defended, knocked down by Frankie Louvu a couple different times. Both had 8 tackles. Fumble recovery for Wagner, a couple tackles for loss. Those guys were flying around, and they were everywhere. Gasser, old Cliffy. Listen, I know there are issues. It's not, you can't make your lineman block better. You can't make Tyler Biotish on the first play of the game not get knocked back 5 yards into the backfield blowing a play up. But there's got to be something different. There's got to be a counterpunch to the way you're being defended right now to make it easier for your guys, and it wasn't there yesterday.
Let's go to the phones. Who gets a game ball? Who gets a gasser? Chris gets us started in Alexandria. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. What's up, Grant and Danny? How y'all doing?
Hey, man.
First-time caller, long-time listener. Let me get some Zorn action here.
Jim.
Oh, man. Gotta love good old Zorny. All right, so game ball, got to give it to Frankie Louvu. Shout out to my brother and his wife. That's a new word in our family now, so got to give it to Frankie Louvu. They had no idea who that was beforehand. Gasser, got to go with the whole coaching staff, really. It's the thing. I don't understand. We won 7 games and we're feeling good, but then we come out so flat against Dallas, and I think it's just coaching at this point. We just seem to be really just coming in really entitled at these 7 wins, feeling like these teams are going to give us, these games, and that's really down to coaching. So it's just frustrating. Grant, you and I are the same age. We've never experienced any of this in our life before, so it's just really frustrating. So please, guys, talk me off the ledge.
Yeah, here's what I'll tell you is, off the ledge chatter begins with they're ahead of schedule. It's year 1 of this regime. They may still make the playoffs, and you would have signed up sight unseen for 7-5 before this year started, and probably thrown a party to find out that would be the record.
Without a doubt.
So that's the talking off the ledge. But what he said to begin the call is correct in the autopsy today, kind of figuring out how we got here. This, to me, was a coaching L. It's not to say that there weren't other problems on offense and defense with the execution and the players, but mini buy for you with a team on a short week. You're healthier. They're not. You know more about them than they know about you. You're really good and they're really bad. I mean, this isn't just us on the radio all week suggesting Washington should win the game handily. They were one of the biggest favorites in terms of sportsbook odds of the NFL season. I think it might have been the largest discrepancy for a division game outside of like the Chiefs and the Raiders or something all year long.
Mm-hmm.
There was no excuse for what happened yesterday. And if you're Dan Quinn, you got to take the L. And I don't mean the literal L, although that one.
It's on your record too, yeah.
But the figurative L that you were handed and you had to pick up and put in your back pocket and walk away. Pete's in Jersey on Grant and Danny. What's up, Pete? Pete. You will get nothing.
It's that silent Jersey call.
Will he like it?
He may not. Either way, it's his.
Chris is in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Chris?
Chris.
What's up, gentlemen? Listen, I don't want to hear any complaints about the defense. The offense was what lost the game. When you shut a team down to 3 points and a half, and you mentioned all the block kicks and field goals and fumbles and everything, the defense showed up. They put in an effort that was sufficient to win the game. Gasser to, I would give Cliff Kingsbury 2 gassers if I could, just because the offense has become stale, it's become predictable. We don't throw the ball downfield with any confidence. It's like we have to chain together 8 plays to have a scoring drive. When we've got 2 of the most dynamic players on the field in McLaurin and Daniels, I just don't get it. And another thing I want to point out is I don't think Jaden Daniels has taken a snap under center this all year unless it's to spike the ball or to kneel down in victory formation.
He has, but not very often.
That's not often.
That's not that uncommon, I'll say, Chris. I could get you some percentages of other guys. There are plenty of quarterbacks that aren't under center. Like one of the gripes right now in Atlanta is that Kirk Cousins is one of the great drop back play action passers in the league. He's at a pistol and shotgun almost every snap because it's Zach Robinson's tendency coming over from LA, where Matt Stafford wants to be in the gun to see the field and hasn't really accommodated, right? And that's still really a good offense throwing the football well. But like this is something that is a conversation in a lot of markets, I guess I would say. And it's the way the league is trending. It's not just a Kingsbury thing, but I think that's fair. Like, where is Daniels in his progression there? Is that something he's comfortable with? We can iron that out. I want to get into Kingsbury. We'll continue to get your calls at 800-636-1067. But there's a regression happening for this offense. If there was no track record, Danny, that suggested that this may come, if you and I hadn't started talking about this in late September as a possibility, it might feel a little different. But we kind of saw this as what has happened in his career, and we're seeing it now. It's harder to avoid when it happens against a team like Dallas. You can explain away the other ones. So we should get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Half a minute, no timeouts. Daniels throws down the sideline for Terry McLaurin. McLaurin is loose. Lightning strikes twice in Washington.
You kidding me? What a dream. The pipes of Joe Davis on a miraculous Terry McLaurin touchdoad.
They'd gone to win that game for true, wouldn't they? That was the comeback they needed. That was the spark. That was the sign of life, I tell you.
Washington's building a foundation for success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. Our sponsor will help, Kondori and Murad. The law firm is going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a consultation. It is free. You can do that with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Let us be among the first to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving this week. Little lay of the land ahead. We will be here through Wednesday as a show, I believe. Is that correct?
I think that's right.
I think we're here through Wednesday.
Darius said yes.
We will not
It just
be here.
says Thanksgiving.
We're not going to be here on Thursday. So next 3 days, you've got us breaking down all things Commanders and National Football League. On Wednesday, we will do our annual exclusive Grant and Danny Thanksgiving draft.
Thanksgiving.
Right here on 106.7 The Fan. Who will end up with the number one pick? Who will get the items that we fight over year in and year out? Mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese, stuffing. Will Ryan have another absolutely horrific draft?
Great round one.
These are the questions that need to be answered. The annual Thanksgiving draft is just 2 short days away, Danny.
I look forward to it all year long because it really means that Thanksgiving is here.
We need to get CK to do a serious production for it where he's like, in just 2 more days. Big voice guy, and it's airs all over the station. Grant, Danny, Darius, and Ryan put their boards to the test. You just hear past picks and booing from the crowd.
There's huge reactions. Kuiper, cranberry sauce, obviously moving itself into the first round potentially with some upside, not the canned stuff, the homemade,
Who will reach on turkey? And then it's Darius, I'm going to go turkey. And we're all no! Will Ryan take gravy in round 1 again?
You guys sleep on gravy.
And then it's just all of us screaming at him. 2 more days. It's happening. The Thanksgiving draft.
Which casserole will he take this time? It's a lot.
He loves
takes
casseroles.
some sort of casserole.
How many casseroles will he take? I mean, last year I think he had 6 casseroles.
He had gravy and 3 casseroles.
Because I traded. It was the Ricky Williams draft for me. I traded all of my picks to go up, and I was a little light on everything else.
Well, that's for the Super Bowl. You ended up with wings and and solo cups.
It's kind of the move. I want what I want.
Yeah.
I'll go lesser items. I'll go up the board to get what I need to get. I'm an aggressive draft day executive. What was the guy? Is it Sonny Weaver? What was the name of
in draft day? Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin Costner.
That is correct.
In draft days. It's Sonny Weaver. He was big on the trading situations. All right. Before we get back to the phones, last week we talked a lot about the Kingsbury cliff, right? Not Cliff Kingsbury, but the cliff that oftentimes his teams fall off of going into the second half of the season. Their offense yesterday, Danny, for 3 quarters basically reverted to, hey, Jaden, run for some yards. And while he's explosive and he can be prolific, that's the opposite of what you're looking for. Didn't it feel like Tampa a little bit?
100%.
They can't throw the ball.
Was that one drive where he 3 times escaped to the right and went out of bounds for -1, 0, and +1?
That was brutal.
And you go, oh my God, there's nothing here.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Go make a play for us, kid. Now, if you look at historical data from his time as the head coach of the Cardinals, and it's not just the record at Texas Tech or the record at Arizona, which people will use to dismiss, oh, that doesn't mean offense. The information is there. The numbers are there. I saw Neil Greenberg today tweet out EPA per play per season. The numbers fall off. Every year he was a coach in Arizona. We had just on Friday, while we were out and about, and we had a great show, by the way, in Falls Church at the Casual Pines.
Place is awesome. That was fun.
They were cool. But we had Ted Wynn of The Athletic on the show, and he pointed out weeks 1 through 8 points per drive. If you look at Cliff Kingsbury's history, 6th, 10th in the first 6 weeks of the season. The 8 through 17 weeks, 20th and 24th. And some people will say, well, Kyler Murray got hurt or he was playing banged up. Kind of like Jaden Daniels. Almost like there's a trend, by the way, where you have a running quarterback and they run all over the place and then they get banged up because they're short in Kyler Murray's case, or, they're not big in Jaden Daniels' case. Almost like that should be part of the conversation and not just the reason that you dismiss the information. But we're seeing it again, and I guess the question is, how concerned should we be?
Very. Because you've got historical data. This isn't just out of nowhere. So when you've got no precedent for something, you go like a 300 lifetime hitter going 2 for 40 in a month. You go, well, I got some pretty good precedent that the back of the baseball card says he'll get hot at some point and he'll get to his numbers or close to it. Well, this is what the back of the baseball card says. The second halves are a lot worse than the first halves. Now, somebody could tell you exactly why, who, breaks down and studies film and has watched tape of every Arizona play or Texas Tech play or this one and that one. I'm not smart enough to tell you all the sophisticated reasons why it happens, but watch, you guys saw the game too, right? Doesn't it look like there aren't many places to go with the football? Doesn't it look like they've kind of been found out? Doesn't it look like teams anticipate what they're going to do or want to do or how they want to do it before Washington even has a chance to get going? Doesn't it look like it's basically, hey, kid, put the Superman cape on and figure it out time after time? It looks like there's a solve that's happened. And usually the way, to me, to counteract that, because listen, all these defensive coordinators for everybody have a pretty good idea by now of who you are and what you want to do. You may surprise them with a trick play here or misdirection there or something that wasn't in the playbook early on in the season. But to me, the way you counter it is with badasses. You could do whatever you want to A.J. Brown. I'd still throw him the football. Bet you he comes through with it. You can do whatever you want to CeeDee Lamb. Bet you he comes through. I don't think they have that. And so there's no counter right now in terms of just a playmaker that's going to run roughshod over people. The schemed up, wide open stuff just isn't there right now. And it looks like defenses have the answer key.
Yeah, I think that's important because it's fair to say we knew before the year, we knew early in the year that their personnel just standalone is not elite or top half the league. Noah Brown was the 4th or 5th receiver in Houston or whatever that they cut, and he comes here and he becomes the number 2. Having said that, they had no problem being the number 1 offense in the National Football League through several weeks with the exact same group of guys. So you were ahead of defenses with this same group. Now you seem to be behind them. And to your point, the easy stuff is not available. And you mentioned just, getting guys free and getting guys real estate and separation. I don't even mean that. I just mean the quick game has kind of gone away. I think teams are playing a little tighter on the outside, perhaps, and they're giving you fewer of the layup throws that you were taking early in the year and kind of forcing you into some smaller window, more difficult things. And Kingsbury's got to answer. But it's, the passing game is multifaceted. And I also see the issues in protection. Again, they're not giving up pressures at a higher rate. The numbers, according to PFF on dropbacks, in the first several weeks of the season, Jaden Daniels was pressured 35% of the time. In the last 5 games, it's 32%. So it's actually gone down just a hair. But the pressure is way more often now coming from the interior, which is harder to deal with. When the pressure comes from the edge, he's able to beat you in a foot race out of the pocket. Think about this with me. When a edge rusher comes and he sees him coming, how many times did we see that? The Browns play, you can name 15, 20 times where he just escapes out the back door and he either throws it away or goes and scrambles for 5 or 7 yards or whatever. He was doing that the entire first half of the season. But when the pressure comes straight at you, you kind of move now into potentially rushers. You don't navigate the pocket as cleanly. You move backwards rather than out of the pocket, and you don't get that same speed, and things can get messy and gross around you pretty quickly, right? So I think that's part of this. The Cowboys knew how they were going to defend, their pass rush, how they were going to block them yesterday. They're going to chip with their tight ends. They're going to chip on the edges. They're going to chip at Micah. You know what they did? They moved Micah Parsons over top of the center. They let him rush from the interior, and it worked. A couple of sacks for him yesterday. And then you look at the running game. Where's the answers in the running game? That's where we heap the most praise on Kingsbury and the analysts that we would have on, like Dan Orlovsky and some of these guys, that were just blown away by. They're like, look at this, guys. I just went over the film. They had 10 different runs on 2 drives, that were basically 6 different plays out of 8 different looks and blah, 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 blah. Where is that? First 4 weeks, their running backs averaged, the first 8 weeks, their running backs, Danny, averaged 5.2 per play. The last 4 weeks, 3.5. So every part of this offense is regressing, including the play of Jaden Daniels. And you blame some of that on the coordinator if you want to as well. The same way when Daniels was playing like an MVP and Rookie of the Year early, we're saying Cliff Kingsbury is going to be a head coach. He was getting a lot of the credit.
Yeah.
Well, he deserves some of the blame now. And we can have a Daniels conversation if you want to. I think that's fair and we should. Nobody's above reproach here. But if Kingsbury gets the credit when he's balling, I think there's got to be some, hey, man, your kid's struggling. Let's make it a little easier on him.
And again, there's plenty of nuance to it. We always end up, focusing on one part, and we are for this discussion, and I think that's fair to your point. I think that's the right thing to do. However, I would say if you on the play sheet 2 months ago called whatever you want to call it, Brian Robinson runs off of right guard with a the pulling left guard in the hole, and it went for 5 yards 2 months ago, and now it's going for 1. That's not all on you. Maybe things aren't being blocked as well. Maybe guys are worn down. Maybe there's a million different reasons why a play was made now that wasn't made a couple months ago against you, because other guys get paid to play too. But when you add up his entire career, and this, by the way, goes back to college, this is to me, irrelevant data points. There is no time in his history of him as a coach where his teams played better in the second half of the year than they did in the first. Record-wise, offensive number-wise, I can't get exact data for all the years at Texas Tech or even at USC. Remember, they started 6-1, finished 8-5 down the stretch, and the offense wasn't the same the second half of the year. The same thing happened in Arizona. I know there are mitigating factors. You mentioned Kyler Murray's injury or injuries to other players. I understand all that. That's the NFL. It can't be this big of a drop-off, is my point. You can't go from the best offense in the sport, ringing the bell whenever the hell you want to, can't move the football against a bad defense. I understand you're not going to put up 38 a week. They had that 3-week stretch where they scored 38, 42, 36, and they averaged 38 points per week. I'm an adult human being. I understand you cannot average that. This is not arena football, okay? My point is you can't go from that to they're one of the worst offenses in the sport for 55 minutes yesterday against a bad defense. There's got to be a happy middle there. There's got to be something better than falling down every single rung of the ladder and hitting your head Looney Tune style on each one when you get down there. Settle on the team somewhere. Move the football a couple times and score some points in the first half against a crappy defense looking to quit like Dallas.
Ian Hartitz, who's a fantasy guy that I follow, tweeted this out. It's the points per game and yards per game by month in Cliff Kingsbury's career. So as a play caller, offensive mind, what have you, in the NFL only. Points per game in September, 26, October, 27, November, 23, December and on, 20. Falls off by a touchdown.
That is Tony Stark right there.
All right. Yards per game, September, 377, October, 380, November, 336, December and on, 329. So we're talking about basically 50 fewer yards and 6 fewer points per game from the first month of the year to the last month of the year in his career.
Man.
I'm sorry. That's you just can't tell me it's nothing. And maybe it would just be explainable away as a head coach. It was different. Arizona's a different thing, but it's literally happening here in front of our eyes. And I wasn't willing to go deep into the conversation when they were just playing really good defenses, because that was a convenient way to kind of say they're slowing down when, yeah, of course they're going to slow down. As you said, they were doing something that wasn't going to sustain, and now they're playing great defenses. But yesterday was a major tell. And it wasn't their first time they struggled against a defense that wasn't very good, but it was the most obvious realization that something is very much not right. And frankly, it's now almost half and half of the year, if you look at it, really. Where the seventh game was the Carolina game, I think. So like the 6 games before that, and then you take that one out because it was, no Jaden Daniels, whatever. But the 5 after, you're talking about 7 versus 5. It's not like it's been a couple of games here. Let's go to Nick and Bowie on Grant and Danny. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
It's a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Jim Zorn, do you have anything to say about that?
Is anyone else?
Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
The one thing I love about Jim Zorn is how long he takes to greet people. He really doesn't want to do it. He's very reluctant.
He's like, I want the build-up. I want there to be anticipation.
I like that he just never greets them right away.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Nick. How are you,
He
buddy?
wants to make sure that it's feeling it.
Yeah.
Honestly, just based on this most recent conversation, we all know how important it is to make the defense unsure to start a game. And yet it seems like we're coming in and we're running up the gut on first and second, and then obvious passing down on third. Or we're passing the ball at or behind the line of scrimmage. And it just does feel like we haven't really evolved. I mean, there's no less motion that defenses have to account for. I mean, we have a dynamic quarterback. Where are the jet sweeps that allow Jaden to pull it and run when he wants to? Where are the quick slants to Terry? I mean, we heard on the broadcast, they were talking about how the scheme forces Terry to line up on the same side consistently when they decide to go no huddle. And I mean, if they can see that, other teams can see that. And that's getting Terry fewer looks. What is Kingsbury doing? I mean,
so that's a great point, by the way,
you.
Nick. Sorry to cut you off. I want to talk about McLaurin with you, Danny, because if we're having this Cliff Kingsbury conversation, okay, Terry McLaurin was utterly uninvolved again yesterday.
4 catches for 16 yards before the play.
The 86-yard miracle that basically was just a Cowboys meltdown, respectfully.
Yeah.
I mean, wide open, 8 guys dropped, nobody touched him. And there was a little bit of Terry being awesome and speedy and kind of navigating traffic well, but that was not really an offensive play. That was a, oh my God, this is the worst defense I've ever seen kind of play. So it'll go down as 5 for 102 and a touchdown. But compare him to the other leading receivers in the league in terms of target share and usage. It's just not the same. He has not had, these are his targets, not his catches, his targets in the last 4 games. 3, 6, 2, 6. They were coming off of a 1-catch, 10-yard game for McLaurin, where Cliff said in the press conference, that can't happen. We need to get him more involved. And he had 4 for 16 going into the final 5 minutes. And there wasn't a single screen thrown to him in the game. I don't remember, like, there was the one slant out of halftime where they clearly said, hey, we got to throw Terry the football. Let's get him a quick slant. But they didn't do that early. That wasn't an emphasis in the first quarter. Forget all the other speculation that Cliff's offense gets solved in the second half of the year. This is just easy money stuff. Are you trying to throw your best football player on offense the ball, yes or no? And the answer the last few weeks, way too often, has been not enough.
And again, I don't care about that if your offense is humming.
Well, of course.
My objection for so many years with Scott Turner, Bieniemy, or whoever was doing it or not doing it in this case was, your offense sucks. If my offense is going to suck, I'm going to be bad going down with this burning ship, getting the football to my best player way more often than you guys. And they were just sort of content to try their plan or whatever. When your offense is not going, maybe that's how you get it going. It's just a different philosophy. I could never live with it. I could never live with a game like that Philadelphia game on Thursday night where there's no targets until deep into the fourth quarter for my best football player on offense. I'm not wired that way. These guys are, and that's fine. But, well, maybe it's not fine in this case. It's just an objection that I will never get over.
800-636-1067. Are you concerned about Cliff Kingsbury's offense in the second half of this season? Last week, it felt like a lot of people were still pushing back and suggesting it was an overreaction. Do you still feel that way after a bad defense had a good plan? Not the Steelers, not the Eagles, a really bad defense put together a plan that had Washington at 3 points at halftime and sitting at 3 points going into the final 5 minutes and 9 points going into the final 5 minutes and 16 seconds of that ball game. No, you know what? I was right the first time. Washington, Danny, had 9 points as of the mid-third quarter and didn't get over 10 until 3:02 on the clock with that 4-yard pass to Ertz.
Yeah, they had about half of their yards in the game in the last 5 minutes of the game.
They had 92 net passing after 54 and a half minutes. And then they had like a Santana Moss miracle
Yes.
Cowboys game that they still couldn't win because the special teams was just a fiasco.
And then there's that.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
I mean, like I said earlier, some you defensive coordinators look at, man, what teams had success against them, and how could they incorporate that into their scheme. So you start to see a little bit of trends, and you kind of watch film, but you got to be able to adjust on the fly. And I think we're able to adjust on the fly, but we didn't do it early enough. And that starts up, man, me seeing it, the receiver seeing it, everybody seeing it as one accord.
That was Jaden Daniels yesterday. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So Daniels' stat line in the end yesterday was actually tremendous. 25 of 38 for 275 and a couple of touchdowns. The 2 interceptions end up making it not as good, but obviously the first pick hit off Brian Robinson's hand, and the second one was a Hail Mary. I would say, though, the first pick was like a turnover-worthy play in a sense. Probably not graded that way via PFF because it hit the intended guy in the hands. But it was a bad decision, in my opinion. It's a screen. He throws a flat, basically a fastball to a non-pass catching running back. I mean, a guy who's okay at it, but it's not the guy that normally runs the screens for them. And the best case scenario is he gets tackled for a loss, and that should just be burned at his feet. I think a veteran quarterback probably would have done just that. And frankly, Daniels did that early in the year.
Yes.
More often than not, might do the same thing. So I guess I would give him like half of one interception, or a quarter of one interception in the game, or something like that instead of 2. But I say that only to then say, Danny, that is not really indicative in any way of his performance, right? I mean, you just go through, if you're PFF or if you're a coach, and you grade every play that he ran. And you go, okay, this was pretty good. Wow, this was really good. I like this. And time and temperature and all these things don't matter as much. He finished the game, by my count, 13 of 13 passing on those final 3 drives. So the one where they go get the touchdown with 5 minutes left, down to 3 minutes left, where they go right down the field. Completion of McLaurin for 0, Brown for 11, Brown for 19, Brown for 20. That was Diami. It was a great catch, by the way. Luke McCaffrey for 8, Ertz for 7, Ertz for 4 touchdown. On that drive, he was 7 of 7 for 70 yards. Then the next drive, Ertz for 2, Ertz for 2, Ertz for 13, or Eckler for 2, and then Ertz for 18, right? Then he had the throw to John Bates that was caught and fumbled. Then he had the 76 to McLaurin. It's like he finished the game with 14 of 14, 13 of 13, whatever it was, and like you throw on another almost 200 passing yards to his total. That completely changes what was 55 minutes of what we all saw.
Yeah.
He is just not the same still. And the rib is not a thing anymore. I'm sorry. It just can't be used as an excuse after yesterday.
No, so yeah, I don't think yesterday was rib related at all. Previously, I do, because I didn't see those bad habits, those spin away throws, those leaving things short, not stepping into stuff. To me, he looked like the athletic, comfortable, fluid Jaden Daniels. Now we're just not hitting passes. I think, and to me, a lot of this is, again, what's going on with Kingsbury in this offense, and guys not being that open related more than it is, than him all of a sudden becoming inaccurate, all of a sudden becoming indecisive or unsure. Some regression was normal there for any rookie who got out to the start that he did, like gangbusters. Again, you do what you did every week. You're an MVP candidate as a rookie, which very rarely happens. So this is, some of it's normal, but a lot of it to me is there aren't a lot of great options for him to go with the football in a lot of those, 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 9s that they're facing a lot more now than they were, say, a month ago.
This was the Daniels presser yesterday after the game.
As the year's gone on, do you see any difference in tendency or anything in how teams are defending you? And do you view the last 3 weeks offensively kind of as a collective, or is it just game by game for you?
I think teams and coordinators are going to see what other teams have success against them, and try to figure out how they could incorporate that into their scheme. So, you kind of see stuff on third downs. We've been in third and longers a lot, these past couple of games. So that's kind of where you get into those exotic pressures and stuff like that. And, we just got to be better on first and second down to stay ahead of the chains.
That's Jaden Daniels post game yesterday, but he's acknowledging we're seeing some looks that we didn't see. They're trying to trick us on third down. He's, I believe, 7 for his last 23 passing on third down. The question really is more largely about the offense than just Daniels. That's a byproduct of what has been now a unit that has regressed pretty substantially through 3 weeks. It meshes with the concern that we had as of weeks ago when we suggested there is this track record of these Kingsbury offenses that start out like gangbusters and then crash back down to earth, and we're kind of seeing that here. Pete's in Jersey listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Pete?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'll tell you what, yesterday's game killed me. I feel like all the defenses, they figure out Kingsbury all the time. Second half of the seasons, even in college or the pros, you called it, they figure him out. On top of that, wide receiver-wise, and I love Terry, we all love Terry, but when you got Brown, and Zacchaeus, I mean, this is something that has to be addressed in the offseason.
No question.
1,000%.
Yeah, no question. Appreciate the phone call, my friend. Yeah, I mean, so it took. I'm not patting myself on the back here because I've been wrong a 1,000,000% of the time. But the roster looked to just a rube like me before the season started. I go, are we sure about this O-line? And they could have used another receiver somewhere opposite Terry McLaurin, maybe just a threat, whatever. It's now kind of coming home to roost. It didn't matter against Carolina or Cleveland or Arizona or the teams that they're just doing whatever the hell they wanted to. Guys are wide open. Jaden Daniels is high flying. He's the rookie of the year. He's an MVP candidate. Everything is great. On some of these 3rd and 7s, I think the caller's right. The MO is pretty simple. You take away the short stuff and dare them to beat you, which is not what most teams are doing in the NFL right now. Most teams are doing, frankly, what Washington has done for most of the season, which is you're so terrified of getting beat deep, you're playing soft shells, and you give up some stuff. Now, maybe Marshawn Latimore coming back is going to help with some of that on Washington's defensive side. But offensively, you need some guys that can win on these 3rd and longs, and that's not happening right now.
Yeah. So there's no denying that they're going to need another weapon. They lack speed on offense a little bit, and they lack like some wiggle at wide receiver, it would feel like to me. And they're going to continue to work on the O-line, which has mostly been a strength, but the last couple of weeks on the interior, teams have found a way to get to the quarterback, which was something we weren't talking about early in the season. But I think they would say to you, like you're talking about, oh, they need this, they need that, they need this. They're 7-5. They're currently in the playoffs, and they have the number 7 ranked offense in the league, and they're the number 7 ranked passing offense in the league. So, yes, do they need more to beat Baltimore and Philly and Pittsburgh? For sure. And yesterday they had a terrible game. In year one of a program, you're going to have some of those, and you're not going to fix everything in one offseason, which is not to say I disagree with you. But rather than trying to assume that they could fix everything in one offseason, they probably have a pretty good feel that a starting wide receiver who they grabbed off the scrap heap on the first week of the year and Noah Brown, who got cut by the Texans, probably is a tell that they might need someone who's a little bit more explosive. Let's go to Eric in Kansas City, home of the Chiefs. What's up, Eric? How are you?
No home of the Chiefs. I love one team, and I love one team for 43 years. And I'm glad to talk to somebody out in that area.
I love it. Well, we're happy to have you. And I'm glad it would have been really easy for you to watch a really
you
good
just
Chiefs team.
Quietly shifted over. No one would have blamed you, man. You just wake up in the AFC title game every year.
Bros, we may not even get to my point. I'm glad to talk to y'all. But I will tell y'all this. Nobody knows me from obviously, but yeah, I'm a huge fan of Washington. And I try not to stick no negatives. I'm more grateful today, and here's why. All right, I know this ain't gonna make nobody feel better, and I'm not trying to do that. Where was we last year? I think we lost over 10 straight last year. 3-game losing streak this year, to me, is a compliment, and here's why. For one, we're not out of the race at all. For 2, we got the 7 wins quick. For 3, our season, man, is still alive. I know it's adversity. Cliff Kingsbury, I hear about how his offense drops off and stuff, and that could be true. But to me, not only the players, but them coaches that they brought in here, to me, against Tennessee is now or we get ready for next year. That's just how I feel. But if they beat Tennessee, I'm not counting them out from running the table.
Love it. But
I can't say I'm running the table, but I do feel like a lot of people will agree with that. If they beat the Titans, there's going to be an expectation at 8-5 going into your bye week that you're going to find a way to make the playoffs at 10 wins, maybe.
Yeah, you've harvested enough nuts.
If they lose to the Titans at that point, it feels like this is just a complete collapse and free fall. And at that point, all bets are off.
But also, to his larger point, I think we can spin both plates. It goes without saying when we're having specific conversations about yesterday's game and maybe trends for over the last month. But big picture, if you're not really happy with the fact that ownership seems competent, there's a general manager that's got a pretty good feel for things, they're doing things the right way, they're building something. Yeah, the results may be disappointing week to week, but it's now there's a point to all this, whereas there wasn't before when Bruce was in charge or some other kind of overmatched boob that was here for way too long, right? Big picture, of course we're happy. Of course we are. It's just frustrating given the fact that they were 7-2 16 days ago, and now they're the opposite of that. Now they've having dropped 3 straight, and it ain't trending in the right direction.
Let's go to Zeke in D.C. I loved your fumble yesterday. I wish that Washington would have recovered it. How are you? Zeke, are you there? You'll get nothing.
Whoa.
I hear like moaning
I thought
a little
he burped.
bit.
Did he burp once?
You realize you're on the radio, no?
Okay, good talk. See you out there.
We're having a weird day. The calls we're taking when people speak are pretty good, but it's the occasional not answering that gets to me. It's okay. There's occasional mulligans. I get that. Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We do have a Beltway Blitz coming your way at 4:00. Next hour, who had the worst day? It's got to be Austin Seibert, right? But you could throw Dan Quinn or Kingsbury or Daniels or maybe Benjamin St. Juste into that conversation. We got Jay Gruden joining us in an hour and 20 minutes at 5:00, the Monday after the worst loss of the season, the worst day of the Dan Quinn era to this point. You just can't do that. And oh, by the way, against the Cowboys of all teams. Like if that was Cleveland or Carolina or Tennessee or something, that's one thing. It was Dallas, man. Makes it sting that much more. You're listening to The Fan. Was watching Sunday Night Football last night as Saquon Barkley put on an absolute show. He ran for 255 for the Eagles against the Rams. He's now on pace, Danny, for almost 2,200 rushing yards. The all-time record is held by Eric Dickerson with 2,105. Barkley's on pace for over 2,150. He could break the all-time rushing record. And it's just different when you watch him. Like, I'm not convinced, by the way, with another season of a bunch of injuries for Brian Robinson, who I love the guy, but he's always banged up. Always. And I don't know how his leg didn't snap yesterday, or that looked like an Alex Smith kind of broken leg initially when he got folded up, or maybe a knee or something. To his credit, he's tough as nails.
Mm-hmm.
But I think running back could actually be a need for them, as odd as that sounds. Like, watch the league. When you're not watching Washington, watch other teams. His home run this year of like 40 yards, he got caught from behind and tackled. He didn't score a touchdown when it was like blocked perfectly. And it's going to sound like I'm knocking B-Rob, and that's not my intention. But I know there's not Barkleys to be had. They don't grow on trees. But, dude, the difference between the elite back, the home run hitter, and what they have is pretty stark. And if they're going to be this run-first operation, and they should be with Jaden Daniels and the dual threat read option stuff they want to do, then do the Lamar Derrick Henry thing, do the Jalen Hurts Saquon Barkley thing, and go get yourself a baller at running back and play that game. Because as I'm watching last night, I'm going, Jalen Hurts is just okay, and it doesn't matter. It has never mattered all year. They've lost twice. He doesn't have to be all that good. He makes a couple of big plays with his legs every week, and that's the answer, basically, because Barkley is their best player. But that might be something they should consider, too. You know, whether it's you'd hate this, but like if Ashton Genty, that kid from Boise State, is
He's
available
awesome.
at like 24 in the draft or 21 or something, I know a first-round running back would make everyone want to jump off of a building.
Oh, I would find the highest one.
I'm just telling you.
I would lose it.
I would think of a weapon at that position, which they haven't had a home run hitter there in a while, is not the worst idea. But anyway, Barkley's a beast.
No, he's incredible. So I actually am in favor of that, believe it or not spending a high pick. I think that's always a mistake. Even when it works, I think it's the wrong course.
I think it's a mistake when it's not like Jahmyr Gibbs or someone that's or Saquon Barkley, by the way, who is a top 5 pick. He makes the Eagles look pretty good right now.
But I do think what we've had is such an overcorrection in the market that you can get great value on someone like that. That's good value for Saquon Barkley. It's like what the Nats did with Howie Kendrick, for example. I'd rather have a 21-year-old at the league minimum. Actually, this undervalued guy with playoff at-bats and a pretty good career is going to end up with some big hits for us. We'll spend a little bit on that guy. That's actually a better value. It's so overcorrected that there is value in a Derrick Henry and a Saquon Barkley, the guys that are exceptions to the rule. But again, I think it's always a mistake to do a first-round pick. The thing that I would do...
So you'd be furious if they picked, let's say, at 22 and they took Genty.
Livid. Beyond livid. I'd scream and I'd say I'll root for the next regime.
Give me weapons.
The thing that you should do, though, and this is my philosophy every year, no matter how many times guys come out of nowhere and are good, 4th round and on. That's when you should be flooding the zone every year with finding that guy, finding the Kyron Williamses of the world, or the Pachecos of the world. You just keep throwing stuff at the wall, and a guy finds the right place, right system, right scheme, and gets hot for a couple of years, becomes a must-have fantasy player.
Yeah, that's the way to do it as well. But Adrian Peterson went 7th overall.
Yes, he did.
The Vikings didn't regret it, right? I'd say that about Barkley, best player in his organization every year with the Giants and now on to Philly. Jahmyr Gibbs, you think the Lions would go back and redo that? I don't think they would. If you're, what do you want to be? What kind of team are you? And the way that this thing's trending, Brian Robinson's hurt every time he comes back again. And then it's a big deal. Like, look at the difference when he's on the field and when he's not on the field. And even with him, they're just a physical bowling ball team. But they're not ripping off the big gains unless Daniels is finding 20 around the edge. Let's get to our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
We had a debut here over the weekend, Jeeps. The debut of Coach Danny Rouillet coaching indoor soccer for the first time. I've coached soccer before for many years. Coached a lot of sports for a number of years.
Very
have some
qualified.
experience there. Yeah, I would say among the group of parents, does anyone want to do it? I guess I will, and that's how I got the job. Lengthy interview process. I want to thank everybody, the board and the GM, for the chance to do it. And UGLY on this one. I don't know if we're in the wrong age group. I don't know what I don't know here, but our boys got sandblasted.
Wait, I thought I must have misread that text. When you sent that text, I was super busy.
Yeah.
But I looked down, I didn't respond. I thought you said you were up 8-0.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no, sir.
So it was not a good weekend.
No, it was not.
Oh, man.
It was
I
not.
thought Danny Huhe was going to go to that press conference, shucking and jiving, wearing the wrong shirt with the feathers coming from the old logo or whatever.
Well, now the text I sent you was from my oldest game in a tournament. Which I had nothing to do with. I'm just a transportation service, and I cheer for them on the sidelines. They lost to a Maryland team with the most annoying fans on the planet. So I hope those people get gout and athlete's foot and are miserable.
Parent drama.
They stink. Those people were so annoying. Anyway, but for my son's game that I coached, did we get creamed?
Did we make some adjustments?
Well,
you know what I said about
we tried.
you is the second half of your coaching career, there's always a cliff that you fall off.
Yeah, every time. So second half was better than the first half because they kind of figured out. None of these kids have ever played indoor soccer before. It's in this little tiny field, and every other kid on the other team, it looked like they'd done it before. They were much better than we were. They were going to win the game regardless. They were more physical, faster, better skilled. They kicked our butts. But our guys, there were some tough plays made. They figured out how to be goalie. They'd never been a goalie in any of their leagues before.
Love that.
Elliott made a bunch of saves. Kids played hard, and there were only a couple sets of tears throughout. So we did okay.
What'd you wear? Did you go full suit?
No.
Did we go Tom Landry top hat?
We did sweats for this one. But the biggest question post-game was, why is there no snack? So this is all thrown together. Nobody came
didn't prepare a Capri Sun fudge round situation?
I'm running the whole squad. I mean, that's like a parent thing. But nobody did that just yet.
You get like a mom to coordinate that? You didn't think about that?
I did think about it, but again, I'm worried about what are the rules? How many players per team?
So who's the
what
team
do they have?
mom?
We don't really have one. I mean, again, people are still finding their roles here. This whole thing was put together very fast. It was a hasty hiring process. A lot of people on the alumni board are pissed off thinking we made a mistake.
Danny was hired to be a coordinator, and then no one wanted the head coaching job, so they slid
Danny Zorn a little bit.
Danny Zorn over to the head job.
It was a tough debut.
That's kind of the coach's thing, though. Like, aren't you the kind of guy, like, you're the coach, like you're the head of the operation. You should be the one assigning a team mom, or maybe you take those duties in your own hands.
I am not an assigner. I'm also not responsible enough to go get whatever snack and pay attention to who can't have gluten and can we be near a tree nut, or is there a pecan?
So stick aside,
in the
though.
factory?
I think what you do is you have a quick meeting after practice where you go, "Hey, over here, listen up, guys. Hey, so we got a game coming up against this annoying Maryland team," or whoever you're playing. I need someone to coordinate snacks for the kids. We're looking for a little Capri Sun, maybe some fudge round, something delicious that Grant would like. Definitely not Star Crunch because those suck.
Okay.
Who would like to do that? And then you wait, and then somebody goes, "Oh, I'll do it.
I'll do it."
Yeah, you got to do one of those things.
I just don't feel like that's my place. I'm just here to instruct kids.
I'm trying to
help
figure
them
out who's the coach.
Well, that's now I'm telling grown-ups what to do. That doesn't feel right to me. It's like I'm happy to tell the kid, hey, left midfielder means you're in the middle of the field, but on the left side. We can work there.
This sounds a little bit like a Ron Rivera situation where a lot of things are slipping through the cracks and you don't think they're supposed to be your job.
Well, hopefully there's no federal agents raiding my facility on a Friday when there's nothing I could be doing.
You're getting your car washed?
Yeah, get the car washed.
I thought that it was weird that Emmanuel Forbes was inactive yesterday at your soccer game.
Well, he would have been.
He couldn't help the boys?
No, I'd have sat his butt right on the bench.
The Beltway Blitz comes your way next. Jay Gruden's on the show at 5 o'clock today, the Monday after. That was gross. Just a bad loss to the Cowboys. We're G&D.
Whatever we decide to do this week, we're going to decide to do.
The Beltway Blitz comes your way in just a minute here on Grant and Danny. Welcome back. You're locked into the Fan. In 1 hour, Jay Gruden joins the show. We will get his prescription for Washington's issues. 3 straight losses, including a really bad one now. This is the first ugly loss for Dan Quinn and company at the hands of the Cowboys at home as an 11-point favorite. It just does not happen that they are favored by that many points at home, and I guess now we know why. 2 quick things. One, during the break, it became a story in this studio that Danny is not familiar with Star Crunch. He has no file on the classic Little Debbie treat or whatever company makes that. It was, I mean, I ate 0 of those because I hated them, but probably saw 200 of those get consumed around me as a kid just because every time at soccer or whatever, someone's passing out treats, that's an option. And I showed him a picture of it. You've never seen it?
I'd never seen that. Yeah. So my era, it's regular old, your orange slices, granola bars were always a thing post game with like a Gatorade or something like that. And now for my kids now, I've never seen those handed out.
You know a fudge round?
Yeah. I couldn't picture one, but I've definitely heard or seen a fudge round.
I could picture one. Fudge rounds are the best. I would always choose that over a Star Crunch.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, I didn't get to do this in the double play, so we'll come back to it later. But Gladiator 2 was an absolute blast. And
nice.
If you liked Gladiator 1 and who didn't, go see it. And don't let anybody tell you that you shouldn't because this thing wasn't exactly right. They can kick rocks. Do you want to be entertained and eat popcorn? Go see the movie. It's awesome. With that out of the way, let's get to the Beltway Blitz. We start on the gridiron with the locals and our buddy Mitch Tischler, who was just a few seats away from me in the box yesterday as we watched the Cowboys play really badly and still somehow win. Mitch, worst part of yesterday was?
Well, I would have thought the worst part of the last 2 days was you talking about Star Crunches because if we're being honest, it's the zebra cake and the Nutty Buddy that are the 2 best of the Little Debbies. But the worst part of it was
the Nutty Buddy is strong, by the way. I don't think Star Crunch was Little Debbie, was it? I think it was like another brand.
Oh, well, I'm just thinking about childhood snacks, and that ranks real high up the list.
Attaboy. Darius is telling me, by the way, that it was Little Debbie. So I stand corrected.
There we go. Most disappointing part was the offense. I mean, to start out slow like that, to have, 4 drives start, in not necessarily plus territory as in the Cowboys territory, but outside of your own red zone and to only get 3 points out of that and to, obviously watch Brian Robinson go down again is tough. I think you have to start asking some real questions about B-Rob and reliability moving forward. I think he's a great player. I love him. I think he's a huge part of this offense, but we're going on multiple years now where he seems to get dinged up, nicked up, beat up, pretty much every other week. And it's becoming a problem with the consistency on this offense with not having a run game.
What's going on with the line? Early on, it was this renaissance. It was an amazing strength for guys that weren't necessarily as heralded. Cosme had some pedigree, but it's a rookie splitting time and a couple guys that are ready available in coming into the offseason. Andrew Wiley, who was maligned. Now all of a sudden it looks like it's the group maybe we thought they were before the year, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think a lot of it comes down to play calling and offensive scheme because early in the season you saw a lot of the quick game. You saw them get the ball out to their playmakers and
win games, and there they were winning a game. The Panthers were close to winning a game. What are you guys doing trying? But, we saw these, close games come down to the wire. Even the Browns, that didn't help them to win that game there. But I think you see there were some trap games. Then also there were some divisional games. And whenever you have divisional opponents, you can throw the records out, and it's going to be a scrappy, knockdown, drag out with a lot of different divisions. And so, that's kind of some of the reasons why. And then some of it, is just weirdness going on.
Mike, Bryce Young looks a lot better at this point since getting back in there for Carolina. Can he do enough this year to be the guy going into the offseason, or do you think they've already got a pivot where they're drafting and go get somebody else?
No, the problem is there's not really anybody else to go out there. This isn't a really strong quarterback draft class. And look, you invested to have this pick, to take this kid. You have to be patient. You have to give him more around him. Imagine if they had given him a full workload in the preseason rather than, limiting him to one, series for all the preseason like he was some veteran quarterback, or sticking with him rather than benching him after week 2. I think that you maybe would have seen more progress. They panicked. You had a first-year head coach who's trying to make sure he doesn't lose the locker room. It was just all mismanagement, the way that they handled it. I think that, yes, we're seeing him make progress. As a young quarterback, you learn by doing a lot of times. And if you don't have a lot around you, you can feel that pressure. You have to make every single play. Well, I think he's understanding now, okay, maybe the play is not there. It's not bad to throw it away. It's not bad to tuck it and run. And so I think that he can still be the guy there. Again, they've got a lot of work to do. They have a lot of holes on their roster, but it's not going to do them any favors to move on from him and reach on another quarterback and still have a young guy in the same situation with a subpar roster.
Same question about a sophomore, Will Levis with the Titans. He had a decent little game, 278 and a pair, but he threw a terrible pick 6. He seems to do that all the time. They're coming to Washington. They're 3-8. He turns the ball over a lot. His bad is so bad, but then his good is really good. Like, he makes crazy throws. He's got a little Anthony Richardson to him in like the extremes. Richardson yesterday was like 11 of 28 or something, but made this unbelievable 40-yard completion. What do you make of Levis?
His decision making isn't great. And from what I've talked to people, they kind of wonder, like, how does he process information? Because it does not look like he's processing what he's seeing. There's times he's pulling the trigger and you're just like, dude, did you not see the guy, the linebacker standing right there in front of your wide receiver? But then he had done better when he came back from injury as far as taking care of the football a little bit more. And then, he kind of is very much a roller coaster. Now, they feel like they've got to live with the growing pains there and that it benefits them to play him right now. I think that, look, he had the bad pick 6. Yeah, I think he took, like 7-8 sacks. You got to get rid of the football. But they are seeing signs of growth there. I'm not saying it's going to be amazing. I'm not saying that he's going to blossom into a franchise savior, but they see progress, and that's good for him. That's good for them. This is very much a retooling, rebuilding type of year for them, where they're just looking for positives to build on going forward.
My quick one here. Fill in the blank. The Denver Broncos are
a good team that might make the playoffs. They are exceeding expectations. Bo Nix has been the perfect fit for Sean Payton in that offense. And I think that they have a real shot of making the playoffs. Not going to say they're going to go very far, but just getting there.
By the way, has Nix caught Daniels in the Rookie of the Year, you think?
He's reeling him in there. They need to snap this losing streak here, and Cliff Kingsbury needs to figure out how to retweak his offense and develop a counterpunch. But if they keep playing the way they are right now, yes, the Knicks will overtake Jaden Daniels.
Wow. It seems like basically Daniels was electric early. Knicks really struggled, and it's kind of been the opposite over the last 5 weeks. But the recency bias is now, you look at the betting markets, Daniels is a slight favorite, and Knicks is basically even money. Mike, thanks, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right, see you guys. Thanks for having me.
Still a third or so of the season to go. So if Daniels won round 1, Knicks won round 2, still TBD. Although it is funny, I tweeted about this today, and a bunch of people were like screaming at me like, who cares? Nobody cares about the Rookie of the Year award. It's like, wait, that's all we were saying 4 weeks ago.
Some people care.
A lot of people were just stuffing the ballots for the Pepsi Rookie of the Week when he was like, having okay games. You guys cared then. People don't care as much now. It's funny how that works.
It's interesting.
Let's keep it moving. Back to the Commanders and our guy, Nick Ackridge of PFF. Nick, what did you see when you studied the game from yesterday?
Just some poor execution on the offensive side. I think a poor handling of what Dallas was going to do pressure-wise to them, and I think it just kind of took them. I don't know if they ever really kind of adjusted to it, and it took too long. And then kind of in the fourth quarter, once Dallas kind of sat back, you saw the offense start to really kind of go. But I think it was just kind of just poor execution is what we've been seeing these past couple of weeks, and I think a poor game plan overall.
What's the biggest reason? I know there's a bunch of them, there's a million different things, but what's the biggest reason why their offense all of a sudden is not effective? I could live with a time, Nick, where they're playing good defenses who play well, who stop a lot of offenses. Dallas's defense objectively stinks. And through 55 minutes yesterday, Washington had 200 yards of offense, and I think it was 9 points. What's the biggest reason for the drop-off here in your mind?
I think right now it's pressure, but specifically interior pressure. Over the last 3 weeks, I think we've all seen the offense kind of take a step down a little bit. The Steelers did a great job with, their 5-man rushes of winning on the interior with guys like Cam Hayward. Same with the Eagles. They didn't blitz as much, but they have guys in the interior that keep winning. And interior pressure is always tougher for a quarterback to deal with. You can't step up in the pocket. You have to escape, and that causes pressure elsewhere. But the Cowboys did a really good job of understanding exactly how to attack Washington's offensive line, and that's attack the interior with a bunch of blitzes through the A and B gaps, and they lined up Micah Parsons to D tackle to go one-on-one with Cosme and Allegretti, and it was a nightmare. They couldn't deal with it. That kind of causes your quarterback to get a little skittish in the pocket, bail a little bit early, always hit that first thing that he thinks is open. So right now, I think the biggest thing is pressure, but specifically interior pressure.
Speaking of interior pressure and taking over from the inside, what is going on with 27-year-old Daron Payne? He's still in his prime. They gave him all the money. I know there's no Allen and the ends are gone, and maybe that's the answer. But, man, oh, man. I mean, yesterday he had an empty calorie sack where Cooper Rush, I almost called him Cooper Kupp. Cooper Rush just kind of waddled around in the backfield to kill some time and then fell down, and he got that sack. So he's now got 2.5 on the year. But he was barely noticeable against 2 guards that were backups yesterday. Like, where is Daron Payne? He's got 4 hits on the quarterback all year.
Yeah, it's been rough really for a couple years now, ever since that 12-sack season for Daron. And one of the biggest things in terms of what we're grading is missed tackles. He's led the league the past 2 years in missed tackles from interior defensive linemen, which has kind of hurt his production and grade and whatnot. Missing a bunch of tackles again. He's at 8 this year. He had 11 last year, 12 in 2022. So that's kind of a big thing in terms of run defense. And then when you're getting towards the quarterback, you're missing tackles and stuff like that. But this year, he's not even really kind of consistently getting back there like he was in 2021 and 2022. I'm not entirely sure what's missing. Not having a guy like Allen right next to him definitely does not help. The lack of threats on the edge is not going to help him. He's going to see more double teams. But, interior guys are going to face a lot of double teams. They just have. And he's faced them in the past and has won. So not entirely sure what's going on there. But it definitely has not been great.
Nick, thank you, buddy. Have a great week.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks,
See you,
guys.
man.
That's Nick Ackridge of PFF. Let's drill down on Jaden Daniels' performance from yesterday. And also, I think it's official now. We can put the rib issue to bed after how he ran around yesterday. We'll get into that on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
With another third down conversion, 3rd and 3. It is Daniels off the left side with room inside the 10 to the end zone, touchdown. 17 yards, Jaden Daniels with the day's first touchdown.
Daniels ran for 75 yards yesterday. Third best rushing performance of his young career. In fact, officially on the day, 7 attempts for 74 and 1 touchdown. That 23-yarder you just heard Joe Davis call on Fox. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny, I think you'll agree with me, but I guess I should just ask you without putting words in your mouth. It was not a pretty day throwing the football. How could it have been if he had 92 passing yards, net passing with 5 to play?
Yeah.
Now, that's not all him. There were some drops in there. I mentioned the numbers earlier today. I think this is important to acknowledge, right? This is not to make an excuse for Jaden Daniels, but this is data. Via PFF weeks 1 through 7, there were 3 statistical drops for Washington. From weeks 8 through 12, there have been 10 drops. And fans, anytime they see a player get near the football or touch the football, they assume it's a drop. There's actually a way to quantify it, which is kind of within the catch radius on the frame, not broken up by a defender. And by definition, they have 13 on the year, 10 of which have come since week 8.
And I would also add, there are probably some balls that don't go in the book as drops, right? Where you'd go, that's not an easy catch, but it's the NFL. Like, we really could have used some of those where maybe a defender's draped on you or it's in traffic, but a couple of those balls where you go, I know it's not a drop, but damn.
Yeah, that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
I mean, officially, via PFF, the way they count it, 10 in that time. And as I said, fans think, there were 7 against Pittsburgh where they may have actually said, by definition, there were 3 or 4 actual drops in that game. So that's part of it. I think another thing you're seeing is his completion percentage has come down and some of the early layup completions have gone away is if you look at how often he is throwing the ball away and or having passes batted down. So those are incompletions where he's not actually targeting a receiver. That can mean everybody's covered. That can mean he's not seeing it well and he gets flushed and he's got to throw it out of bounds. That can mean he's kind of hemmed into the pocket and to avoid a sack. He does something, right? Weeks 1 through 7, he had 7 of those. So an average of 1 per game. Weeks 12 through 16, weeks 8 through 12, he's got 16 of those. So you're talking about over 3 per game. So that's very, very different. And that just tells me, again, another statistical way of saying they're being solved a little bit throwing the football. But as much as this is a system issue, and it's not all Daniels, it also has to be acknowledged. We're the same show that did nothing but heap praise on him, talk about him as Rookie of the Year, talk about him as MVP. People got to just tough it up here and put their big boy pants on. He has not played nearly as well over the last several weeks. Plenty of reasons for that. But when is the last time that you would say he had a really strong passing performance or looked really good as a passer?
Baltimore to me. I know
All
the
the way
numbers
back.
ended up being against Chicago good. I mean, added with the Hail Mary, but you're still talking about he was 50% for most of that game. And, I know there were drops in there. I know but he didn't look as sharp to me. First game
he was
post-injury.
really good in the Giants game, but it was also really easy if you remember in that game. He made 2 exceptional throws. He made the touchdown throw right before the half to Jaden Daniels. That was brilliant. And he had that throw.
To Terry, you mean?
Who did I say?
You said Jaden Daniels.
He threw to himself.
He Bugs Bunny'd it.
You don't remember that play?
I don't.
He threw it. He ran really fast. He caught it, and he scored.
That would be incredible.
It was all over SportsCenter.
Oh, that was a big play.
I can't believe you didn't hear
That's
about
right.
it. Yeah, it was to Terry in the corner of the end zone right before the half.
Mhm.
One of his better throws of the year. And he had a really nice throw to Noah Brown, kind of over top of a sinking linebacker, if I remember, in a hole shot there. And those 2 throws stand out on a day where otherwise he was fine. I think the rest of the day he was 13 of 21 passing. So I'm not saying he was great, but just as an example, the PFF passing grade that day was his best single passing grade since the Cardinals game. So, but I would say he's got really one very strong passing performance, in my opinion, since the Ravens game, which is to say that the Ravens game was game 6.
Yep.
So that's Bucks where he had his worst passing game of the year. He just kind of didn't want to do it. The Giants game, first half of the game was really bad. Second half was much better, but one of his 3 lowest passing grades of the season, which he had his worst passing grade and then his 3rd lowest passing grade in those first 2 weeks. Then the Cincinnati game, which is the high water mark still. Agree?
Yes.
That is one of the best passing games anybody's had all year long.
Not just him, anybody.
Arizona the next week was splendid. I would say that was probably his second best game. If you remember, he went 26 of 30 that day for 230 on the road, 4 incompletions. I thought he was just automatic. Cleveland was more okay. He missed things. He actually had his first struggles in that game. But if you remember,
especially early,
he had that crazy play where he threw it to Terry downfield, and he made like 2 or 3 just ridiculous plays in that game that made up for it. But that was probably the first time in 3 weeks we saw him scuffle. Then he had the really good game against Baltimore in the pocket where they didn't let him run, and he almost beat them from the pocket, and then got hurt against Carolina. So that's 6 games, Bucks, Giants, Bengals, Cardinals, Browns, Ravens, where 4 in a row after the early 2 weeks, he was humming. Then he gets hurt against Carolina. And since then, you're saying you don't think he's really had any dynamic passing performances, and I'm saying he's had 1. So we're getting to a point here where he's kind of living on September. He's living on that Bengals game, that Cardinals game still. That was week 3 and 4 of the season. It's week 12.
I mean, to me, I whether you want to call them excuses, I think it's explanations. I think he wasn't totally 100% right physically, or was having, sort of extended flaws or setbacks or mechanical issues because of it. I think there was maybe an aggravation of the Pittsburgh game here and there, whatever. That's water under the bridge. I think the 10-day layoff was great for him. Physically, he looked the best he has to me since that first part of the Carolina game when he got hurt. Like that's who I think of. That's what I think of when I think of Jaden Daniels. That fluid, easy. I got the accelerator button when I need it, but I'm not in a hurry, but I'm gliding past everybody.
By far the healthiest he's been.
He looked right again. So that's the part to me is a separation from the previous couple of weeks. So I offer that.
Hold on before you move on from that. How many weeks are you giving him there? Just like Chicago, Giants, Pittsburgh, Philly?
No, so I think he was bugged by things in Giants and Chicago. I do think there was something happened in the Pittsburgh game, but I think maybe changed.
I'm sounding like a jerk. I don't mean to. You're just kind of making up that you think something happened against the Steelers.
Sure.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm just,
that's what I think.
We haven't heard anything like that.
No, we haven't heard it. So I mean,
your theory is those 2 games where he played well, or better, I guess. Like he was pretty fine.
Yeah,
when he didn't look to play badly, something happened.
When he didn't look the same to me physically, that's when I'm going, alert, something happened. So that's where I'm going there. It's circumstantial evidence. I haven't heard anyone say TJ Watt hit him in X way.
Gotcha.
Maybe that's out there. I have no idea. But to me, this is the healthiest he's looked in a while. So from a passing perspective, I don't think it was bad necessarily. But to me, what it looks like so many times is it's either maybe he misses something. It's an NFL quarterback. You're going to miss certain things, whether he's not looking a certain way when a receiver's open or otherwise. But far too often, it looks like the option of where it's supposed to go has been taken away. And now what do we do? Right? So some of those scrambles, they happen, and they're happening because option 1 or maybe option 2 aren't there, and he's got to escape. Sometimes the scramble happens because there's pressure when there probably shouldn't be. Somebody gets beat, or the defense has something mugged up, or has kind of a good call against you, or otherwise it just seems like the easy options, the layups are gone. So you're not seeing those 90% completion days, those 85% completion days, 80% as he was doing through the first month plus of the season. There's only been a couple of games that's sub 60, Pittsburgh game, Chicago, but for the most part, he's been in a regular, normal, good completion percentage territory. Just tells you that the easy isn't there as much anymore, and guys aren't separating the same way. And I think he doesn't trust things anymore the way that he did early, because it's basically if a coach is telling you, do this and that'll be open, and then it is, you go, sure, I believe in that. Well, now when he's telling you do this and it's going to be open and it's not, you don't trust what your eyes are seeing anymore. It's just kind of my anecdotal look from afar.
So for me, I just look at this thing and I go, okay, how often am I going, man, are you lucky you've got one of the best in the league after a throw? Or after, a game, do I go, he did a bunch of things. And I'm separating the running for a second. I'm just talking about him throwing the football. I don't think there was anything in this Cowboys game that made me feel that way, where I go, darn, you're lucky you had Daniels and not league average starting quarterback. Pick a guy for that. Is that Geno Smith?
Yeah.
Or something like that?
Geno's plus, but yeah, it's fine.
Like, at what point yesterday, throwing the football, were you better off because you had Daniels than Geno? Just as an example. I don't think that existed. Like, even the 86-yard touchdown to Terry, which was a fine throw to a wide open receiver, that was a Terry play and a terrible Cowboys play, right?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was clinical, fantastic, textbook in the hurry up offense series that they ran to get to 17 points to cut it to within a field goal before the Turpin kick return. I thought he was really, really sharp, really, really good. Made a few of his best throws of the day there. But it just overall, like, I'm sorry, if you have 92 net passing yards with 5 minutes to play, as a passer, you had a bad day. I'm just going to feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean it's all your fault. I'm not suggesting it is, but it was not a good day. The Philly game, you saw it, I saw it. It was his worst of the season, in my opinion. Do you think there was a worse passing game than that for him?
No. I know you'll have numbers in different games that weren't as good, but if you're there, we were there, you could see it. There was no trust. There was no drive on the ball. There was no touch. There was no accuracy. I'm going, this is not the person we fell in love with. Right. You know what I mean? They've changed.
The Steelers game was when there was drops, so I didn't think he was as bad as his 50% completion. But that was not a special game in any way. I'd have to go back and find, throw by throw. I don't remember. I don't have my notes on me. But, like, how many times in that game did he make a big-time throw, or did you feel like he just did something that the average quarterback couldn't do? PFF in that game assigned him one big-time throw, just as an example. He had 2 in the Giants game. I referenced those. But largely, I guess my point is they're going to be at their best when he is dynamic as a runner and when they have him feeling comfortable and confident and lighting it up from the pocket as a passer. And neither of those two things are happening in this moment. And it's been a few weeks where you want to see him growing, right? The arrow with these rookies right now, like Caleb Williams with the new coordinator, is getting better as the year goes along. Bo Nix is getting better as the year goes along. Drake May is getting better as the year goes along. And he's the one guy, and it's because he started out so great.
He started off at such a level that's unsustainably
You
great.
weren't going to be able to be better than that.
Yeah.
I grant you that. And he wasn't even going to be able to sustain it. So it's not even like a slight regression isn't okay, but it's going the other way. And I'm not worried. I'm not bothered, but I am just curious whether people feel like there's something they're seeing that's out of his purview. Is it just everyone around him? That it seems to me like that's what people want it to be. And that's fine if that's true. The O-line hasn't been as good. The receivers haven't been as good. And we're blaming Cliff Kingsbury for a regression. But are we, does that mean he's just, his hands are clean then? Like he's just, the Jaden that played against the Bengals is walking out on the field every week and it's just not working out because he's a victim of what's going on around him? 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to hop in on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. On Monday Night Countdown, which oddly is already started. Maybe it's NFL Live from the countdown desk. I don't know what ESPN does. But we'll play that audio for you in the 5 o'clock hour. We got Jay Gruden coming up in 12 minutes. But Orlovsky went through some of the throws and the decisions yesterday from Daniels with film where McLaurin's open. He's coming back to the football. He's there. And Daniels just chose to go somewhere else. And the point is, you got a guy that is your best wide receiver pretty clearly one-on-one. Let's go to him more often. And maybe that's something where Kingsbury's just got to sit down and kind of go over that with Daniels. They were doing it early in the year.
Mm-hmm.
He knows that. But in the flow of the game, you start locking in on Noah Brown. You like the matchup against whoever that corner was, number 31, maybe. Then you like going against Deron Bland or something. But you got to give McLaurin chances. We're talking about some of Daniels' performances recently, and the outing yesterday had just 92 net passing yards with 5 minutes to go. Gibbs is in Connecticut on G&D. What's up, Gibbs?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
So yesterday, I think Daniels is, I mean, obviously he's not playing as good as he was, but I think he's honestly fine. I think it's the O-line. They look so off-tempo. They have a run play, and half the line's going one way, one is going fast tempo, one's going slow tempo. They can't even run a draw right. It seemed like Micah Parsons and I think his name is Osat Ejewuzie or whatever his name was, the D lineman. They just get through every single time. It seems like the O-line, maybe it's the tempo from not having the practice rest, but something just seems really off there.
So it was strange because they had all the time in the world to prepare for the game. And as you said, looked like they were surprised by what Dallas did. Dallas brought Micah Parsons inside more often than I think Washington was expecting. That was their adjustment to how Kingsbury operates by chipping the edge rushers. So advantage them in the coaching matchup there. But yeah, they definitely won from the interior. I mentioned this earlier in the show if you guys are just getting in the car. The Commanders are not giving up more pressure than they were. And the line and the pass pro is not worse than it was. If you look at the PFF numbers on percentage of dropbacks under pressure, through week 6, Daniels was pressured on 35% of dropbacks. In weeks 8 through 12, it's 32%. It's actually a little better. But I do think it's interior, meaning in his face, as opposed to from the edge where he can kind of run away from it, which seems significant.
I think that's a huge factor. Again, the adjustments. This is pro sports. This is the highest level we got. There's no higher league. So I remember playing years ago with Mark Teixeira, right? One of the great major leaguer, not quite a Hall of Famer, but a Hall of really damn good. One of the most leading home run hitters among switch hitters in league history. Remember the first week, nobody threw him anything but off-speed stuff off the plate outside. He was rolling over, hitting ground balls and swinging and missing and popping stuff up. And everybody on the team was like, oh, he's not that good. He's overhyped. He's overhyped. I said, just wait. I bet he figures it out. And then he did. And led the universe in home runs that season. Hit nothing but oppo bombs for the better part of a couple weeks till they adjusted. You adjust to the adjustment. That's what is missing right now, quite frankly. They're taking things away. It's a trade-off. That means something has to be open. There's going to be something different that's going to pop if you're able to kind of counterpunch. What you were doing for 2 months, nobody had to answer for. Now they do. What do you do about it?
Let's go to Dave in Woodbridge on Grant and Danny. Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. One thing I noticed during the whole game, I got so frustrated. The play calling was so predictable. Every time it was run first down. I don't know why we didn't throw like a little West Coast to try to get a little rhythm, a little 4 or 5 yard pass, a little screen. And they loaded the box up. I felt like that was something there for them to take advantage of, but they never allowed Jaden to get hot. And every time he was in 3rd and long.
Felt like it, certainly, right? As the game it felt like it's been that way the last few weeks, and all of a sudden your offense is worse. I mean, that to me is the symptom of the disease, right? Like where you're sick inside, so you get a rash, you get snot in your nose. That's the symptom. That's what's going on. It's those 3rd and long. So you live in 3rd and long, your offense gets worse. That's true for every team in the NFL, and that's where Washington's getting to. So those early downs to prevent 3rd and long, that's not what's hitting right now.
They run on 1st and 10, to his point, more than they throw on 1st and 10, and I think are top 3 in the league in percentage of runs on 1st down. Let's go to Paul in Gaithersburg. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. I think there's probably 10 different factors. Some are psychological. There's obviously the Kingsbury effect, but there's also you have a guy come in as a rookie and you tell him he's an MVP, Lamar Jackson. He's going to the Hall of Fame. That affects his psyche. He gets hurt. You play him. You don't sit him. He's not as good when he's hurt. Your ribs affect your throwing motion. That affects the psyche. Here we are, deep into the season, And I think you have a perfect example of what happens to a rookie who's been told he's the greatest. Well, he's frustrated. That happens to anybody, and this is all psychological. He hasn't lost his arm strength or anything like that. It's just something he's going to have to work through, hopefully. Because I remember Robert Griffin looked amazing his first year. We thought he was the second coming, right?
Yeah, I think that's an important point, which is to say, I don't think he was reading his press clippings or anything. This guy is a worker, and I think really believe, he's out there grinding. He's one of the first and last to leave. He's doing things the right way. He is a rookie, and there will be ebbs and flows.
Sure.
Caleb Williams has gone through more downs than he has. Bo Nix has gone through, they're both, on 7-5 teams where they've had some really bad moments, some really good moments. I'd make the case that Bo Nix is been on the wrong end of more valleys than Jaden Daniels has. It just so happens right now that this 3-game skid and this post-injury kind of valley for him is playing out now all at once, where if you just looked at like how much money all of them have in the bank based on their withdrawals and their deposits, Daniels probably has the most money in the bank. He is narrowly the favorite to win Rookie of the Year because he's had a slightly more impressive, dynamic season, say, than Bo Nix. But it's just that his withdrawals have all come here very recently. And so the timing is Bo Nix is rolling, Williams is on the ascent, and we're seeing Daniels hit the skids a little bit. But I think if we just look at this in totality, you found your answer. You found a guy that could be a long-term solution at quarterback, it would appear. I still worry about durability after, you get tackled, you get a banged-up rib, which happens at the quarterback position, and it just derails several weeks of your season. Like, that's not a good thing for a guy who weighs 200 pounds.
Exactly right.
If that's going to be a thing moving forward. But that's a story for another day. And overall, I think you would have signed up for everything that you've gotten out of the young quarterback.
Agreed.
Through 12 games.
I still feel great that the answer is here. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, and it's what I got.
Let's talk to Jay Gruden next, see what he sees from Daniels in this offense and how would he fix it. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. As Washington continues to build a foundation of success on and off the field, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our shows, the law firm Kanduri and Murad, they're going to help you update your last will and testament and set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation for their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. If you tell them we sent you, you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now on our guest hotline, we have an opportunity to talk to former head coach Jay Gruden. He has called plays, been an OC, and been a head coach in the National Football League. Who better to get to the bottom after watching the film of what ails this Washington offense and how Cliff Kingsbury can get things going than Jay?
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
So, Jay, why don't we just start with yesterday specifically when you went back and watched the game? Was it about what you expected? Better, worse on film? What'd you think?
Well, obviously the last few minutes was pretty chaotic on both sides of the ball. But the first three quarters, I think, it just is a matter of taking advantage of great opportunities, and Washington didn't do it. With great field position opportunities to really jump out on them early and put your foot down and show who's a better team. Just let Dallas hang around, and unfortunately, some big plays at the end. Dallas got the win.
What did you see from this offense? Because the last 5 minutes, they managed about 200 yards and 20 points or whatever the heck it was, Jay. But for 55 minutes, not much doing for this offense. What have you seen from it here this week and really over the last month or so as it's kind of not performed like we saw early in the season?
Yeah, a couple things. Third downs is bad. They're 12 for 38 in their last 3 games, 10 sacks. Time of possession they're averaging 24 minutes per game in the last 3 games. A lot of that has to do with the ability to keep the ball, and they're not staying on the field on third down. They're really good early in the year, and right now they're struggling. And there's a lot of reasons for it. Sometimes it's pressure related. Sometimes Jaden misses a throw. Sometimes there's no throw to be had. Sometimes, we're working Noah Brown twice on third down in the game, and Terry McLaurin stand on the other side without getting an opportunity. So there's a lot of things they can clean up, but the most important thing is they got to do a better job on third down.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways we can go, but we were just talking about Daniels at the end of last hour, and I certainly wouldn't say he is the main problem or even one of the main problems. But yesterday, there were way too many times when I went back and looked, and even Dan Orlovsky just put together a little reel on ESPN where they're going to say Noah Brown, or he just kind of locks in on a throw, and the guy's not open, and it's an incompletion when Terry comes free on the other side, or Zach Ertz is running free, and it just seems like he's kind of deciding where he's going to go. When that's happening, what does that normally tell you? And how much of that is like a confidence thing as he's been struggling lately? Like, what is your thought on that?
Yeah, the couple times he went to Noah, one was on a slant on the outside. It's kind of really was his only option on that one. It was really good play by the defensive back. Noah didn't get much separation. Another one was on a deep curl. I think he should have come off of it. But, some of it's pressure related. A lot of times it's hard to get off your number one target when you feel pressure inside of you. You got to get rid of the ball. I think he feels like, I don't know. It's just hard to point your finger at one thing. Sometimes it's pressure. Sometimes he feels like the guy's open. A defensive back makes a good play. And sometimes there's nobody open. I don't know. But it's easy to hold the film on pause. And then when the ball's gone, let it play again and see somebody come wide open. See, you should have held the ball and thrown it to this guy. That's not always the case when you have the ball in your hand and you're playing quarterback. But there are times I agree with Orlovsky that he could have maybe held the ball a little bit longer, but that's easier said than done for a young quarterback learning.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. What have you seen from this offensive line? Felt like early part of the season, maybe even up to halfway through, they were mauling people, and Jaden Daniels was upright. I know the numbers don't really say that it's been bad, but it doesn't feel like maybe the holes are there in the run game as much, Jay, and it feels like, they're, I don't want to say they're confused, but they're getting overwhelmed a little bit in the pass game. Just the eye test. So what are you seeing from that group?
Yeah, same thing. The last 3 games, they only averaged 100 yards rushing per game, and last night, or yesterday, they had like 140, and Jaden had like 60 of it. So I don't think they're getting as much push as they did earlier in the year. They're not doing a lot of the same stuff they did early as well, some of the pin pull things. And quite frankly, they're just not getting the push. I think they're worn down a little bit. This has been a tough stretch for these guys. They've played a lot of games in a row. And they need that bye week badly, and it's coming up after this Tennessee game. They just got to buckle up one more week and get this big win against Tennessee then they can get a bye week, get their legs back, and then hopefully we'll see some more movement later in the year.
I mean, shouldn't the mini bye, like that was the most rest they've had since the beginning of the season against a team in Dallas, traveling on a short week after playing Monday night with $100 million in salary cap on the IR. I feel like that should have given them a little bit of recharge of the batteries. It certainly worked for Daniels, who looked more explosives as a runner. Like, why didn't that trickle down, do you think?
I don't know. If there's going to be a team to be able to run the ball and force your will, it'd be against the Cowboys because they haven't stopped the run all year. And I was surprised by that. I don't understand it personally, but I just know they don't look the same with the same pop they have coming off the line of scrimmage as they did earlier in the year. And they're playing good teams. They're playing the Giants twice, and they're moving the Giants, who have a really good defensive line, and other teams as well. So I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe Dallas did a lot of movement, a lot of things that they weren't ready for athletically, but I can't put my finger on that one.
Yeah, Jay, let's get to the run game that you mentioned. If you go up against a really good defense, you may not be able to, run for 200 yards like it's Nebraska in the mid-90s, but this Dallas team has basically just rolled over and died in terms of run defense. Everyone's had their way with them, regardless of whether they want to stack the box and prioritize it. Teams have just beaten them up. Didn't happen at all yesterday, it felt like. I think Daniels had, roughly half of the team's rushing yards, over 70. Running backs just weren't able to kind of get going there. What did you see from, just blocking scheme, O-line, everything with the run game?
Yeah, the scheme was fine. They just, sometimes when you do these double teams up to the linebacker, sometimes you leave too early and you leave the defensive lineman with a good angle on the remaining offensive lineman. He gets the tackle. Sometimes you stay on too late and the linebacker knifes through there. There's an art to these double teams up to the linebackers, and Overshawn's a good linebacker. He does a good job playing off the double team and being really skinny, and Parsons is pretty athletic on the backside, tracking things down. So there's a lot of different issues when it comes to the running game. Tight ends are involved in it. Sometimes the back misses a hole. Sometimes I thought Jaden could have pulled a couple of them as well. So they just got to get back on track, get their confidence going. But I'd like to see him start to, I think the way Jaden finished that game against Dallas, his ability to move the ball down the field, throwing the ball, I'd like him to be a little bit more aggressive throwing the ball early in the game against Tennessee, because he really showed, he really did a nice job there at the end, showing the accuracy and poise that we all know and love about him. So hopefully they become a little bit more aggressive, maybe use a pass to set up the run next week.
Jay Gruden with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan, looking back at yesterday's loss to the Dallas Cowboys. What did you make of the decision at the end to kick the extra point? They'd already missed one. They'd missed a field goal, tie the game, go to overtime, versus a 2-point conversion.
I don't know. What do you think of it?
Well, I think at home against an inferior opponent, I'd probably send the game to overtime generally.
Yeah,
I'm a big proponent of – I would go for 2 on the road against bad team, or like a team that I'm better than. Or excuse me, the team that I'm worse than all the time. But at home, this was kind of the opposite. The only thing I would say is that side of the field yesterday, there were at least 4 kicks missed total. I mean, so I don't know. It was just one of those strange games where it felt like their defense is fatigued. I got a cheat code short yardage quarterback who had a 2-point conversion untouched earlier in that same end zone. Maybe I'll just end this thing now.
Yeah, I mean, there's merit to that. I don't think he's wrong either way, to be honest with you. If he goes for 2 and doesn't get it, people will be on him a little bit, but you appreciate the aggression. If he kicks it, goes into overtime, I feel like the team could win it in overtime. It's just 1 out of 100 that the kicker is going to miss an extra point. That's just crazy. Unfortunately, he missed it, but I don't think he would be wrong either way, personally.
Jay,
what would Danny say? What do you say, Danny? Should he go on for 2?
I'm very rarely a go for 2 guy. I just think everybody takes it for granted, like they're going to make it, and nobody deals with the repercussions.
You don't like the nerves of like it all comes down to this one play.
Yeah, I'm especially if I think I'm better than the team. I'd much rather play more football than less of it. But I see the point about on the road. I'd rather take 1 shot against a really good opponent, et cetera. So I never kill guys for not going for 2.
Yeah, me neither.
So let me go into this in terms of sort of coach-player relationship right now, because things aren't going great for the first squad that started 7-2, where everything's coming up you're walking the yellow brick road. There's some adversity now. How would you handle things this week with Jaden Daniels, this offense, and everything else in terms of not necessarily pep talks? These are grown men, but like, what would you try to do to build back up?
I think you got to be ultra positive and let these guys understand that we're 7-5 and we're in the playoff picture right now. At the season end of the day, we're in the playoffs, and that's a hell of a goal. Before the season started, nobody gave this team a chance. And we did a great job early in the year, shocked everybody, but now we're struggling a little bit, but we got to get back on track against the Tennessee team. Is 3-8. They got a big win yesterday. They have some good players, I understand it, but get to 8-5, get to the bye. Well, we'll regroup, figure some things out, and then make a late season run against the Saints, Eagles, Falcons, and Cowboys. I mean, this can be done. This season is far from over. There's a lot left on our plate here. We got to be positive and make sure we're all in coming Tuesday to work or Wednesday, whatever they start.
Jay, I don't know how much you've heard or read about or seen this Cliff Kingsbury regression storyline, but this goes back to Arizona, where EPA per play and pretty much every metric you look at, right? Success, efficiency, yards, points. Second half of all of his seasons, very different offensively than the first half. And sometimes it gets chalked up to, well, Kyler got hurt or he was playing through pain or whatever. But it's pretty much every single year he's been calling plays in the league. This has happened, and we're seeing it here. Do you think there's any merit to that, or is it kind of coincidental sample size thing? And if there is merit to it, what about his system do you think leads to it being solved and him now having to figure out a counterpunch?
Yeah, I don't know what happened in Arizona. I don't really recall that late season collapse. I know they didn't play very well when he got fired at all, but there's a lot of things that can be reasons for it. Injuries. You're looking at other teams that have injuries of key players. People get worn down. From an offensive coordinator standpoint, you do have to adapt to different teams you play. You have to throw some curveballs at the defense. You can't just run your same plays at the same formations. I think he does a good job in the running game, but I think some of his passing games, if I had any recommendations for him at all, it would be move Terry around a little bit. You can't always put him on the left. Use the word Buckeye. Noah Brown and Terry switch sides. It's not that hard. You know what I mean? Line them up on the right side. Put them to the field sometimes, not to the boundary when you're always on the left hash. Like the slant to Noah Brown. Let Terry run that slant route. Just say the word Buckeye. Let Terry be the outside guy. Those are just a few things that I would do different. But I think they have, they have talent. They're just not over blessed with talent. Other than Terry and obviously the running game. Now that D-Rob's hurt, Jaden's a talented guy. Zach Ertz is not a separating type tight end. He's a zone type of tight end. Noah Brown is a long strider, down with a lot of speed. He's a big physical guy. You love his effort, but he's not a guy that's going to get a lot of separation. And then their third receiver, who is it, Luke McCaffrey, he's not exactly a guy you want to separate. And he's not a Cooper Kupp or a guy in the slot that you can really count on 3rd down and 5. So in fairness to Cliff, where do you go on 3rd down if Terry's getting covered? That's the issue that he has. So he's got to come up with some creative ways to get these balls outside, some pass concepts to work zone and let guys have some access. And, man, it's easier said than done.
So, Jay, how did you think about this is sort of like double-edged here. Bear with me. As a coordinator, as a play caller, coach, et cetera, how did you think about how opponents were going to look at what you were doing? You know what I mean? Almost like always anticipating their counterpunch with something else, right? Because obviously your base offense, it's who you are, it's your identity, it's how you call plays. But then as you kind of move through a season, knowing that they've got tape on you, how did you sort of think about evolving and maybe countering their counters?
Yeah, sometimes as the season goes on, it gets harder and harder because there's so much tape to look at. You look at the blitz reel, you're like, oh my God, this is the 3-hour blitz tape. You're looking at their different fronts. It's a nightmare, and you're never sure how they're going to attack you. You think about your best players, what they're going to try to do to your best players. Obviously, Terry and how they're going to keep Jaden in the pocket. What's their base coverages system? What do they like to do in key situations? 3rd down, 3rd and 2 to 5, 3rd and 6 to 8. Try to break it down that way, but still, there's never an exact science. That's why, to me, it's very important to get in formations that will give you some pre-snap reads. Put the tight end outside by himself. If the safety goes out there, it's man. Put the back out there. Backer runs out there, it's man. If not, it's zone. Then you know what side of the field to work based on, is it cover 3 or cover 2. So you try to give your quarterback pre-snap hints to alleviate some of the confusion. I wish they do a little bit more of that, and then you can work your matchups in man, and you can work your coverage beaters in zone.
No Austin Eckler potentially in the short term here. Unfortunately, he suffered what looked like a pretty serious concussion at the end of the game. He's a guy I really like as a matchup problem too on some of those like choice routes out of the backfield or some of the Texas stuff you could do where you get him running those arrow routes to the middle of the field and leaving linebackers. I mean, without that, it's another easy button that's kind of gone. Not that they were utilizing that all that much the last couple of weeks anyway. Yeah. But, I mean, is there a way to replace that? Because my concern is I'm trying to figure out a way, and I don't know how to do it, but you do. Like, you got to get this guy easier answers, and the quick game stuff that was layups for him early in the year is gone. And how do I get back to that?
Yeah, they're relying on the screens, the perimeter screens, which a lot of teams do. Caleb Williams had a lot of success yet the last couple of weeks throwing perimeter screens, and DJ Moore for big yards, and Cliff's done a good job of that. But those haven't been working quite as well as they did earlier in the season. Some of them are off the run alerts. If the loaded box, the box is loaded, you throw out a bubble screen to whoever it is. You get some positive yards there. But there are other ways to get some quick games and all that stuff. But I agree, losing Austin Eckler hurts. That's another weapon out of the backfield that can really work matchups against linebackers. Teams are starting to play tight man-to-man with somebody over the top of Terry, or Terry's having trouble getting access. You got to find somebody else. And usually the back has great matchups against linebackers nowadays because linebackers can't cover. Tight end against strong safeties. Strong safeties can't cover very good, but that's not a great matchup with Ertz right now in man-to-man. So, they just got – I don't know where else they're going to turn. Terry's going to have a hell of a game. Otherwise, who are you going to work to as a running back now? They cut Chris Rodriguez, so what do they have, one back on the roster right now?
I guess he'll come back, but yeah, that's where they're at.
Yeah, he's not much of a pass catcher. Maybe they go out and get somebody, but yeah, that's a part of the game that a lot of people don't utilize. That's why I made it a point to have a guy like Chris Thompson on my team every week, because those are huge matchups and they're easy completions for the quarterback.
Is there a guy that you like that they don't use that you would say, hey, that guy needs the ball more? I got a name in mind, but I'm curious what you have.
I don't know him good enough, really. McCaffrey's an interesting guy, but
That's
he's a
the
rookie.
one,
He looks like he's got a little moxie to him, some separation skills. Not a very fast guy. I don't think he can really get up on people and threaten them with his speed, but it looks like in zone coverage, he could be a guy who can run some option routes and things of that nature. I'd like to see him do a little bit more of that, especially on third down instead of working outside curl routes and slants all the time. So I'd like to work the middle of the field a little bit more, maybe with a guy like Luke or somebody.
Let's go around the NFL for just a couple of minutes before we let you go. I do like the way the Bears offense is trending. They lost in overtime to the Vikings yesterday, but Caleb Williams threw for 340, couple of touchdowns, didn't turn the ball over. And with Thomas Brown, I'm not sure how well you know him, but I know you did a little work with the Rams when he was on that staff there. He seems to have at least gotten Caleb Williams more comfortable in that passing game.
Yeah, for sure. The last 2 weeks they played very well. And I don't know if it was all on the coordinator. Maybe they're getting more confidence. Caleb's just throwing the ball to the right guys and getting the ball out of his hands. I don't think he changed a whole lot. But he is giving Caleb some easier throws on first and second down. And then Caleb is creating with his legs and off schedule like we knew he could. And he's not making mistakes and holding on to the ball and taking 10 sacks. I mean, that's huge. I mean, quarterbacks learn. I mean, hell, in college he could do that. Pros, he's learning that, hey, I can do it occasionally. I can't do it on every play. Doing a much better job. I don't know if it's offensive coordinator or just Caleb figuring it out.
This Bo Nix, Sean Payton pairing seems to be paying some dividends. It just looks like they're a perfect match.
Yeah, they're doing good. I mean, Sean calls a good game, and Bo doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He doesn't force the ball into coverage. That's his MO at Auburn, and that's his MO at Oregon, and that's his MO now. He's not going to make a lot of down the field shot throws like a Caleb Williams that are splash plays like holy cow, but he's going to protect the ball, and he's a very good athlete. He can escape pressure, and he makes good decisions. And if they punt, they punt. They're playing very good defense. They're playing great complementary football right now at Denver. It'll be interesting to see how they finish out.
Jay's Saquon Barkley yesterday ran for 255 against the Rams and 302 all-purpose yards if you counted his receiving yards. He's on pace to break the all-time rushing record of Eric Dickerson. What do you make of him as an MVP candidate? Because it seems like there's an unwritten rule that if you're a running back, you can't win it now.
Yeah, I know he's definitely in the talks. I still think it goes through Josh Allen if he continues to play like he's playing with the guys that he lost. He's carrying the Buffalo Bills, man. He's unbelievable. I mean, quarterback's a very difficult position to play. So is running back. I get it, but I'd give it to Josh right now. Saquon 2, then Lamar 3, just because they've lost 4 games. We'll see how Lamar does tonight, but Saquon is definitely up in the running. I'd say they're 50-50 right now.
What do you make of Houston? I know, listen, Tennessee, they deserve credit for playing the way they did, but they didn't look right. Houston didn't, even when they were 6-2. It just didn't feel like the same good operation. CJ Stroud hasn't been as good as maybe folks anticipated this year. What do you see when you watch them?
Offensive line issues big time, I believe. He's not getting much time. They get no holes for Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon has run over 4 guys that get 3 yards. I mean, he's an unbelievable back, and he's had a couple of really good games. He's done it all on his own. His offensive line's got to get their act together. I mean, they're not protecting very well. And then CJ's forcing throws down the field, very uncharacteristic of him. And turning the ball over, took the safety, 2 interceptions, I think, yesterday. So they got to do a better job of trying to get the line in sync and blocking better for their back so they don't have to put all the pressure on CJ. We got to remember he's only in his second year, for God's sake. So let's get the running game going and help him out.
The Giants are dreadful. They're 2-9 after getting beat 30-7 yesterday by the Bucks. Tommy DeVito in for Daniel Jones. If you were a head coach and you needed a quarterback, what would be your level of interest in Daniel Jones as a reclamation project? Like light, medium, or strong?
Well, you get him for $300,000, I think, this year, and then you get a compensatory pick if you don't like him. So I'd be very strong to get him in my building just to see how he is. I know what kind of guy he is. He's a great guy, very smart, loves the game. I'd like to just see his mechanics, see him throwing the ball, in practice and routes on air, just to get to know him a little bit. And who knows? I mean, changes, scenarios or sceneries are very good for a lot of people. Look at the quarterback for the Vikings and all these other Sam Darnolds. These guys, sometimes they need Baker Mayfield. They just need another opportunity, get out of the same system and learn and get better. They're still young.
Jay, thank you as always, man. Have an awesome Thanksgiving, okay?
You got it. You too.
Yeah, have a great holiday. There's our buddy Jay Gruden joining us on Grant and Danny. He is with us each and every Monday right here on G&D.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt, Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Great chopping it up with him. Excellent insight on Washington's offense and some of the changes he would make. That was fantastic. Good job by Jay. Next, how sure are you that the Commanders are going to make the playoffs? That is kind of the elephant in the room, is it not? Kind of funny to talk about after a loss to the Cowboys, but it's where we are now. They're still above the threshold in the standings. Let's do that next on The Fan.
kickoff returns, block field goals, just a number of things, going to that spot. I thought defensively, the team played well on third down into that spot to go. So I was pleased to see some of that. But just, not enough plays for us, third downs offensively to really win it, Nikki. So unusual game for sure, but that's the division.
That's Dan Quinn. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you missed any part of Jay Gruden, you can grab the pod when we are done at thefandc.com, grantanddanny.com/audio. The Monday after, the Cowboys came to Landover, Maryland, and stunned the Commanders. 11-point favorites at home, 2 straight losses in the division, 3 straight losses overall for Washington, which means, Danny, right now in a 7-team NFC playoff field, the Commanders are team number 7. They would be at Philadelphia in the first round of the playoffs. Hey, we just got back from there.
Oh, thank goodness.
A second trip to the link in short order. But the question we want to ask, and we'll open up the phones on this right now at 800-636-1067. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. What's your confidence that they actually do make the playoffs after yesterday and after these 3 L's in a row?
My number dropped down. So if it's 1 to 10 coming into, 2 weeks ago, it would have been what, 10 out of 10?
Let's play this game. Before they lose to the Steelers, are 7-2. On a 1 to 100 scale, your confidence level is
98. Just assuming no crazy injury or something bizarre happens.
Yeah, I'm going to say 99.
Yeah.
They lose to the Steelers. Your confidence level was
97.5.
I'm going to say 95. They lose to the Eagles. Your confidence level was
93.
I'm going to say 80. And they lose to the Cowboys yesterday. Your confidence level is
50.
I'm going to say I'm debating if I want to go 55 or 60. I think I'm going to say 60% because the teams behind them are behind them because they're not very good. Because 12 weeks into the season, they're under 500. That they are fatally flawed in some way. That's number one. And number two, they've got some tiebreaker-friendly metrics just based on the work that's already been done. Like it's not an endorsement for me about the future. It's kind of an indictment on the other teams, an endorsement of what they've already, the hay that's already in the barn, so to speak.
For me, I'm looking at Tampa, just as an example. They've got one game where they won't be favored the rest of the way, probably at the Chargers. They've gone through their hellscape where they've had a bunch of injuries. They're not going to have Chris Godwin back, but when Mike Evans came back, they beat the brakes off the Giants yesterday, for example. They're still frisky, right? Carolina twice, a Dallas team that against everyone else is terrible, and the Saints who have pretty much all but quit. That's a team that's behind them that I think is a threat.
So that'd be 4 wins, which would get them 9-8, right? Which, I mean, Washington basically, I would think is going to have 9 games, but this is important. They lost to Tampa in week 1.
That's right.
So the Bucs have the tiebreaker. My pushback on that is I think Tampa overtakes Atlanta in the South.
Entirely possible. And Atlanta matches up, of course, against Washington in a few weeks. So the idea that if Washington holds serve, they're in, right? Because they're ahead of these teams in the standings. But how confident are you in the serve holding after yesterday? I guess that's really what the question is to me. Are we just counting these games where they're going to be favored against teams that aren't particularly good? They lost that privilege to me yesterday.
Yes.
That's what now is. I punted that out the window. When I remember doing called into the pregame show with on our station
Denton
weeks ago with Denton Day, and they were asking like about the Carolina game, and Linnell was nervous. And I go, no, they're playing a terrible team. What they now do is they take terrible teams and destroy them. I no longer think that. So if they played Carolina tomorrow, I'd go, I think they'll win, but it's going to be closer than everybody thinks. I've now realigned my thinking. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. Whether it's Atlanta being overtaken, there's a bunch of teams that are going to be in that 7-6, 8-5, kind of mix over the next few weeks. There's a lot of bodies to climb over. You're not catching anybody in the NFC North. That division is getting 3 teams. Minnesota 9-2, Green Bay's 8-3. They just keep on winning. They're all chasing Detroit as the best team in the NFC still. So your path is that second wild card spot, which is tougher now because there are 3 or 4, maybe even 5 teams competing for it.
Yeah, I mean, or the third wild card spot is where they are currently.
I meant to say third. So I'm used to the old way.
Yeah. But the second would be good too, because then you wouldn't have to play the best team that doesn't get a bye, like Detroit or Philly, because those are the top 2 teams in the conference.
Like, I want that 6 seed and play Seattle, please.
Yeah, if if you're a 6 seed, you're going to play the winner of the West, which is probably going to be a 9-8 team, or the South, which is going to be Tampa, flawed, or Atlanta, terrible defense, flawed, right? I think you could win either of the. I don't know that you're going to Tampa and winning, as we saw in week 1, but you have a much better chance than you did in week 1. We'll see them play Atlanta. I think they could win that football game. It's going to be a pick'em type spread. But yeah, getting to the 6 seed would be huge. I just think it's more likely you're the 7 seed, and then you're at Detroit or you're at Philadelphia, depending on who gets the 1 seed, and you're cannon fodder. But I am confident they make the playoffs because of what they've already accomplished and because I don't think they'll completely collapse. Like, if they completely collapse, they lose to the Titans, and we do this again next Monday, now I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. But my guess is they beat Tennessee, they get to 8-5, and then down the stretch, they've got to win just 2 of their final 4 games. Even if they win 1, they might get in. They win 2, they definitely get in at that point with 10 wins. But you're 100% right. And I said this yesterday after the game. I was doing a little reaction with listeners. Dude, when you lose that game to Dallas, there's no such thing as a scheduled win anymore. That game, they will not be favored by 11 again this season. They will not play a team as bad as Dallas was coming in, the worst team in football, over a couple of weeks without Prescott at home. Like the Titans game, coming off of a win over Houston, playing the way they did last week with a top 10 defense in the league, that is a more arduous task, as evidenced by the line. It's a 5-point spread than the Cowboys was supposed to have been. So the loss this weekend absolutely takes you out of any discussion where we go, oh, you're playing the Titans, so they'll win that. Then you got the Saints on the road. They'll definitely win that one. Like, that is over now. Tennessee, New Orleans, winnable, very much so. Atlanta, I would say, winnable. Dallas is a game on the road. Listen to this. They should win. Like, you don't get to play that anymore. So, yeah, if they just beat the bad teams remaining on their schedule, they have 3 more wins and they get to 11 for the first time since 1991. I'm now betting against 11. I bet they lose one of those games they shouldn't. Again, Tennessee, New Orleans, or Dallas, and they probably get to 10. And they lose to Philly or Atlanta or both or whatever. But I'm thinking 10-7 probably. And then you tiebreaker your way in as the final wild card team. That's my guess.
Yeah. So,
and when they get there, I would have no confidence in them at that point being able to, if they were the 7 seed, beat Philly.
Go on the road and beat Philly. Yeah. I mean, by losing yesterday, the way that they did. So let's say they had won that game and they'd have been 8-4. Now moving up in the wild card standings, not catching Philly. I think I don't want to say we've taken that off the table, but the way Philly ran roughshod over the Rams last night, they kind of put their stamp on it. Yeah, it's Detroit, Philly, and then maybe everybody else. But had you been 8-4, only a half game behind Green Bay, that's Minnesota, who's got Sam Darnold turning it over a bunch now, right? They're a bit more vulnerable. Maybe you'd have been able to climb up in the standings, right? Where you're playing a road playoff game, but it's against Seattle and Atlanta or whoever wins that NFC South, as opposed to going on the road for Philly. That's off the table now, to me. And maybe that's premature, but climbing up the wild card standings, I think, is now over. With Green Bay at 8-3, Minnesota at 9-2, they're your 5 and 6 seeds, respectively. To me, this is now 7 seed or bust, and now because there are more teams involved, because you've come back down to the pack, losing a terrible game to a terrible team at home, that's now makes me feel a little bit less sure.
Let's touch the people next. Do you guys still think the Commanders make the playoffs? What's your confidence? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. After yesterday's loss to one of the worst teams in football, the backup quarterback-led Dallas Cowboys, who didn't play up, Washington just played down. It wasn't like a terrible team had a game of the year. A terrible team played the way you expected them to play, and Washington out-terribled them. And so the question now is, can you trust them enough to finish this thing and get the car across the finish line as a playoff team? They are currently the last team in. They're trying to hold a couple clubs off. I think they do get in based on the work they've already done mostly. And I also think they will avoid what is the complete collapse. Like if you look at Dan Quinn's first ever year with the Atlanta Falcons, I don't know that we've mentioned this on the show. So he started out 6-2 in Atlanta, and they finished 8-8. They had a complete, massive losing streak. They went into a tailspin in the second half. They hit the Kingsbury cliff, I guess we're calling it. And Dan Quinn's team finished 8-8. I don't think it's going to be that kind of just linear, this is bad the rest of the way, where they lose to the Titans and then they come out and they lose to the Saints. That's not what I'm envisioning. I think there's a better chance they win their next two than lose them, but I'm going to pick them to split them. I think they go 10-7, they squeak in, and I just don't have the confidence that I did that they'll be the tough out and go win a playoff game for the first time since 2005.
Yeah, because of where they are, to your point, the work that's already been done, they'll finish, swooning down the stretch. If you look at it on a binary, will they win more games down the stretch or lose more games? I think it's the former. I think they'll end up losing more because, again, considering they started 7-2, they're not just going to finish 14-3 or whatever, But having lost the way that they have, if they finish with 9 or 10 wins, that's a losing second half. But because they're already in right now and teams are chasing them, I would probably bet that they make it, but I'm not overwhelmingly confident that they just handle their business from here on out.
And that's the question. Are you guys still confident they get in? Val's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Val?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I am not super confident that they get in anymore. I've been a lifelong fan, born and raised here 27 years, and anything that might go wrong very well could. With that also being said, I'm not even sure that I want them to make it in at this point. I don't want us to bottom out, obviously. But there's some obvious roster holes and some positions that could a strong draft pick in the first round could really help out, I think. And this might, we're ahead of schedule. Do we really want them to get in and lose in the first round? Taylor Heineke could have done that for us. Thanks,
So
guys.
and I appreciate the phone comment. My only retort to that is it's not valuable to me when Taylor Heineke, someone that's not going to be here, or Ryan Fitzpatrick or Carson Wentz or some journeyman sneaks in. It is valuable to me when the kid that's going to be my quarterback goes through stuff, right? Jaden Daniels is going to be here next year, 5 years, hopefully 10 years from now, 15 years from now, and his jersey gets retired here one day. So I want him to go through some of those ups and downs. To me, the draft high thing, that's when I need a quarterback. I don't. I got one. That's my thought on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Agree with that. And a playoff game for a rookie quarterback is invaluable, just like it would be for Brandon Coleman and any of the other key young core members of this organization. What's interesting, and this is a topic, frankly, for several weeks down the road, this is not a young team collectively.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they went out and signed a lot of veterans to one-year deals to help change the culture. So there's a lot of guys that are here this year that won't be back next year, but that might go get paid. They could keep many of them around on multi-year deals, but by and large, other than a few of the acquisitions like Frankie Louvu, who might be their best player, by the way, this year, certainly their best defender. He's around. He's a core player that they paid good money to. But there were a lot of guys that were brought in just on one-year deals that they got to pay again if they're going to keep them. See a guy like a Dante Fowler or Jeremy Chin. Let's go to Jay in D.C. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's up, G&D? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
You too.
Hey, I talked to y'all the other day, man, and I told y'all about Sir Isaac Newton, man. And I said that an object in motion wants to stay in motion, and an object at rest, that's just Cliff Kingsbury's offense, and it was going to be hard for us to just get out of the mud and, then all of a sudden get it right. But with all that being said, man, I got confidence. Like you said, I think they stored up enough timber early on in the season when they were winning those games to have a lull like this. Coming down the stretch, we're gonna get a full bye week. The schedule is a little bit weaker. I think we'll get some guys back healthy. I think they'll right the ship, and it's good that we're going through these things now and having these, mishaps now. Mm-hmm. Going into the playoffs, I think we'll be fine, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you, buddy. I love going through. From my core young guys, your point about this being an older roster is 100% right. Trying to change some culture. I love the idea of my young guys going through some stuff. Like that to me is what this is all about. That's what you're doing. It's what the Nationals just finished doing, right? With this year, that's what the Caps kind of were trying to do on the fly is as you fold in some of these kids to the veterans, go through that playoff race, go through that, beat cannon fodder in the first round, see what it takes. I'm all in favor of that this year.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. The question right now at 800-636-1067 is, what is your level of confidence that the Commanders make the playoffs after what was a tough loss to the Dallas Cowboys? Let's go to Andrew in D.C. What's up, Drew?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
I have pretty high confidence level. I mean, first of all, I'm sort of optimistic we get Marshawn Latimore back next week for the Titans, partly because the game is just all that much more important. And with him in there, that's going to change the dynamic of actually our pass rush. I think we get the Titans, who have kind of a unfortunate offense most of the time, and they'll get off the field more. We'll have more ball control on we'll have more time on offense. I'm a little worried about the running back situation, but I'm going to guess, and I don't know, maybe they pull Wiley up, who seemed to do pretty well in the preseason.
Looked good in the
So I
preseason,
think we win
yeah,
that
he was
game.
great in the preseason. I liked him.
Yeah. And so then we're at 8-5, and then I just think they get 2 weeks off. They get their act back together, and they're going to take 2 games. I mean, they're just going to do it. It might be the Saints, Falcons, or Cowboys are not going to beat them twice. They're that bad. So I think it's
I
pretty
agree.
bullish.
I mean, think about it. Dallas played a terrible game. It's a great phone call. Thank you, Andrew. And Washington just about beat them yesterday. You can't play a lot worse than they did.
Mhm.
It's really hard to lose to that team twice. And by the next time you play them in the final week of the season, they're going to be like 6 weeks into not caring at all about their season. So, yeah, that should be a win. But again, you lost the privilege of that.
Yep.
We could say it all we want to. It just doesn't matter anymore. There are no such things as a scheduled win. He hit on 2 things we've got to cover next. Marshawn Latimore and whether he makes his debut against the Titans. How badly do they need him? And then the running back situation being in peril at this point. They have played without B-Rob. They have played without Eckler this year. They have never played without both at the same time. And there's a real chance I think that happens before the bye on Sunday against the Titans. So we should get into that as well. Plus, we want to hear from you guys. You're still confident and sure they're going to make the playoffs. 800-636-1067 on G&D. Final few minutes of Grant and Danny. We'll take you up to 6:30 on the Fan. Don't you worry about a thing. Washington is building a foundation of success on and off the field. You should think about doing the same. Plan your future. Exclusive sponsors of our show will help. That's the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. They invited us via text to their holiday party.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we will not be there because we will be in New Orleans, which I'm very excited about, for the Commanders and the Saints. We're going to go to a third road game this year, believe it or not.
That's all we do.
But I bring this up because they're having their holiday party at one of my favorite restaurants and places. So I would love to go kick it with those guys. But I'm not surprised to hear because everything they do is first class and legit. And the way they've treated us and the way that they do everything, I'm not surprised to hear that they're going to have a awesome holiday party that I would have loved to go to.
I know. Just as you said, like, we're not just going to do some kind of half-ass thing. We're not going to do some poorly planned slapdash throw together. No. They're doing it right. And that's what they do. They do stuff right.
In their lobby, and they're like, you get a scoop of ice cream out of a carton if you come downstairs.
Here's a drink coupon for a drink. A drink. No.
That's not how they play.
Treat you nice.
So we appreciate that offer from the lads. We texted them back and said, alas, we're going to be seeing Washington put one on the Saints, he said with a straight face after yesterday.
The game will happen. That's what we know.
It is comical just how much the world has changed in a short time. We were seriously talking about how they can't lose and they're so good and they're going to be a playoff team and no one wants to see them. And that was 7-2. That's how you feel when you've lost twice in 2.5 months.
I mean, but beyond that, they couldn't lose. Even a game they should have lost. Of course they get the Hail Mary.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Like, I know they deserve to win the game, but once they deserved to win it, then they were going to lose it, and it was going to be one of those games. But of course they still got it. Like, it was to the point where you go, even if we're going to lose, we don't lose.
But if not for that Hail Mary, if not for a DB arguing with fans and forgetting a play was happening, if he's locked in and he helps get that ball batted down or away from Noah Brown, they're 6-6 right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane to be able to say that this season based on how this thing started.
Mm-hmm.
But they would be 6-6 in this moment without a Hail Mary. One play goes differently. And it's not like, oh, well, if they didn't have... No. It's literally a miracle doesn't happen, wild, wacky, crazy play. They're basically a 6-6 team as we sit here, and losers of 4 or 5 at that point. And it's just a whole different conversation. It just means they got a lot of work to do. Now, here's what I'm not going to do. I am not going to be down on the operation largely. I am not going to be upset about the grand scheme of the program. I am able to constantly have 2 different hats that I can put on.
Yeah, I can spin 2 plates.
The first of those hats is my big picture hat. Tell me when you want me to wear that. In year 1, they're way ahead of schedule. They're 7-5. They probably have their quarterback of the future. It looks like they may have hit on the QB at number 2 and might have the guy. Dan Quinn has a culture that he's establishing. His staff that he built is really good. I know Adam Peters is the guy. I've seen that. I feel great about Adam Peters. And they're probably 2 or 3 games ahead of where I thought they'd be right now. And they're going to end up being 2 or 3 games better than I anticipated that they would be this season. I had them winning 7 games. I think they're going to win 9 or 10 games now. So that's a far cry from Super Bowl contender a couple months in, or, a team that could make a playoff run, but still a really good thing. That's my big picture.
Yeah, it's a major step forward from unserious program that won 4 games last year.
But here's what I also can't do. I can't do the thing that a couple of people do where they yell at me and go, every time you try to have a conversation about a game you shouldn't lose that you lost, a play that you should have been able to execute that you didn't, a bad performance by a coach or a quarterback or a coordinator, as if they are just above reproach because they've already won 7 games and it's only the first year. And how dare you guys be upset? Look at the record. They're 7-5. I know they're 7-5. I know they're ahead of schedule. I live in reality here where now that you're 7-2, you don't just get to lose the rest of your games. Like, you now have to change your sight lines, and I am grading each drive and each play and each game as its own. I am treating them like a grown-up. I'm treating them like they belong here. And then we can go back at the end of the year and say, what an accomplishment. Adam Peters gets an A. Dan Quinn gets an A. Jaden Daniels gets an A. But it doesn't mean along the way, when we're looking at this thing game by game, that the exercise is just, oh, well, they played a bad game against the Cowboys. They lost the game they absolutely shouldn't have. Their offense was bad again. Their defense wasn't nearly as dominant as it should have been. Their special teams had one of the most wild and inconsistently kind of tumultuous performances I've seen in years, but doesn't matter. Year one of Dan Quinn. That is not how I'm going to operate. I'm just not willing to do that.
Yeah, again, I think you said it very well. You could spin 2 plates. We ask that you do that. Like, join us. Come along. We'll take you there. We'll hold you by the hand at first till you get used to it, and then you'll be able to wade in the waters by yourself. Because that's what's happening, right? This is, given how good that first 9-game stretch was, you're not disappointed at all that they dropped 3 straight games? You're not disappointed at all that the offense looks worse? You're not disappointed at all that the production hasn't been there in both the running game and the passing game? You're not worried at all about the offensive line or anything that comes with it? Everything's still rosy? My point is, big picture, yeah, violent shove forward into seriousness. It's now all relevant. There's a point in having these discussions. There was not a point before. When Ron Rivera and all the Martys are going, we really like Sam Howell. We really did. We didn't know that he was good, but then we did know, but we should have put him in, but we didn't know before we knew. And now that we know, okay, we really do, but he's QB1. Unserious nonsense. Waste of time. The whole exercise every day that he went into work was a waste of time for everybody. Okay? This is not that. This is now grown-ups with a chance, with a reasonable plan. Whether we agree with the plan or not, that's the fun of this whole medium. Let's chop it up. Let's just be a bunch of pals and saying, I didn't like that signing. I like this one. I didn't like that play, but I did like this one. Let's do that. That's normal conversation. Big picture, yeah, you have an owner, a GM, and a quarterback. You're a long way down the line from where you were a year ago at this point, where I'm looking at draft boards and trying to figure out if it's Drake May or Jaden Daniels. So yes, I can both celebrate where I'm at and say, damn, left some meat on the bone there this past weekend, or what did we do to fix this thing? I'm not just willing to let things go down the drain. I think people can do both.
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. We'll get to the calls in one moment. Quickly, Marshawn Latimore. Caller at the end of last hour said they got to get him back. You ain't kidding, buddy. They need him.
Mm-hmm.
When he comes back, the way they're playing Benjamin St. Juste, who played his lowest snap count of the year and over the last couple of years, yesterday, by the way, it's going to be Latimore and Mikey Sanders still, and then I'd imagine they'd rotate St. Juste and Igbenogany probably in some capacity. But obviously, they need him. They give up too many big plays. I thought yesterday was much better, but I think that's just because they were playing a receiving core outside of CeeDee Lamb. That's kind of a bunch of 9-to-5 jobber ham and eggers. But they did give up the 40-yard completion to some guy that I don't know named Jalen Brooks, who I had to Google today. I wish they wouldn't have done that. St. Juste gave up that play right before the end of the first half. But yeah, they need Latimore back. I have no idea if he's going to play. I'm done guessing also. I thought he would play 2 weeks ago. So this is clearly a more serious hamstring injury than was anticipated. I think they're probably surprised at this point about the seriousness and the lingering effect of this hamstring injury. But hopefully he's out there because they traded for him for the next 2 years, but also to help him in the stretch run. And so it would be a real bummer if he comes and plays later this year at a point where it matters less now. Like you get him back this week to help you get on the winning path and solidify a win going into the bye, then at least you've got a final stretch of the season where he can play and get indoctrinated with Joe Witt.
The idea of him right now is very sexy, right? Like comes in, changes the way you the coverages you can call, the way that you can blitz, leave guys on an island, do all that. We haven't seen it yet, but we're very hopeful that it's going to be transformative for this defense. I know I certainly am. I'm not counting on it necessarily, but on paper, in theory, this is an injection of life into a defense that's been asked to do, frankly, way too much. And it has held their own for the most part in these games here of late, both against, and frankly, in all 3 of these games, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia for most of the game, held them in check. Same thing here with the Dallas game. It's the offense really let them down. But the turnovers haven't been there consistently. The pressures. This is a group that, talking about Quinn and Witt, whose defenses lead the league in interceptions pretty much every year. That has not been the case with this group, right? They've done a good job on terms of fumbles and forcing things and ripping balls out, et cetera, but hadn't been the way that you'd want it. So you're hoping that's transformative. That's an injection of life for them down the stretch to get some more easy for their offense.
The other one that we needed to hit is the running back issue that he brought up. And this is something that I think is a massive story to hit tomorrow in detail on the show. But they have played without Robinson and they have played without Eckler. They have never played without both this season. And I think they're about to, if I had to guess. The Eckler concussion did not look good at the end of the game. And for B-Rob's ankle to flare up the way that it did, they didn't say high ankle. I certainly hope it's not. But, I mean, that just looked like an awful folding up of that leg that he played through for a quarter and then wasn't able to in the second half. So that would mean the Jeremy McNichols show. And then on the practice squad, they've got Michael Wiley, who was the college free agent that played in the preseason, who was really, really good out of Arizona, if I remember correctly. He's 5'10". He's 210 pounds. He's shifty. He showed he could catch the ball a little bit in the preseason. So you re-sign Chris Rodriguez, presumably. Him and McNichols do a lot of the carrying the football and the thumping, and then maybe Wiley gets some of those pass-catching ops. I just have no idea where he's at as a pass protector. I think that is one area I'm concerned about, by the way.
Yes.
We've seen McNichols step up from time to time. Like, Eckler's good at that. Robinson knows how to do that. That's a huge key with a young quarterback who's getting sacked. By the way, his pressure to sack percentage the last 3 weeks is 27%. Jaden Daniels has 10 sacks on 36 pressures. They are not getting away from pressure. He's getting to the ground way too often the last few weeks, which was not an issue early in the year. Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. Javel's in Culpeper on Grant and Danny. What's up, Javel?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy.
I was skeptical about the start, but as we've seen over the past couple of weeks of the season, and the past couple of weeks particularly, we've seen the Cowboys beat the Steelers. We've seen the Browns beat the Steelers. In the games that we've lost over the past month, the Ravens and the Steelers are top 5, 6, 7 teams in the league. You know what I'm saying? They were one possession games. That's why I wasn't, I wasn't hell bent on us beating the Cowboys, because we've been in that situation over the past 5, 6 years where the Cowboys have been the favorite and we won. You know what I'm saying? And twice over Thanksgiving in the past 4 or 5 years. You know what I'm saying? So, people are so week to week, and I don't know if that's the correct phrase used, but they're week to week.
Reactionary,
and it is what it is. But we are in a position where we're still 7th in the NFC, and over the last 5 games of the season, if we go 3-2, we're going to be 10-7 and make the playoffs. And at the beginning of the season, a lot of people said, the bye week is too late, and we've had a bye week between week 10 and week 13 to 14 over the past 3 or 4 years, which most teams don't do. But I think it's going to be it's a beneficiary to us at this point in the season. I don't believe Latimore is going to play until after the bye week against the Saints. I think that's kind of poetic justice to go back for his first game. But with him in as and he's probably a top 7-8 corner in the league, and that's going to change our defense dramatically because St. Juice is going to be our 4th corner at that point, because everybody takes a step down once Latimore steps on the field in our secondary.
Yeah, I think thanks for the call, buddy. I think St. Juice, based on the playing time he's getting right now, is definitely not going to be the starter. Sanders still's playing every snap. He's essentially become their number 1 on the outside, whereas St. Juice is splitting time with Michael Davis, and Davis actually outsnapped him, I believe, yesterday. So it'll be Latimore basically as the 1, assuming he's in the shape to do that, with Sanders still on the outside, and then Igbenogany. You keep Iggy inside, and St. Juice mixes in on in and out, probably spells Latimore a little bit as he gets into game shape. Let's go to our guy Steve, who's in Houston, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Steve?
Fellas, what's up with you?
Hey,
been
buddy.
a minute.
Been too long.
Dude. Yeah, been too long. A little major tutty action for you. Hey, Grant, you said something key. Well, first and foremost, let me answer your question. On confidence, a scale of 1 to 10, I'm about a 4, so I guess that's a 40% level in confidence for the playoffs. But you said something that I really like, where so everybody knows it's a rebuild, right? And we know we're going into the season, and I think most people before the season started predicted anywhere from 6 to 8 wins, right? Because you didn't know what was going on. You know, rookie quarterback, new head coach, new GM, new ownership, right?
Right.
Everything was up for grabs. And so what I don't understand, and I'm trying to find a good happy medium, just because, okay, we're at the 7-win mark, what is satisfactory now? Do you take your foot off the gas? Like, I think the expectation, no one is saying Super Bowl, right? But I do believe we should have beat the Cowboys team yesterday that had 5 starters out.
Oh,
2 offensive linemen, the quarterback, Diggs,
Steve, they had $100 million of cap space. Thanks for the call, buddy. $100 million of cap space not available to them playing yesterday. It's a great phone call. You're 100% right. I actually will be able to have like 2 different thoughts on this. If they were to miss the playoffs at 9-8, let's say, I will say both. That was a terrific first season for Dan Quinn in terms of
major step forward,
like surpassing the expectations. They doubled their win total from a year ago. They're in a really good spot. And then also, what a massive disappointment the second half of that season was. And to go from 7-2 to 9-8, which is a 2-6 stretch run, is also a collapse. And I think both can be true. You had an amazing season for year one, but starting the way you did and then finishing the way that they would have in that hypothetical, I think both of those things could actually be takeaways. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Eric's in Silver Spring. Eric, the question is, what's your level of confidence that they make the playoffs still?
Gentlemen, Grant also was saying the same thing to the guy who took the call. What you said was, how people think that you can't be upset because we have 7 wins and be like, okay, that's, and truthfully, if you was to say in July training camp that we were right now have 7 wins and them heading into Thanksgiving week and a chance to make the playoffs, we would take that 100 times. We'd be like, hell 100%. Yeah. This team that lost 8 straight last year? Yeah. And I didn't see any predictions for us to win 8 games. I saw the season total was 6.5, 7. So 8 wins would have been like, this is our rebuilding year. Like, now, next year, if we do bad, then we should be mad because we should be only going up now. We've been down so long that now we should be trending. We're trending up. And Dan Quinn and, what his staff and, everybody's talking about Kingsbury. And I don't know if y'all noticed, but where was this offense, that fourth quarter offense? Where was that the first 3 quarters?
Would have loved to have seen it once or twice. Would have been nice, right?
55 minutes of not moving the ball and having 92 net passing yards, and then 5 minutes where they had a game's worth of offense. Seriously, they basically had the same amount of yards and success as they did in their lowest yardage total game of the year in the last 5 minutes of the football game.
Yeah, they doubled everything, in terms of overall yardage, more than doubled their points. So it was a crazy last 5 minutes. I was there too. So, but the takeaway to me is about the first 55 where they couldn't do much.
Pretty staggering. Some breaking news just into us here on a story that we were monitoring on 106.7 The Fan the last few days. I think you got an email as someone whose kids are in the Fairfax County school system from the superintendent that Hayfield High School's football team, which was up 75-0 at the half. This is the school we've been talking about that was involved in a recruiting scandal where 24 new players allegedly came to play at Hayfield with a head coach who has a feeder program and supposedly didn't recruit them, but they all just showed up in the weight room one day. They were allowed into the playoffs, and a lot of other teams at the last minute that were about to play playoff games got screwed, and then Hayfield was back in. Well, they've played and won a playoff game, and now it sounds like they're back out of the playoffs.
This is from the letter from the superintendent. I am writing to share a significant update on the current actions regarding our high school athletic programs. This evening, the principal of Hayfield Secondary School announced the difficult decision to withdraw the football team from further postseason play. I have asked Tom Horn, Executive Director, Activities and Student Athletics, to work with
HSL to take any and all appropriate next steps. Last week, and this is the key, I was about to bring this up. There's new reporting from the lady we had on the other day who's been all over this story from Jump Street. That's right.
She has screen grabs of text messages.
Here it is.
From the athletic director who, by the way, even when it's on the side of what I think is correct, I will never be okay with private conversation text messages being screen grabbed and used publicly. Like if some good is being done where like you're catching a bad guy who's going to do something horrendous, fine. I don't even know if this reaches the threshold to me for trapping someone with text message pictures. I can't stand that. Not to blame the journalist, Danny, but the person that leaked them and tricked them into basically the admittance. But essentially, these pictures are text messages where this AD is joking with emojis about how they'll be able to get all the kids to Hayfield, and as long as some of them are listed as homeless, they can, figure it out. And the guy's like, well, they have to actually be homeless, man. And he's like, yeah, you bet. And like, it's very clear what he's saying in these text messages, exactly what a lot of us were suggesting, which was this is not on the up and up.
Last week, this is again from the letter. Last week, several new and troubling text messages were brought to light and are now part of the ongoing review regarding Hayfield Secondary School recruiting concerns. FCPS can only act on the information that it has, and these messages brought new concerns to the initial investigation. Human Resources staff and internal and external counsel reviewed this new evidence, investigated further, and finally concluded that they provided evidence of potential impropriety. Today, I share summary information about the inquiry and the outcome of the inquiry with school board members. Long and short is they couldn't cover it up anymore, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Basically talking about from the Fairfax County part, because they were basically turned a blind eye, weren't interested, and now that like, hey, look, we got it. Here's the gun. There's smoke coming out of it.
Well,
what are you going to do?
There's no smoking gun. My point was this is a moral issue that they won't be able to prove unless they have, I literally said, like, text messages. Well, they have screen grabs of text messages. But this superintendent, and I don't know her, and she might be the sweetest lady ever and the best in the world at being a superintendent, screwed this up so bad. I mean, this has been so embarrassing for her, I would imagine, and her office.
Yeah, it should be.
How many different emails has she sent in the last week just contradicting one after the other? Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a very political type move. And again, brushing up against politics stuff, I think what you guys think, I hate the bad thing, I like the thing that you like. But I'm going to show you how seriously I take this after the problem that you oversaw happens, where you go, big investigation thing. That's awesome. Thank you for that going forward. What about the problem that everybody told you about 6 months ago?
We all kept saying, this seems weird. And you kept saying, no, it was on the up and up.
And if you want to cover this, you can't be within a couple hundred yards of the actual conversation, journalist, based on nothing.
But we're out of time here today. We should get to this tomorrow. Let's get you a quick Caps power play. Your Washington Capitals are in Florida to take on the Panthers. 7 o'clock puck drop, 35 minutes from now. The Caps have lost 2 straight games since Ovi's injury, 2-1 to the Avs, 3-2 to the Devils, averaging just a goal and a half in those 2 games. They got to find a way to get some pucks in the net without Ovi. That starts tonight, beginning of a Florida trip. It's the dad's trip, which is cool. All the male mentors for the players are on the trip with the team, which is very awesome.
Florida can score, and they also get scored on a lot. Maybe a good opportunity for the Capitals to get back on the good foot, as you pointed out, and put some biscuits in the basket. Florida has lost 3 straight, including 7-4 the other night to the Colorado Avalanche.
We'll be busy tomorrow on Grant and Danny. 16 minutes of fury, our fastest 16 on the NFL. We'll cover every game from Week 12. Plus, after a bad home loss to a bad team for Washington, what'll be different this week against Tennessee? We'll have Commander Survivor, and we got to get elbow deep into this Hayfield football re-ban, I guess we'll call it. They are back out of the playoffs. What changed? All coming up on the show tomorrow, starting at 2 o'clock. Make sure you're with us. Grant and Danny on the Fan saying so long.
Thank you for coming.